将拨开无爱迷茫，不介意一日过半，过眼的葱郁风光，细数泛了黄。
吴真，时节已到，该启程了。
抱歉，恕难从命。
那快别理他，祭典要开始嘞！
这图真妙，好剑法！
确有一皇一凤。
阿珍姐姐好厉害！
别怕，看阿姐射他下来，为你报仇。
阿珍，你要去哪里啊？骑慢点儿！真是掌握
混沌真气，乃救世关键，你绝不该安居一隅。
住口！别说了！ 去死！给我去死！杀了你！杀了你！杀了你！
姐姐快醒醒！大坏鸟，走开！我的姐姐，姐姐别怕，坏鸟被我赶跑了，已经没事了，我来保护安姐。追我！
别怕，阿姐在。只不过是一场噩梦，很快便会醒来的。我这里绝不容许任何人再伤我家人分毫。
不是说要留守家中，心意已决。
别多问，上路吧。
姐姐， 将拨开雾霭迷茫，不觉一日过半。过眼的葱郁风光，细数泛了黄。
Hello everybody and welcome to the Nbpl. My name is Hitbrain and I'm joined by Savario as we're getting ready to go into today's games of solo. Savario, how are you doing, mate? You alright?
Yeah, I'm doing well, man. Looking into trios from yesterday into today, but getting into solos, I'm actually kind of excited. Especially since this is coming down to top players that came out from last week. For the top 4 winners in each lobby for each day. So I'm really excited to kind of see how this is going to go through. Yeah,
it's going to be a big day. This one, a lot of solid players over here in the upper bracket. So I'm very excited to see how everything's faring. Obviously, we had our big story arcs in the last rotation of the double elim where Mike, honestly, by the skin of his teeth, scraped in. Obviously, Spider took the first finals, but I think the big thing to note on that was Mike actually made a really good recovery during that first rotation. I think he did like 2nd or 3rd in the finals, like considering he went all the way through that lower bracket. And then I found from the first game I did of solos on this rotation, he looked really good. But that is by the by. You guys at home, make sure you have your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account. You can grab these goodies on the screen right now. It's not the stream. So don't worry about that one. Don't worry about the finals. Just on a regular day so far. But yeah, I think it's shaping up to be really interesting. There's a lot going on in solos. You've got all the kind of like the new blood and the big names that have been thrown around for a while, all going toe to toe. And honestly, right now, I think it's quite hard to place where I feel like on whether or not I think the new blood are going to take it, or if some of the kind of the older generation, the OGs, are still kicking around. I mean, seeing Spider take the first week makes you lean a little bit towards that, but I think that's a little bit results based, so we'll have to see. Still got this second rotation to go, and we're now well underway, which is it's so weird. We're like well into the second rotation of this double elim bracket, and it feels like we only started last week. So I don't know, man. NARAKA always just shoots off and is done before I even warm up.
Feel that, the point that you made too, right? Yeah, Mike had a stupendous lead going into that last game where Spider got the MVP in stage 1 finals, making it to 2nd, with that Yodakime game. Now, new guard and old guard conversation comes up. It's kind of safe to consider that Verse is part of the old guard, at least now, to kind of be sustained and being there, since it's been 2 years since he was considered new guard, right? But the one part is that some of these newcomers into the league, Asia, for instance, has been kind of making his strides out there. For instance, is just having him do well in the early half with 2025, do not so well in the second half, but then coming back into this season. I mean, either it's just the hemisphere in terms of like the weather or something, because this man is like always going to be popping off in the first half from what we've seen so far. Him in this winners bracket also kind of suscepts us to see where he's going to lead out. I mean, this lobby is kind of stacked out between him being one of the few newcomers alongside with Ron. We're still, with 6 other players that have been in the league for a while now. With XY being probably one of the more strongest players that we've seen in his performance yet. This 8-player lobby size also kind of creates a new surprise for some of these guys just to kind of get adjusted to it since last stage. But that stage is over. We're at the halfway point, right? Stage 2 is going to be concluding after this weekend or after next weekend with finals. And then after that, just trying to see where those last chance qualifiers leads us into the bottom half of the lobby.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot on the line going into the next couple of weeks. Obviously, the good thing about the upper bracket is you do have that second life in you. But no one really wants that. Everyone wants to make it a finals for free, right? Like you want that free ride into the finals. Don't have to worry about it after there. Well, you have to worry about finals. But for a lot of these guys, it's about kind of proving what they're made of, right? It's about proving that these guys are the top of the top. And you can see this is the overall points earned by the players so far in the league. So obviously these are your points going towards the finals and the big playoffs, really. Ruo, unfortunately, not having a great run of it at the moment, starting with the 0 points. Have to see if there's a little bit more life in him or if it's going to be a really, really rough start to the season. But we haven't done one of these stages before where we have this system and the standings. So it's quite hard to call where I think, where the points are going to be necessary, how high you need to get to secure yourself a good spot. Obviously, people like TTD5 only getting 10 points, he's done. That's rough. That's really rough for him. So he's outie at this point. There's no way with Verse and on 16 points and still in the runnings. There's still plenty of work to go. But yeah, Spider and Mike, man, does look like my old guard have still got it, haven't they? The old dogs. There's all the talk about Mike talking about retiring and stepping away, but decided to come back and give it one last shot.
One last hurrah. What's crazy too is like seeing Arano here in 20 points just because he had dropped out of the losers bracket. That's a really rough estimate, like seeing where we're at, like you mentioned. So one part I'm kind of worried about is kind of seeing, if it's going to be around the 35 point range, because a single win in the stage 1 finals like Spider had gotten is 45 points. If you kind of calculate that out, that's still going to be like around 20 extra points just to make sure he's safe, and then after that, below that marker. But with this marker being shown here, this is going to be our list of the remaining days. Since we are here on this, specifically on the 18th, we have this last day, right? So this is coming down towards this weekend being the end. But next weekend on the 23rd is when whoever makes it out of in terms of whoever gets knocked out of this stage, whoever's in the bottom 4 of the standings today, they'll get pushed down towards the losers bracket round 2. Then we get into Sunday or Saturday for the finals, and that's where we're going to be standing out. For today's participants, RW's HM or Huimao, SR's Mike, WBG's Verse, Wolves' Ron, SS1's Frostivus, FPX's Ajiao, Invictus Gaming's Wang Liang, and WFG's Xuan Yuan. That's all the 8 players we have here today. This is probably one of my favorite groups to see, to be honest. I mean, these are really well-developed players. I mean, obviously we don't have a Spider in here, so people are like, well, what about him? But in this case scenario, these guys are all kind of heavy hitters whenever the time occasion arises. And this is going to be our versus lineup here for this round.
I think it's really exciting to see that Spider's walking the same path as Mike did last week, last rotation, right? Like, he's now in the lower bracket. But looking at this group, this is one stacked group of 8 players. I'm very excited to see how these 1v1s go, because I feel like Wang Liang's actually been really good in the 1v1s so far. He was the one who came up with the Justina tech as like an answer to the Ferrier. It was running Justina dagger. Wang Liang obviously being a bit of a dagger connoisseur himself, but the Justina, and then I cannot for the life of me remember, because I've had a brain fart last week. It might have been, I think it was Wolves' Ran, actually, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it was Wolves' Ran, who stole the dagger tech from Wang Liang and beat him at his own game with it in the first round of the martial arts tournament, and then actually went through to take the Justina dagger tech all the way to the victory, beating out, I think it was Mike in the finals. It was really impressive stuff coming in from Ran, and it's one of those things where I do feel like a lot of players have defaulted to this Ferrier as their like go-to safety net for the first round of the martial arts tournament, because it is safe. You have the mech as a kind of like as a place to hide in and kind of evade, but when people start pulling out these answers to the Ferrier, it's going to get harder and harder for them to actually pull it off. So I like the Justina. I think there's probably other answers out there, we just haven't figured them out or perfected them yet to bring out on the stage. But Wang Liang kind of starting a trend here and starting to see people not rely so heavily on that Ferrier in round 1 is going to be a big deal. As have a little replay of Mike from last week, actually. Got 3 back-to-back wins from game 2 all the way through to game 4. Guy looks absolutely unstoppable. And weirdly, this Zender pick that they're highlighting was actually the one he got 2 MVPs on. I was a bit down on the Zender. I didn't think it was all that impressive from what I'd seen so far. It felt like an okay middling pick. Nothing like, it wasn't like grief to pick it, but I don't think it was like, oh, you're going to win the lobby with it. And then Mike just picked up 2 Zender dubs, and I think those were the 2 first Zender dubs we've had all season. So genuinely really impressive work from Mike.
No, for real. And the other thing too, I know you guys were noticing the glyph board. Seeing how his mitigation, he's been rocking that on the green glyph board side, which gives him disengagement, starting rage. That's always going to be his, mantra, right? Start the match hot and go in with the kill, get a solo and get a fight going, right? With another kill. And that's what the ultimate being ready to go. The other part too is that he is not running any stamina. He's running full grapple distance and speed on that small node. He's also not even going for the counter dash tap dodge option. He's going all stamina in. Which kind or actually going through there, he's avoiding not the tap dodge. He's avoiding the purple focus run completely, and then putting himself into silence path. Right, double silence, double points in silence. That's a lot of work because once you do that damage, you know, once you get the parry off, right, there's silence. They can't use combo breaker even after a slight instance of damage or a stagger. The part that comes next is the fact that it gives you a 10% attack boost. 8 seconds of that duration means that you can start doing 10% more damage across the board. Your riposte goes into crazy numbers, your follow-up as well. And in his ultimate cast, we always thought it was kind of looking in her retrospectively, or at least in hindsight, about how her value is, right? Like you said, like a middling pick. The thing that I was kind of anticipating is how she does get focused out potentially by the lobby, but if she starts going crazy inside the realm of Yangs, there's nothing you can do about that. We've seen her value inside of that tremendously. Some players that are using Akos, for instance, right, top pick. The moment that Akos jumps and she starts throwing out her arrows, he is caught in the loop. And then at that point in time, he'd also have that safety net with the V2, which burns out. But another pick in actually the pool, Kylan. He has been making his strides to coming back after recent buffs, but the other thing too is that his V2 is being used in solos now more, mainly because the amount of healing damage over time. I mean, that's just something that they reside to use. I mean, we've seen V1 variation, right, where he just does this whole animation, which gets pretty predictable at some points. But when you're trying to calculate when the F2 or when the V2 variation on his ultimate comes out, these players are just getting used to, you know, what the V1 was doing, and all of a sudden just hold checking them out and then getting a tap dodge, not going to catch him. It's going to be the back end.
All right, well, after having a look at the man's setup going into the games, here he is on screen getting ourselves locked and loaded for our first game of the day. And it's interesting looking at like who's good at what heroes. I feel like the ACOS is always going to be on these bars for a lot of these players because ACOS just kind of is the go-to right now on the meta. But Mike especially, ACOS is very, very much his signature pick. But that Zenda being there as a signature pick was really, really interesting from Mike. I mean, he looked so good on it last week. I was very excited to see him pull it off, and I'm curious, you know, he double picked it last week, back-to-back games, if he's going to do something of the same. Versus, when you also look at interesting personality picks, the Einor being one of his go-tos. Very interesting, because a lot of us have counted out the Einor, really. I know we did have that 1 week where it really popped off. I think it was 2 weeks ago, if I remember correctly now, where it was actually the mirror matchup at the end of the day. But beyond that, I think Einor has been very, very pushed aside. It's been pushed down the priority list for a lot of these teams and players. But Verse definitely one of those guys who still highly rates it. If I remember correctly as well, Verse was one of the ones who brought it in last year when it first showed up. And then HM as well. Interesting personality picks. The Shale, the Kylin. I mean, Kylin makes sense. There's a lot of Kylin, but Shale definitely started being played less and less as Lani has fallen a little bit down in the priority picks, and you know the kind of things that Shale used to answer aren't quite so potent right now.
Yeah, the thing too is that even there was changes towards her V2, which allowed her to retain her stagger duration. There's a lot of ultimates nowadays that are just super hyperactive, you know. Having the opportunity of countering out Akos, very slim to none. Xinhuan Li is also another character that she just starts getting melted in terms of those shield blocks. Not really finding any sort of usage to actually try to use the teleport because he tap dodges, he's in throat ready stance with the knives. Plus, the other thing too is, you know, a lot of the new characters having kits that are really overheated, you know, in a sense where you start seeing there's like multiple elements to have to, you know, counteract back, you know, like it's like the instance of like, oh, this first character in launch release is just doing 3 things. These new characters are able to do like 6 to 7, you know, and the only problem that comes next is just getting adjusted in terms of using some of the older characters, right? Lani, for instance, getting nerfed to the ground, especially with the healing, right, off of getting to the ball, being able to kind of cast that out without any sort of consequence. And then obviously the lineup with her, it was something kind of admire when she was there and kind of be fearful of, but then they toned it down. Xinhuan Li, though, is still taking himself in the top 3 pick selection pool, so I'm kind of wondering whether there is going to be a little bit switch up here. I mean, Zenda Wu is the only person out of the newer picks that's been able to kind of, susceptibly go up, besides Xinhuan Li, of course. But mainly Yorihime being a pick here. Somewhere that in the midst of it all, she still has her value on that V1 or for the variation where she just goes for the uppercut extension, and it is so diabolical seeing how some of these players use here. Where Spider, for instance, can catch, you know, a stray of an LMB, and he's able to juggle someone downhill for about 7 to 8 hits. There's nothing you can do about it. You just got to go ahead and, you know, brace for impact.
Alrighty, well, looks like getting ourselves locked and loaded for this martial arts tournament. We know the matchups. Not that I can remember all of them. But here we go. Ah, lovely. Perfect. A little reminder. Wang Liang and Mike be our first round. Then Ran and Frost, HM and Zhang Yuan, and then Versine Zhao. And then obviously moving forwards from there. I'm really excited about the Mike versus Wang Liang matchup, actually. Also, I'm also excited by Ran, because Ran, you know, stealing from Wang Liang previously. I think there's some funny stuff here where they have very similar kind of play styles in these mirror matchups. And last time, Ran proved to be the better, getting a 2-0 in that 1v1. So really all down to players. Here we are on to the map, and oh, look at this! The double Justina pick here. Quite happy just to take the fight, knowing that Wang Liang was going to be picking this one. Dagger Justina, the go-to. Both of them were looking for those focus attacks, just kind of baiting each other out. Mike broke first, so went for the uppercut. Didn't actually make a connection, but he is able to get something onto Wang Liang, who freezes himself for the F, just to break away from getting caught. Another uppercut comes in from Mike, goes a little bit wide, so not going to make the full connection. And they're both just posturing, but Mike is occasionally finding those hits in onto Wang Liang. Breaks away from the F, goes to the uppercut again, misses onto Wang Liang. As again, like I said, just a lot of posturing between the pair of them. As it's onto the pillars, looking for potential scale rushes. There you go. These guys are just like going in for the focus attacks and just not committing at all.
Yeah.
It's a very postury, the peacock flashing of the feathers fight, but Mike is coming up on the upper hand of it, has been able to chip away at Wang Liang's HP. Not going to let him go for the pot off here, as now Wang Liang is going to lose a fair amount of HP. Armor almost fully taken away. There we go. Now Mike's got his opportunity. That's going to be the ultimate. Needs to dodge away from that one. Is going to give Wang Liang a place to hide, though, and get his pot off, as Mike is just going to try and use the grapple to stop him from potting too much. And that's going to be a little bit of health reduced here, or recovered here, sorry, onto Wang Liang. Mike has been able to chip away at that main health bar, though. So again, looks for the uppercut. Wang Liang answers back onto him, looks for the freeze. Mike going a little bit wide. Not going to let him get that pot off, though, as Mike himself is actually going to armor pot. And now Jerome re-engage in onto Wang Liang, misses the uppercut once again. And we're about to get to tome stage here. It's about to spawn up as Mike gets caught by the uppercut. Wang Liang finally pounces and finds an opportunity, but Mike is just going to pop the F, keep himself frozen up as Wang Liang goes for a scale rush. Didn't make a connection, but now the tome has spawned in, and it's going to be all to play for. 40 seconds, and it's going to come down to damage dealt as Mike is slowly getting his armor stripped away. He has himself a health pop. The health's barely touched. Finds the uppercut here onto Wang Liang. No ultimate to speak of. Again goes for the uppercut, and that's going to force the F out. Ultimate's back up and available here, but Mike's going incredibly low. Has got the F if he needs to, as the freeze is going to catch on to him. Nope, that's going to be his own freeze. I'm getting confused by Justina's here. 17 seconds left. Looks for the freeze tech. Both of them are going to dodge away. No, Mike gets caught, and then Wang Liang gets caught in response off the back of that one. 10 seconds left on the clock. Mike's going to try and heal up, and Wang Liang is just going to full send it. He's holding the tome, and I think with the timeout, Wang Liang should have round one.
Yeah. Taking all the damage and all this historic coming out here. Even Wang Liang is like, yeah, that's crazy. Timing's of the essence. And this is going to be that first round of just seeing the dagger patience and having both Justinas playing temperament around each other. Now the staff area Shen comes out. This is more of one of those staple picks out there. And then, of course, seeing how Mike is going to be picking up the Akkas, which, you know, we're playing optimally. This guy's running the initial rage when we get 100% rage anyways, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm building up the build. I know Mike has himself for this F2, working around his catch on the LMB if he could, and then here's going to be the catch right there, right? Wang Liang burning his combo breaker mad early, right? The beacon drop still being available for him in case of anything, but here's the problem right now. The purple focus run being utilized here. Even if it goes away next week, we still remember this is going to be in the previous patch, and of course, seeing how this comes down to Fairy Shen this early on. Mike still has a chance right now to kind of work off Wang Liang and getting his victory back in his hands, but this is going to be his delay on the ultimate. He doesn't really need to use, he's got to wait it out. Fairy Shen booster kit into the sky, tap dodge, anticipation. Could he even look for him if he couldn't connect that shot? Yeah, he can go for the second one though. That's the question. If he comes down to this, his F2 war could also just get her out of the format of the cannon mode, but he's waiting for a reset here. Hope to see what Wang Yang looking up towards. RMB is free. Jump LMB is connected. Not to be the case. The combo breaker and the pitter patter in the opposite direction. And we still have Mike on that ultimate path. He's still got a chance to just kill confirming. But this chip damage, this is going to be enough. Focus run from Wang Yang. Delay the timeout. RMB catch up. That's going to be our 1-1 situation. And now for round 3 between Mike and Wang Yang.
Shows you why Mike is so good at the A-class. And now Ainor here for Wang Liang into the Farrier for Mike. I cannot remember this matchup. I don't think we've really seen this in the 1v1s, the Ainor versus the Farrier. Not the most common pickup here. Both have their transforms as their backups as Wang Liang opens up onto Mike. Mike does get a light answer back. Just a couple of love taps in from the staff. Wang Liang suddenly loses a lot of his HP there. Mike is absolutely decimating in this third round. But there's the uppercut here from Wang Liang. Able to get a nice chunk out here from Mike. The pillar gets cooled down. Doesn't find the knockback onto Wang Liang though. But Wang Liang losing a lot of HP. Getting caught here by the grapple. Caught in the uppercut. He needs to break away. Has to throw out a combo breaker. Mike just gave him the old 1-2 and takes him down.
Gotta love it. Gotta love this engagement. Shout out to this engagement. Can we get a green focus in the chat now? The thing is that skill focus is something that breaks you away, and then he could have ulted, to be honest. He tried to play the tap dodge game, and, you know, win stupid games and win stupid prizes, right? Or play it down. But the thing that happens now is see Mike going down the path. Frostfist is taking his fight up against Ron. Dagger Justina on top of the Yoda He-Man with Flying Eyes, at least in Frostfist's behalf. I'm not sure if Frostfist is using F1 here, but that parry is pretty good to showcase if he has F1 or F2, and it looks like it's going to be something that he's just holding on to. At least the case. He's waiting to see. Horizontal is released. He waits it out, crashes into the ground. Another blue focus. Man, he had 3 blue focuses in a row. Frostfist is going to activate ultimate, but there's no catch here you can do. Gets a parry in midair. Could have a chance to juggle this if he could, but he did not connect it just in the nick of time. He does have that recast up. That parry giving him sustain means that he can still take the time out here, but he's still trying to throw gold focus strikes into that. There it is, the juggle, the juggle, the juggle, the juggle. Everything comes down to this. He can connect it to the V recast, tap dodged on, release, comes out to the V2, and then the freeze does not connect. Ron is still playing hopscotch McGee. Having F1 though, it's a 1.0 city right now and seeing who's gonna get this last kill, and it might be Frosted looking for the juggle here.
Oh, he gets him, doesn't finish it up though. Absolutely beautiful play from Frosty though to keep this one going, because I was with you. I thought this was over, but Frosty finding parry after parry in with the ultimate and gets all the pots back off, so he's basically back on equal footing with Ran off the back of this. Ran's gonna lose all of his armor. There's the uppercut coming in, and oh, Frosty, the turnaround comes through on the Yoto. That was super clutch from Frostiverse. I'm very, very impressed off that one. I thought that was crazy, cooked, man.
Yeah, I thought he got 7 hits. Did not get it, but he got it back. He got that dagger too. Yeah, it's crazy to see that in the hands of Frostfist. It's like, it's a scary work to do, especially when you're trying to run away from it. But Frostfist has Fairy Shen on Ron. Both of them running out here, and then Fist Blades actually is something quite interesting to see on Ron here for it. Makes me curious in terms of what he's going to be building up for Akos, because this launch right here just deleted a quarter into leaving just a quarter of armor for Frost. And of course, this is going to be the whole check standpoint. Seeing about the beacon here, R&B hold checks, gets the release, doesn't even go for jump LMB. He goes straight into the R&B 1-2s, and then of course having that beacon drop available, he still puts himself in a position of trying to hold himself down towards it. Throwing the pitter patter was too much of a risk, and this man released it right in the face of a fist blade user.
Really coming down to parries, this 1v1. They are catching each other on greedy picks. There's now the ACOS versus ACOS. 1 apiece here. It's Frosty and Ran. Just get themselves emoted and set up. A much faster paced 1v1 than our first round. There was a lot of kind of stalling with the Justinas with Mike and Wang Liang, but Ran and Frosty going full aggro into one another. Remember, Ran won the last 1v1 martial arts tournament he played. Absolutely decimated with it as well. So interesting if he can keep that going into this one. But Frosty started off strong, and they're just catching each other with tigers. Both of them just getting eaten alive. But Ran has been the one to kind of walk out on the upper hand off here, staying aerial right now, trying to just avoid away from that tiger stance. Is now being finally thrown down by the side of Frosty. So Ran needs to be a little bit careful. Not going to get caught. There's Frosty with a parry. Catches a lot of HP off Ran. Strips most of the armor away. Ran able to keep himself going. Does look to see if maybe a pot angle will be available to him. But no, Frosty just kills him with a full aggro. Unleashes twice with the fist weapons and finishes him up. Frostiverse is through to the next round.
Now we switching on over to WFG Shonyuan. He's on Katana Viper Ning V1. What? Are you kidding me, bro? Nah, did he have F2? Does he have F2? I have to look at the skills. It's too blurry for me. But here's the thing, right? Coming down to RW's HM on the staff area Shen. Yeah, I don't know. The juggle here is going to be kind of crazy if he can land it, especially if he's on the F1. There it is. He is going to be playing out the neutral game. Here's going to be the case, right? Having this get caught by pitter pattern number 1, he's going to be waiting out. He's waiting to see what the skill is, and then of course he reveals it. But the fact is, the ultimate being the combo breaker is not just one thing. We've seen a stun occur. I think GG Chen was able to run that down. Having the stun in this close quarters combat, I mean, the only thing is that Fairy Shen, kind of the opposite of what we want to play against, because she can iframe through it by taking her beacon. He's just going to have to try to burn her out by trying to catch a massive amount of damage off of one neutral. There's the purple focus. F1 to hold it down. Still is going to be not enough value there. I mean, silence is good, but the parry might be a good setup here. Jump LMB to jump LMB. A lot of damage because of it. And then he goes for Clink. He goes for RMB. And then he's still holding blue focuses. And we still have HM holding this down. And now the ultimate is free. XY going to the sky. Does get cannon shot. Wait a second. You can't go up there without any consequence, my friend. That's not going to be how we do this, man. We got to work out the V1. I mean, the only thing that I'm going to see about is XY's timing. I mean, V1, he can hold it at the very end of the ultimate cycle for the Fairy Shen. She has nothing to do except get caught, which I think he's timing it in his head to make sure this is going to be the case. I mean, silence behind it. There it is. He's going to have this ultimate. The deformation is happening, and the catch is free, and he gets 3 blue focuses for free. Wow, what a chance.
That... I was wondering if Viper was ever going to show up as a potential answer to the Ferrier. Obviously, like you explained very well, like you have to play it right. You have to force them to ult first, and it really will come down to who ults first, I think, in that 1v1. But a beautiful little answer there. And now, on the Taka, versus the ACOS here, XY just having fun, man. Januman having so much fun with his picks here. Fireball goes out immediately on to Hoime. Hoime just going to step back briefly on the ACOS. We'll obviously have that raw ultimate already been thrown out here, and there's 5 fireballs to come, but he is going to get hit by a tiger before he can even shoot a single fireball out. Actually, sorry, he's used 2 fireballs already. There's another one. Tiger goes a little bit wide coming out from Januan. One more fireball in the pocket here for him. And he has got the HP advantage as the ults do come to an end. Does get caught by the Tiger, and suddenly the HP advantage has somewhat dissipated. Lands yet another fireball, but he is just being unrelentingly caught off here. Yeah, Taka maybe a little greedy into the ACOS there.
No, yeah, I was kind of hoping to see if he's going to conserve his rage without throwing the fireballs. But thing is, now it's going to be Akko's nunchucks against Takeda Whipsword, and Takeda on the V1. That way we can see what, you know, with RW's HM, if he's going to bringing this out. I mean, this is going to be either a catch to delete XY or deleting XY after he casts his ultimate. We have to see his immediate reaction after casting F skill to activate ultimate, though. This is just going to be free damage. XY is going to be looking towards his 2 Furins left to go. F2 is tap dodge. He slaps on the wheel. Whoa, on the rollout was kind of crazy there, my friend. And I know the HM is looking for the RB catch. If he can get it, he gets another Furin for free, and he has the last one to be activated. It's up to XY using V2 at the right moment. Now, this is going to be the catch of Destiny, right? He has to walk away. He has to get the second V2 just to give him a little bit more sustain here. The Furin does not connect. He V2s, but he corners it off. He gets susceptibly saved, but this is LMB City right now. If anything comes out from the Zakos, it's just going to have to be a juggle. LMB, jump LMB, comes out for the tap dodges here if he can get it. The grapple bump is good for the RMB. It's actually the F roar, and then this is going to be just about like 1500 damage. Grapple bump is free. Going down to this, it might be just a little bit too close for comfort. F2 is available, or F3 I should say is available for Hui Mao, but going ahead and just casting this thing out, I mean, he's doing it a lot earlier than what I'm hoping for.
Januan did a good job of turning that back around somewhat, but Hoimo able to get a very solid start off with the ultimate. Is going to avoid away from the raw. Doesn't want to get caught here, but has been caught on the edge of the pillar. Does now look for the grapple to keep him up in the sky. Whip sword, so much stagger coming in, and suddenly Hoimo able to take that round nice and easy. And we're down to our final of our best ofs here of the martial arts, or at least the final of the first round versus A Zhao. And for the first time today, it's actually a Ferrier off.
No, yeah, another thing too, A Zhao using longsword. That's the first time we've seen it on this weapon selection for her. He's even emoting him. He's going in. You know, it's crazy too because I'm thinking just what do we got up their sleeve? I mean, the other thing in that last fight too, that scene, the disengage, kind of rough. I'm not gonna lie. I saw that thing happen like 14 minutes ago and he still didn't cast it. But look at that pitter patter. Look at the jump LMB. This is just gonna be free catches for Verse, but burning his combo breaker this early on, not really the best case, but the juggle potential right there dropped. It's okay. I know Longsword's up for it, but LMB, RMB, hold check. What's gonna be the case? He gets the stanchion. He burns a combo breaker. This is exactly what he's looking for. Pitter patter. He throws out the 7 and 8 hit, and then of course the 1-2s holds his slap, wakes out, and then makes sure that he goes right back to the weapon, holding pitter patter in the opposite direction, and still keeping safe to the beacon. Now this is gonna be the point, and you know this is what we talk about all the time, right? Fairy Shen takes it close to the beacon just in case he needs to reset for the iframe. But the F1 combo breaker is up for Verse. He can go full aggressive right now, and then he can go back in. There's the RMB blue focus. The jump LMB won't connect. He still holds it down for a clink. He probably notices that's going to be the case, or he burns his combo breaker, but he's not. He wants him to think that, you know, he's got this in the bag. Clink number 2, clink number 3, tap dodges it, LMB burns out the combo breaker, potentially 1-2, and then of course now it's going to be in Verse's favor, nearly to find an RMB. Clink off comes out, beacon comes through, uppercuts raw, and an LMB catch to confirm the kill. Verse takes round.
Beautiful. That was so beautiful. No mechs as well. I love to see it. They both just played so greedy. And Verse was able to turn it around. What a beautiful bait from him. Now on the Syra, been a moment since we've seen the Syra in the martial arts. A lot of her on week 1, and she kind of dissipated over time. Versus the ACOS. See how this is going to work out. Nunchucks here on the Syra into the fist weapons on ACOS. Pretty standard ACOS setup. Raw dodged away with the tap dodge. Beautiful there from First. It's just going to throw out the F. Looks to try and connect the Dazzle. Ajiao's just able to reposition before the Dazzle connects, but now is able to jump back in onto Verse's pocket and get some damage done in response. Verse, though, gonna look for an answer. There's the ultimate forced out onto Ajiao, and Verse is now just going to start the microwave up onto him just to try and catch him down. Just wants to avoid away from getting caught by the Tiger and has that big Dazzle. There is the connection onto Ajiao, and he's going to be able to chip away slowly at that armor as Ajiao, caught by the uppercut, isn't going to get the full follow-up. But the Tiger does hit onto Verse, and Verse is going to lose a fair chunk of HP in response off the back of that one. As Ajiao able to get a little turnaround. Both of them are pretty equal footing, but the F has been thrown out once again from Verse as a combo breaker option. As Ajiao goes for the Raw, Verse is able to break away from that one. As now he catches him with a parry, as Ajiao's just going to open up on a Verse and make this dunzo. There it is. Beautiful from Ajiao.
Yeah, it was kind of good and worthwhile. I mean, that attack buff came in clutch there, doing that amount of damage, and now it's up to the Zenda Wu pick from Ajiao now. Ajiao has done this in the past. He doesn't in last week. I mean, this is kind of a staple right now. But for him, he's using it on Fan. He's also going to see up against an Akos. Now, Akos is one of the key matchups that puts Zenda in an advantage. So for him to take this fight might be in his worthwhile favor. Looking at this R&B, let's take a look and see, because the fist blade is going to be going down. The F2 bait throwing through. Can we throw the LMB catch? And no, we won't. But he throws a blue focus to space this out. Now, combo breaker wise, he's still got it. He's got the LMB looking to the scare rush, but the one problem is this. This is going to be a big switch up here with the R&B release, and considering it's free, he also gets the fist blades. He's able to kind of confirm for that, and having a secondary weapon in his back pocket. Walker's ultimate, boom, boom, boom. Crouch LMB, walk away, maybe tap dodge to the F cast. There it is. Doesn't get the lock on, but he still tries to mainly aim it. He's going to be waiting for the V2 to see what's going to be the potential here. There it is. V2 cast to annoy him, and then, of course, looking at Verse, taking the close quarters, still finds a V2 catch now. This is going to be the recast on the F skill. Has it down, launches it, doesn't connect it on low ping. Very difficult to connect there, and you can see that Verse is already aware of this. And then this is going to be the F2 ward. Now, the second V2 wasn't even casted, and now that there's no skill in Verse's favor, it's all down to an R&B situation. He switches back to the Fan, trying to get that out of range blue focus. Verse trying to get the scare rush. He does succeed in spacing out, but this is going to be the closed gap position. Ajiao is finding himself in. Jump LMB doesn't even need to go through. Giving him fist blades is a nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah, it was really nice there from Ajiao, actually. Really, really nice. Good turnaround, but we're going to start off with Mike versus Hoimoi as our first round. Then Frosty versus Ajiao after that. As it's the Justina versus the Ferrier. It's weird because this has been getting picked, the Justina, as an answer to the Ferrier. And this is the first time today we've seen it inside this martial arts tournament. So let's see how Mike can pilot around this one. Obviously, he has the F as an ability to block cannon shots. It's the freeze to lock down and kind of just waste time of the mech form here. As Mike losing a fair amount of armor, actually. Hoimoi actually able to do a really solid job to him. Mike's just getting absolutely hella bullied. Has to throw down the F just to recover some armor. Hoimoi gonna go for a pot. Doesn't get the full pot off, but it baits Mike out. Mike gets caught in the uppercut here by the staff, and this might just be Mike done in the first round. Doesn't even get to ult. That was disgusting.
As man is on it, man. HM is already locking him down. You know, it's crazy too, is because taking the chance and trying to disengage out there wasn't enough, and just to chase down the jump LMB with the staff. Though we are now in the mirror matchup. Akos versus Blades. This is Mike's predicament of the hour. I mean, both these players are going to be ready to go here, but one part is now it's up to seeing who will catch this LMB extension, because now it's going to be Mike pulling himself up. There's the F2 and uses it right in counteract. There's the blue focus though for the horizontal. Now it's going to be up to the LMB. There it is, and burns out the combo breaker or the ultimate, I should say. But one thing is this: the V2 immediate cast coming out here from HM. I mean, he throws it again, and this time Mike investing the first one to mitigate the second, and now having to worry about this V2 cast. It's going to be up to him. Jump LMB potential, just kind of chase him to the corner. Goes for the gold focus strikes if he can. Goes for the purple uppercut. 1, 2, jump LMB. He goes to the vertical. That won't connect there with the pillar play, but he gets a range F2 roar, restand LMB, and that's going to be it for HM going down against Mike on this 1-1.
That must have been max range on the roar there. Beautiful clip from Mike, and able to equalize the score out. It's be ending on the Ferrier versus the Takeda to close it out. On that Takeda. See if he can pull it back, or if Mike has pulled the momentum in his favor in this semi-final. There it is. Open it up off the bat. Getting caught. Pillar comes down, catches him. Just Hoimoi can't touch the ground. Mike all over him there. Pops the ultimate. Is going to get a charge off with the air. It's a nice chunk out of damage out of Mike. Mike is going to just jump into the mech. And now just going to try and put some cannon shots in. But HM was able to actually get himself a pot off there. Caught by the cannon in the sky. Double cannon to the head. So much work out from Mike already. So he's going to catch a couple of swarm shots as well. Goes aerial, goes to the slam down. Doesn't quite hit the mark here, but Hoimoi has lost a lot of HP. More swarm shots coming in onto him as well. And there's another cannon shot. Doesn't quite hit this one. So a health pot comes out, but there are no pots left on that Takeda. There's still a health pot on Michael. Mike is full armor, full health right now. So start coming out of mech with a big advantage over his counterpart, especially when you find the parry. Mike's through to the finals. It's Frostivus versus Ajiao.
Seeing how this is coming down here, I don't know, Flying Eyes coming off against a Longsword is kind of a rough estimate for Asia, but hey, he still has himself, he has on F1, so for Frostus right now, it's just... You know, actually, question, we didn't even see Frostus use F1 there in the last time we saw him fight as Yodo. But one thing is, if that's not the case, I mean, this means that the characters don't know what he has, and now it's going to be revealed. Now it's going to be up to Asia to think about this LB catch. If he gets caught, there's a recast, tap dodges, looks at the double tap dodge here for Frostus. It's all about the toll checks. There it is, the release connects, and there's going to be a chance here for the LB connecting through the RMB, though. Asia has it to burn this Yodo home ultimate early, still has beacon drop ready to go, but the spacing right now is kind of making sure he can take that. He will. He'll go into the beacon, he'll make sure he has the cannon modes ready to go, gets one cannon shot, and might even be looking for an armor reset for part 1. But for Frostbus, he's going to get a free heal here. The recast is up for him too, so if he wanted to get a little bit more healing, he would have gone for it. Putting himself in the sky, making sure he can confirm it. There it is, confirms a little bit of extra heal, and that gives him a little bit more sustain. The F1 upcast gets tap dodged on and gets caught in the shot, but this is going to be the end of Aja's ultimate. 2 cannon shots to 3, and now it's going to be Deformation City. These guys are back on the ground.
Yeah, no mech to speak of, no ultimates to speak of. Frosty, though, does come out with less armor, makes quick work of Ajiao's armor, though, in response, and finds an answer. Does get answered onto. F has been cast here. Frosty's very low. Looks to try and break away, but I think Ajiao's got this! That was a sliver of HP, but Ajiao found the turnaround. And now we're swapping it back around. Now it's Frosty on the Ferrier and Ajiao on the ACOS.
Yeah, you saw Frost's head shaking there. I mean, it's a catch on that end. It was just enough for him to get the RMB, and that was it. Now he's going to be playing a little bit more patient here on this Ferrier. Shen trying to burn out this Akos ult as fast as he can. Holding this down, though, Frostfist puts himself, works around his fist blades and seeing what he can catch him on the back end on the tap dodge, but he gets caught by one blue focus. All right, so as Beacon kind of hoping out, there's a nice RMB, a little bit chip there, RMB again. Spaces up here, still gets caught, and the RMB is going to connect. That's unfortunate because now Frostfist is taking himself down here. Pitter Patter comes in, it connects, and the RMB through, baits it out here for LMB, burns out the Akos ult. We like that, and now he can invest his ultimate to mitigate the pressure. The V2 comes down, but he still has time to heal manually, right? So does Ajiao in this case. Even though he hasn't lost any white health, it's majority of the armor right now. And for Ajiao, I mean, keeping himself aloof, this is all you got to do, right? Especially for the Fairy Shen. She goes to the sky and then trying to go into cannon mode to connect. Ajiao finds 1 avoidance, 2, and the shots connects right there. It's like we're watching a 3D movie, man. Walk right up to it. And of course, looking at Ajiao right now with the F2 roar, I mean, this is going to be held on into the end of that ultimate. And of course, seeing how Frostbus has a combo breaker, it's only be one opportunity to make this turnaround.
Let's see if he can do it. Ajiao catching onto Frosty. Last time was able to pull it back around, still has pots to work with, but is not being given the opportunity by Frosty. And Frosty this time is the one catching with the staff and takes him down. We're going all the way to round 3 in this semi-final. Ajiao versus Frostiverse here. Zender taking on the ACOS. Ajiao had a really, really good turn on the Zender in the match just before this. Let's see if they can do it. Let's see if they can pull it off. Fans versus fist weapons. Bit of posturing coming in. Gets that focus attack off. Gets 2 focus attacks off actually with the fans there. Nice opener from Ajiao. Now going to force out the ultimate here. Frosty just has to dodge away, or just goes full aggro and doesn't give Ajiao an opportunity to shoot. There comes out the F. Looks to try and make the shot, but like you're saying, low ping, very easy to dodge. Can he make a connection? Nope, Frosty tap dodges away last second. There's only one last charge left on the F from the ultimate here. Frosty gonna eat a fair amount of HP, throws out the ultimate in response. Tries to break away, dodges away on that final shot. Ajiao looks for it. I mean, that Frosty just stood still. Didn't even need to dodge it. It just missed. As Ajiao now in a bit of danger, throws out the F, goes for the catch, pulls back, gets caught with the Tiger. They're incredibly low, both of them on the HP front. Ajiao, it's not going to take much to finish him up. There he goes. Mike versus Frosty will be our finals.
That was a good fight. I like to see how that went down. I mean, Akos has really kind of a rough time, but then having the opportunity on the missed shot, not the missed shots, but the delay on his ultimate, not needing it sooner, worked in his favor tremendously. Now, the other thing too is that V2, man, I'm telling you, the thing about the V2 is that it's really more of a stamina expender, I feel like, honestly, where it just goes through, you insta-cast it, they have to extend a dash, but then in this case, he held it, a lot of work out there. Mike, though, taking the spike of dagger against Yodohime, not the most usual, lineup here, but what's going to happen next is just going to see how this comes down. I mean, listen, the Yodohime can't do anything against Justina. We saw that earlier, but it's just a majority of looking at the catches since we're on Flying Eyes and having the F1 here for Frostfist, though. He takes a little bit more chance damage, and this is that flowchart that Mike has on that dagger, man. I'm telling you, this is dangerous territory. Grab him up, though. RMB, the disengage is still available here after this blue focus. What are we doing here, Mike? Immediate V2 cast on this end. This is a free horizontal into a recast into the RMB. Oh my, I can't, man. This is too good. The Yodohime recast.
This is awesome. The fact we've only had one Feria mirror match today. This is one of the best martial arts rounds we've had, and that's an old school. That's like a season 1 NBPL counter matchup. The Justina versus the Yoto. Very different heroes than they were back then, mind you. A lot has changed since, but that's an old school matchup. I love to see again with modern twists. But now we have got the Feria out from Frosty. Mike going to throw down the ultimate, try and break away, but does get caught here. A nice uppercut, actually. Catches him in the area with the staff, but Mike going to look to try and throw a Tiger out onto Frosty. Frosty is going to get not hit as he just jumps into the mech after the charge comes out, and that's Mike basically wasting the ultimate at this point, as he's going to go for a pop, but Frosty can look for the cannon shot onto him. Doesn't make the connection. Mike actually able to evade a lot of the mech damage, and Frosty, he kind of needs to hit some of these, otherwise we are just going to be sitting at a very useless ult from Frosty, as he does finally hit a cannon shot onto Mike. A second cannon shot comes in onto Mike as well. And now he's just going to try and berate him with the swarm as the mech comes out. And there it is. Ult's burnt across the board. And it's going to just come down to the mechanics of the fight as Mike gets caught in the uppercut, loses all of his armor over the head with the staff. And Mike is on incredibly low footing here, as I think Frosty has a major advantage to work with. It's going to force the F out here from Mike. Mike has no skills to speak of. It's just going to take one light connection from Frosty just to tidy this one up. And the finals goes in favor of Frostiverse. Beautiful play in that first round.
Really well done coming down to Frostfist. Of course, that fight in the first round, especially against Justina, I mean, the freeze was guaranteed. But one part of it is that when he was able to throw the freeze, his back of his mind wasn't about looking about the Yodo cast. I mean, the thing is that it depends if Frostfist was going to hold it down or if it was going to expire because it's been so up for an extended amount of time. But by the time that horizontal comes out, Mike was like, it's over. I lost, right? Potentially. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that on that roll, like on that corner side, that cast was going to go through where everything was kind of going down towards that recast. But what was going to happen next is that he's in midair, a free drop down RMB occurs, and that's all the damage is needed. Usually that's like an uncalculated risk because that drop RMB might be enough to kill or maybe not. But Frostfist comes down on the Yodohime, succeeding across 4 different fights basically come through here. I mean, this inner fight is the 4th one, right? But that Yodohime first round pick really just creates a dissonance, for what we've seen Justina's, the Fairy Shen, sometimes even Niakos in the past, right, to kind of get into the first round pick selections. But putting at the forefront man's on it, getting himself out here for the versus on the MVP, also being the first in his phase to be able to select the next character, you know, in the pick pool rotation.
Yeah, that's good for him as well. Just gives him that little, the odds of getting the ACOS a lot higher now, which you'll see the kind of sought after character. But like you're saying, first rotation, first pick on that front means you do have a little bit more of a pick of the litter. Obviously based kind of on what everyone else is picking throughout the day, but fantastic start there for Frostivus. It's not like mega points, it's 4 points if I remember right in solos for taking that first round. So what we have seen is...
No, it's like 2 points, 2 points.
Oh, is it 2 points? Yes. No, yes, because you're right, because I think last week when I casted, where we had Ran take the MVP in the martial arts, he took an MVP in the 6th game as well, and there was like, I think it was 2 points between him and 5th place, and because he'd won the martial arts at the beginning of the day, those 2 points actually came in clutch and got him the victory and made it so he's playing here today. Which is very, very exciting for Ran and very exciting for us, because there's very few times where those 2 points may actually matter, but in this case it did. But yeah, I'm excited to see today, because like you're saying, there's very much like, I know we're in the upper bracket, but it is the kind of the winners lobby. Let's be real. Like, these guys are all looking very, very strong. I'm excited to see what they've got. Obviously, these guys have been in the lab this week. They really have, because it's been heavily Justina versus Justina round 1 for pretty much most of the season. And we only got it once today. Everyone had an answer. The Yotos, the Justinas. There were so many various different things that they didn't want to actually be playing the Fairy and Mirror matchup, because they knew that there were answers kicking about. And it made it really, really interesting. That was one of the most fun martial arts I've actually casted. There was very, very clutch moments. Really, really impressive stuff. Like, these guys, I think some of them didn't focus on martial arts coming into the season at the beginning. And you could tell some people had really focused on martial arts and some hadn't. I feel like everyone's been cooking now. Like, everyone's been working on their martial arts, figuring out what their pick order is going to be. Because it's cool to see that people have like their personality picks. You know, this Justina starting to show up again. Like, it's the Wang Liang Justina, but Ran and Mike are now picking it up. Frosty first picking the Yoto for round 1 as his answer, and actually having really, really good performance on the Yoto. It's super cool to see that everyone's got something fun up their sleeves now. I think, you know, the martial arts is in a very, very good state right now.
Yeah, and then going down here, some highlights reels is just looking at these chase downs. The other thing too is the staff area. Like, look at this, man. It's just so good. That dodge LMBs to the RMBs. I mean, that's just what you can do. And we might actually even get the Frostus catch up there, because that was pretty nasty. Even Wang Liang's like, man, that's crazy, man. This guy got this 3 times in a row. That's nuts. And then holding this down with this, picking up the dagger, Frostus getting off that fight against Ron. Dagger chase down for Frostus is a nightmare for him too, but this is going to be where it came down to Ron getting that round 2, and then Frostus turning it around on a mirror match of the Yakos. For us, the Flying Knives and the Yakos was one thing. Viper Ning versus round pick counter option. Kind of nuts coming down there from XY. Unfortunately, HM was able to kind of knock him down in the 2nd round as Tarka, and as well as the 3rd round. This is the point where I'm like, disengage is our friend. But WFG's XY didn't even use it. Even HM's like, yo, you got it for like 5 minutes. You didn't even use it. This is my instance too. The LMB, those from Verse, was kind of nasty in terms of this, but I think it's really coming down to the Fist Blades having a majority of the choice picks here, as well as with the staff. I mean, both of those weapons, incredibly difficult to kind of get out of. If you get caught by one LMB, that's around like 800 to 900 damage you're taking. And on top of that, when you get a parry, you're obviously going to get a damage boost because of that attack boost. And this being that final fight, seeing how Frost was able to kind of succeed against Mike in this 2-0 scenario, the RMB catches here and just menacingly getting away from him, walking into the sky. Might as well be calling him an angel, because this man's flying high.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful. Well, we'll have a little look at an answer for treasures for you guys. What player won game number 1? This is an easy one. Was it Mike, Hoimoy, Frost, or Ajiao? A, B, C, or D, guys, in Twitch chat. Check that whisper box when you're notified, because you may have won, and that's where you'll be getting your goodies sent to you. So yeah, I mean, that's an easy one. We're giving you a freebie, guys. You just got, I say a freebie, you got to win. It's a bit of chance in there, but yeah, off to a swinging start. Obviously now moving on to game 2 in the Battle Royale side of things. I'm excited to see, because obviously we've seen some cooking, and solos, obviously everyone plays a unique hero, so it's all very different until the last game, obviously, and then it's all mirror matchup. But it's everyone plays a different hero, but we are seeing people cooking up ideas for martial arts. So I'm curious whether or not people have cooked anything up for the regular battle royales. Any answers they've got, you know, will ACOS drop in priority? Probably not. But will something else maybe move around and be shuffled in their priorities on pick order? Because it has been hard to place where things seem to rank within the players, because everyone kind of has their own personal preference on what's good and what's not, on what they can pick and what they can't pick.
Oh yeah, for real. And the other thing too is kind of looking at what happened last week. I mean, Asia being able to pick up his Enor 1 first phase, then getting MVP, or not MVP, but getting the highest score against any other first round pick selection, because it was separated between like Zenda, Xinhuan. I couldn't remember the fourth one, but I think it was actually Akos. And then the thing about it where he ends up going through, I mean, Yorihime, if it comes down to it, when Frostfist could pick her up in the first round, and if he does really well, and if the other 3 remaining rounds come down to it, he could also double pick her, and even potentially even getting a triple pick. I mean, we saw it coming down from Paste being able to do that in the very first stage in the first week, where he was able to get his double pick on Nakos, doing well, getting it also as one of the predominant picks, and then everyone else was able to play it. This is the system that we have in place, the hero point system, and how it operates in solos. But in an 8-game format, when we get the chance to look at that next week, that's when things get a little bit more variable, you know, because 8 games can lead us up into where we end up having characters being held on for dear life because your leaderboard changes, right, in terms of your pick ban rotation. But following the 4-round format, a lot of things comes into play. I mean, one part is that your next play, the next thing you have to mention is just kind of keeping in mind is that even if it doesn't do well, I mean, you can still have an opportunity of bringing it back if it's, you know, something that works out for you later on in the week, and if you get a chance in bringing it back, because this is testing grounds. Finals is going to be the main steak lobster, you know, steak too juicy, lobster too buttery, you know, type mentality when it comes down to something working really well for you.
Yeah, I mean, what I really do like about this meta is there is a lot of personality. There are picks that are less or more favored by different players. You know, I've been using Lani as a good litmus test for that, because some people will round 3 pick the Lani, and some people won't pick her until like 7th. It's like, oh, she's open at 7th, I'll just take the Lani then. Like, she's such an interesting hero where she's flexible. The Zenda also, I feel like Zenda used to kind of sit middle regardless, but seeing people like Mike actually get those 2 wins on and saying that, you know, maybe there is some room for the Zenda in the current meta, it's a very interesting time where just I think solos meta is incredibly flexible, and there's a lot going on, which is just leaves us with a very interesting situation where there's a lot up for grabs. And, you know, going into hero select for this round 1, I'm going to be interested to see what has been picked up, because, you know, Frosty looking incredibly comfortable on the Yoto. I remember last year when I got to do a lot more Frosty games, he was picking the Yoto up when she first got reworked as well, and he was actually one of the early adopters of this Yoto. So there's a world where that's sitting about in his wheelhouse for today. He looked fantastic on it in the martial arts tournament, and I remember seeing him last year on it, and he was super good on the Yoto. And we've had a few players who've now really started to pick up this Yoto, and I think what her main strength is she can just be so unrelenting with Yoto. You can just, like you said, you just keep them in the air. You're just constantly juggling them with the big sweeps from that sword. And here he is, speaking of the man, Frostivus. Not the highest average kills or damage, to be honest, coming in from the guy. But interesting to see that, you know, it's not that Yoto actually, it's the Lani, it's the Zenda. There's 2 kind of like debatable picks being his most played this season so far.
No, and the other thing too is Yoto is like one of those mix-up. You gotta think about like how her mix-up is just holding gold focus. The only option you have is to anticipate the throw, tap dodging it, or for her to catch you on an LMB on the rollout, right? And then now after that, you get juggled. And then another thing is that depending on the Yotos, we've seen Spider, we've seen other players who are rocking F2, the combo breaker. Some players take the opportunity of rocking F1. That alone is nothing to kind of worry about whenever you kind of look at the chances of what that F1 brings out. I mean, it's just it's an 8-second timer of staggers if you throw their fight into the circle of the spinning blade. And then after that, if not, you get caught by any sort of catches, blue focuses, you know, multi-hit weapons and all that stuff. You go for a recast, that's 800 damage. No, it's 400 damage. But the thing about it is that it's also a knockback, and that's something for them to tap dodge and anticipate about. Now, Zendawu on his pick ban is also looking at here for Mike. Obviously, this is his highest scoring lead compared to Akos, which is, you know, crazy timeline. But seeing how his Lani was kind kind of be substantial there for his highest points on a one pick selection. That Lonnie alone probably something that just allowed him to go through. I mean, the thing about the molding of Lonnie in the fight is that she's able to kind of switch directions real quick and then catch you on some diabolical stuff, right? She's able to keep you on the juggle path. If he uses his most predominant weapon of flying knives, you'll get some good work off of that. Only difference is that if Anako's ultimate is ready to go, or Shunhwan ultimate, right, both of them being combo breakers, he then starts to get pummeled down slowly but surely. Even with the escape pattern, they're able to still catch up to her. And of course, just looking at how she's been able to kind of see the speed in which she travels from point A to point B, they still have a lot of gas mileage in the tank to go moving forward.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully we get the hero select fairly soon. That's what I'm waiting for now. I'm vibing. Honestly, after martial arts,
yeah.
I'm so vibing right now. I'm very excited to see what this player's got in the bag for game number 2. How are we, Silverio? We haven't really had a catch up in a while. I figured we talked a lot about NARAKA. Let's talk about you. How are you doing? I can see you dancing. No one else can. I can.
Not moving left before it. I'm standing up when I'm casting. Yeah. I'm just having a good time here today in terms of Friday. I mean, MSC qualifiers are gonna happen soon. So that's like, even though it's still in NARAKA, I'm trying to get everything there set up for everybody. Then
wait, is it still Friday for you over there?
No, it's Saturday.
Okay, that's what I say. Damn,
that'd be crazy. Yeah. The thing too is just kind of seeing where that's going to happen for the global side. Global scene is seeing where everyone's going to be stacking up. I mean, it's a $23,000 something dollar tournament, $23,850 tournament, calculated up, not $25,000. But getting us in here, SR's Mike bringing himself up the first phase, IG's Wang Liang second phase, SS1 Frostwist in third phase, and Wolves. I think Frostwist goes for the other human pick, to be honest, especially in that pick band, in that order selection.
Yeah, I think it's very much on the cards. I want a Yoto mirror matchup at the end of the day. That would be so hype. That'd be so hype to see a bunch of Yotos. The ACOS is fun, don't get me wrong. I think ACOS is a very not boring character. He's constant, high aggression. Obviously, Mike's going to be picking the ACOS. I feel like, right? Honestly, I feel like there'd be an imposter. We'd have to rip the mask off. If he didn't pick ACOS there, be like, nah, that's not Mike. That's Psych under there.
That's crazy.
Gonna see the Zhanhan Li getting locked in here for the side of Wang Liang, or at least thinking about it. Has been pretty much a solid go-to for most people across the board. Yeah, there it is, getting locked in off the back of that one. Then moving into that third rotation. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is a very good angle for him on the Yoto. Or the Lani, I feel, but no! Starts to move away from Old Faithful. Just locks in that Zenda.
Yeah, I guess I figured just kind of hoarding it down for phase 4 and phase 8 into phase 7 into phase 5. See if he gets into that. This does open up the door to see how the response is now that they see the bans. I mean, Zenda Wu there. Picking up Lonnie is going to be Rose Ron's reaction to that. Then this kind of opens up the who's going to get the Tumult pick, at least in this round. I think Tumult actually gets reserved later on into the day, but I think more often is that this is going to be the personality options here. Justina, option A, that's later though in phase 7 and 8. But I think it's more about the Kylan and seeing who wants to kind of pick him up earlier now. Seeing if he decides to make an appearance, Yodohime, right, from HM. That's going to be option 5. Seeing if it locks in. Now for XY, the Tumult in Padoria. It's crazy if we offer that to him. That's his main main guy there in the map. But if he goes for Kylan here, he can still reserve it for for phase 5 or phase 4. Phase 4 into the next round. But last second swap out here, contemplating it, goes into it. He takes Arcadia, all the way through. If he decides to contest it, because Wang Liang loves to take that Vulpine's Essence whenever he gets a chance.
Yeah, big advocate for it. I mean, a lot of people are, but yeah, he always consistently goes. Asia thinking about the Huddy as his lock-in, and not thinking about committing to the Huddy as his pick up here, and then moving through to Verse on that final round. I mean, we know Verse has a couple of interesting picks up his sleeve, the Ainur being one of them, but probably going to stick to something a little bit more stock standard. Kylan being hovered as the final pick, and it would make sense to see that as that last rotation here for the side of Verse. There it is, locked in Kylan. And honestly, nothing of surprise has caught me off here. It's the first BR of the day. We'll see if people have something later up their sleeves. But obviously heading to Fedora, but you're saying the big kind of watching point is going to be for that Volpine Essence over at Arcadia. Who is going to be going for that? How many people are going to be going for that is the big thing. Because the Volpine Essence, I think, is basically like a free ticket to take into a Realm of Yang. But we've seen people go to Realm of Yangs, win both their Realm of Yangs, and then have it pop at the end of the game and save them the game. Like, we've had moments this season where that Volpine Essence hasn't been used up until the last moment of the game. And it's done a lot of work for them. So I'm excited to see, you know, who's going to be contesting what. Solos right now is a bit more hot droppy just because there's less players in the lobby, so that first drop is a bit hot droppy, and then people feel comfortable to go get gear because there's not as many people hoovering up loot around the map if you do lose your drop fight, so it's a bit more safe to go for that.
Yeah, and the thing is that that initial starting rage with this engagement offers that. I mean, you get a kill, you get a soul bloom, you can start going in. You don't even need a firefly unless you want to preempt with that, right? Dropping with a firefly, going to the fight. But one important part comes next is kind of seeing who manages to make it out alive in that first off skirmish. The thing is, in Arcadia, there's so many rooms for error. Just kind of making sure you can either build yourself up for a fight or go for coins to try to get the Volpine's Essence. That's just going to be the case, right? See who can deny who. But looking at the ultimate variations here, we're going to look and see if anything's up of a miss. I mean, usually the same case for anything else. The only difference is that Frostbus having the V1 rather than V2 for the Zendawu, as it's been more the staple of the round there. And then, of course, seeing the F1 for the Yodohime for Huimao, and then that's bringing out to the V1, of course, for her Yodohime Ultimate. Now, case in point here, V2 for the Kylan for Verse, as it's been, you know, making its rounds again. It's still going to be the case. And of course, seeing how Verse is going to bring up the Kylan, it just depends on seeing. I just want to see how this ends up going in the season for him. You know, points right now, not the highest on the board for him. Luckily, you know, seeing how his option is there. I mean, he was in last phase, so following that up here, we're gonna have to see how the heart rates are. But I went from 150 to 130 from Huimao. I felt like this man is like, all right, dropping blood pressure, we're good. Though this is gonna be our response. It's a skew, right? This is straight up to Fireflies. SR's Mike is gonna take it to HN Stockade with Azhao. WBG's Verse is gonna take the Firefly out of the Purity Chamber. Moving on to RW's HM, having to Northwest. It's kind of interesting. He's not exactly in the same spot that we see Frostbus is, which is going to be that Firefly in the Northwest Gate, and then Ron taking the Firefly in the Northeast Gate of Imperium. And then looking into the North, it's a classico. It's WFG's XY taking the fight against Invictus Gaming's Wang Liang, all in Arcadia. There's a raw hot drop between the two.
You predicted it. That's the funniest thing, is you did predict that this would be the drop, and that's exactly what we got going into game 2.
Right.
Back onto regular BR now. Martial arts done. And so far, since we've introduced the martial arts at the beginning of the day for both solos and trios, and we made it a bigger deal and not just kind of a pick order thing, we are yet to see someone who has won at the beginning of the day actually carry that momentum through to the rest of the day.
Yeah.
We've not had them like straight up lose, but it's not been a substantial pickup. So I'm eyes peeled a little bit onto Frosty here to see if he's got it. But Wang Liang just juggling Zhang Yuan here with the whip sword. Catches him with the grapple tech. Another catch with the whip sword's blue focus. And yep, there it is. Down goes Zhang Yuan. Wang Liang wins that fight nice and easy. And that should be him probably securing the Volpine Essence off that. There we go.
Yeah.
Completely brain farted on that.
No, you good. I think it takes into terms, if Frostbus takes the Firefly and takes the Catapult straight to Arcadia as a response, unless we see it right now, which his fight's up against HM, the Yodohime. This is going to be a case, right, where he takes the money, he goes ahead, and he can just go ahead and move up north, because both of these guys have blue armors, and seeing how the chase down's happening and Frostbus has an ultimate ready to go, Huimao's still looking to try to make sure he can go ahead and reset here. The armor swap is good for Frostbus, but the parries are not. My man's getting caught in the 1-2s there. So 3-piece, it connects down. They're tied for HP, but the ultimates are both ready. And the board right now is with the HM. If he can work around the pillar, gets caught. And I hear Ron is around, and he hears all this action. Jump LMB to jump LMB. Needs to solo immediate here because Ron is going to be right there to try to look for some fight. No. This man is out there. He went west. He said, I'm out. This is giving Frostbus the first elimination, or Imperium getting around 7,500 Dark Eye coins, and Ancient Stockade is still a mosh pit.
Yeah, no one's full sent it onto each other. There's a lot of people kind of posturing over here. Verse actually looking to break away. He was happy with just the blue jewel swords and the blue armor. There's Wang Liang picking up the Volpine Essence off that. So he is nice and set up off that. Now, Just gonna grab himself a last couple of bits of gear. Seeming as he's basically got all of Arcadia to himself after winning that fight. Lovely little opener actually for Wang Liang. Yeah, he's just gonna see if maybe he can get some better gear upgrades while having a search around the area.
Yeah, I mean, you get the Volpines being free right now, and for him, I mean, he just coast and Verity retreat, maybe Fairy's Pavilion for those Tros. The only thing is, I mean, he gets a kill elimination the first one. He can start stacking up gold to get that purple armor set up online. Though, having everyone here paying so passively, it's not going to start off. Mike finds himself a purple Hong Sword in that free lethal jab. Grapple extensions comes out for the 1-2s. The Reed 2.0 comes out, and then Mike finds himself an armor. Always the case. But this is the instance right now for Verse. Burns out the Akko's ultimate, gets caught to a V2, still hasn't lost the healing guard, and there it goes. It pops. He needs a hit in order to give him a little bit more heals, because right now he is going to be the target of the lobby. Even Mike is looking at this and trying to capture him, doesn't get it, and possibly 2.0 from Asia, getting the elimination there in the mix of it all with Ron in the back line.
Well, Mike being chased here by Ran. It's just going to go underground into the tunnels, but has Ran hot on his heels. Mike goes for the focused attack, didn't quite make the connection. F came out from Ran there. Ran's actually just going to commit the ultimate. No, but Mike, great armor, no ultimate. That's a free kill for the Lani. Ran's able to pick that one up nice and easily. Does have Asia looking to potentially scale rush in onto him. Ran cancelled the ultimate, but still has 60% charge on it, so it will come back fairly quick. I say that, he's actually already on almost 80% charge, just getting heavily juggled around here. His armor's being stripped away from him. Ran back against the wall, needs to send it onto Asia, finds the parry, looks for the follow-up, catches him. That's going to be a lot of damage coming out. Ran does have the ultimate though. He's going to look for a focus attack around the corner. Didn't make the connection. Ultimate gets used as Asia has committed his ultimate, throws the ball, and now is just looking to break away. Ran will be able to get a heal off, recover some of that armor and some of that health as Asia using his ultimate just to get him back towards the zone. It's not too big a tick damage at the moment, but Ran is going to be coming in way more healthy than Asia, although Asia is able to get a couple of pots off, and yeah, that's pretty much all she wrote on this fight, I think. Everyone's just going to heal themselves back up to full. Ran going to get somewhat gate kept by the edge of the zone, but does make his way in, loses a lot of his armor. But all of that work he did to get himself healed back up has kind of been somewhat undone. He needs to find another parry, or Ran may find himself in some serious danger. Has the F available as well if needs be. But Asia slowly but surely chipping away. Ran's able to get through the armor this time. Throws out the F here from Asia just to break away from Ran. But Ran throws his own F out to get away himself. No ultimate, needs to get a pop. But the pistol shots now slowly chipping away at that HP. And I think Ran, you might be done, my friend.
Yeah, no, man, the RMB, the exit frames on that is too high for him to work around. And then, of course, Asia took full advantage of that. That's purple Hong Sword now scaled up. That's purple armor purchased right now as well. So for him to go off in this Realm of Yang with full gear set is great. You know, XY, though, even after the loss, purple armor, purple dual blades, and purple cannon, too. It's crazy. Vajra's grip is also acquired here, and he's looking at max attack. He's going at 12% there. It's a lot to work with, especially against any targets here, especially Wang Liang, right, who has that mitigation with the Volpines. Taking this fight, though, he's going to delay his Realm of Yang entry. It's going to be up to XY up against SR's Mike. So, you know, Mike is going to be going off with this blue armor and purple dagger. This is probably going to be a huge mix-up for him to kind of realize, but I think XY is aware of this and being prepared. He's going to go into this guy, has the cannon ready to go, but he's going to drop into the RMB, try to see what this dagger movement is going to be looking like. You have two roars charged up, it's tap dodged, and having to work this down. XY looking to try to get the LMB, gets caught, but since the Vajra's grip is in effect, he loses all his armor due to that riposte coming down, due to the fact that he does have that silence going off from Mike at least, and now it's going to be the old cast to try to look if he can corner him off and burn his Akko's ult, which he does in fact.
The ultimate come out here from Zhang Yuan. Mike just gonna stay inside the cage, doesn't want to full send it out. Oh, nope, there. Jumps forwards onto Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan got the F, gets caught briefly there by the Tiger stance. Mike able to get a lot of damage off onto Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan loses most of his armor here. Mike actually in a big advantage over Zhang Yuan, trying to find that blue focus off at the start, but not going to make the connection. I say that, and then immediately opens up on Mike, catches him with a grapple, keeps him on the edge of the cage as well, just to make sure that Mike is going to trade negatively here. Big advantage picked up for Zhang Yuan. So he's just going to go for the pot behind the pillar. Mike is going to let him get one off, but not anymore. F still up and available here to the side of Zhang Yuan. Looks to throw it out. The Wisp goes wide. No ultimates, 30 seconds left on the Realm of Yang. It's been a very, very staggered, tempoed fight here between the Akos and the Temi, as Mike is on the back foot, and Jian Yuan just takes down Mike inside the realm of Yang on Mike's signature pick.
That one R&B is all he needs. Now we're gonna switch over to Wang Liang, taking this fight against HM, and of course F1 cast comes next, uppercut. Not even. Ooh, wait, that's not true, bro. You can't go LMB uppercut. That's not gonna be the case. But he still gets a kill. He still has the pressure. He still has the HP advantage. And of course, taking this gold weapon now, it's gonna be up to him. See how it goes through since first won his fight. Gold spear gonna be picked up here. Engraving as well. Actually, this is gonna be a pretty good round right now for Wang Liang if he goes into this, but. With the opportunity right there, if I'm not mistaken, for him, the scaling right there for Shuman Lee is pretty strong, especially with the Jade setup. Now, for Verse, him winning this Rami Yang fight was against Frostbus. All right, taking this fight as a Kylan, I always thought as a Kylan is the counter option against Zenda Wu, since he can chase her down through a lot of instances of mitigating the arrows, and then seeing the silence off the parry, I pretty sure know what's gonna happen. Yeah, there he goes. This man is gonna throw the blue focuses. He just knows, and he still has ultimate. He still got combo breaker. He still has all the energy in the world, and even with Frost trying to turn this right around, I mean, LMB catches is one thing, but problematic is that this combo breaker being held on is just in case it looks for neutral, and he forces himself in the face of him, and Frostbus is found out on the outside, and is still not going to be having himself a nice fight, because now it's up to 2 different Rami Yang winners. In this case, XY looking to feed onto him.
Yep. XY keeping the pressure up onto Frosty. Frosty with that debuff on, not wanting to go out here, but there he goes. Jian Yuan able to secure the kill. And he's just continuing the pressure up. Verse also going for a fight, gets hit by the parry, and he's just going to unleash. Actually, cancels with the spear. Just catches once again with Verse in the uppercut. And Jian Yuan on the Temi having an absolutely disgustingly good performance. Looks to throw out the F, has himself the Wisp available, waiting for the dash down from Verse. Verse misses away. Grapple's coming in. Verse going to try and find another dash here onto Jian Yuan. Jian Yuan throws out the Sandstorm. Just plays evasion right now. Has got the F to reset every time he jumps in and out. And he's just cannon shopping, chipping away at Verse's HP as Verse dashes into the Sandstorm. And Jian Yuan secures himself yet another kill. That's 3, and that's first place now for Jian Yuan. But everybody else is going to jump into the pocket and see if they can potentially take Aizhao. It's just 2 Naring in the background while Hoimei deals with Jian Yuan in the 1v1 and waits for a good third-party opportunity. Shoots a couple of cannon shots in as Jian Yuan is getting juggled around here by the Yoto ultimate, doing so much work in onto him. Throws out the F, didn't make the connection onto anybody with that one as he's looking to break away. As here comes the last slice from the Yoto, didn't quite hit, and that's just going to be Verse walking in and taking the kill from the Yoto, denying the Soul Bloom as well.
Man's going to be living here for the teleportation if he gets it, but apparently he doesn't even want to take it through. Mike is going to know he's got a minute on the clock right now to get the Soul Bloom, and HM is taking himself all the way to the Jada Outlook, the starting area. For us, HM might be too close for comfort here in terms of being a risk for like a flight risk for Mike, because the moment he goes right back into zone, I mean, everyone's going to be waiting for him. And then of course, uppercut isn't going to connect there, so he has to take the scare rush here. He knows it's going to be a lot of time to spend out. He's still got Akko's ultimate though ready to go in case he needs to get this hard confirmed, especially considering the recast comes out, and that gives him a chance to kind of deny that knockback. Now you're looking for the V2. We're gonna see the repositions with that V2 casto to get a higher ground, and of course the last hit comes down to this if he burns out the heal. But the problem is we got an advanced heal, and Mike was not kind of cash money on that move, you know, because he notices that this HP is still ticking away, and with this timing, I mean, get the kill at what cost? This is all you can do at this point since we stayed here for way too deep. HM weakness escalation. By the time that we reached, you know, by this point, it was going to be weakness escalation. The heals were going to amount to nothing.
Well, they both lost their depletion and then died. That was a weird trade-off there, but killer piece. Mike sitting in 6th place right now. Not quite where I think he wants to be sitting. Next round, Yang spawning up. There's only 5 people left in the lobby, and 4 of which are going to be taking into a Realm of Yang, I assume. Wang Liang getting himself situated and ready. And it is Wang Liang with the Volpine Essence. Yeah, there it is. So he's looking very scary. And if he can hold it through this Realm of Yang, that could genuinely be the game-winning Soul Jade for him. We'll have to see. But Jian Yuan and Verse going to take up inside this Realm of Yang, see if they can find one another. Going aerial off the bat here. Both of them just get a couple of love taps in the sky. Sandstorm still obviously available. No ultimates built yet. First, just going to tap away behind the pillar to evade away from these cannon shots coming in now from Jian Yuan. Just getting a couple of light taps here and there.
Oh, no way. No reset, no way. Musket shot in the face, LMB comes out here. I don't think the Scare Rush is going to connect the stagger, but he tries. He's going to burn the combo breaker. I think the R&B comes down here too for him to Scare Rush up there, but problem is right now is that combo breaker, he has to burn that combo breaker before he can do anything. He's going to ult cast for this, burning out the Common Ultimate, throwing out Wisp. Okay, that's it. I mean, the Keelan Guard is still something to work around here. He's got to play it safe. Goes for Dragon Slayer, uppercut, knows the knockback range is enough for him to connect. This is crazy work, man. This guy is insane.
That was insane. The fact he got triple wisps off is absolutely bonkers. As Wang Liang here in ult form. Trying to see if he can find an opening, but it's quite hard with the Hardy. Hardy, he's slippery. He's a very slippery character. Ultimate will be timing out fairly soon. Wang Liang just going to try and play the evasion game right now. Once this Hardy loses ultimate, though, much more exposed, much easier to potentially pick here. Has got that golden staff, which does a lot of damage to Wei Zhao, gives him the opportunity. Wang Liang, remember, still has that Volpine Essence to keep your eyes on. As Wang Liang dashes away. Both of them on relatively low HP fronts here. Cannon shots come through. Wei Zhao looks for the scale rush. Does make the connection onto Wang Liang. There's going to be the Volpine Essence getting popped. Burns that one as Wang Liang dodges away on the focus attack from the halberds. As he's just going to try and go for a pop. He's not given the opportunity. As Wang Liang really struggling here. We thought he was set out for this Roma Yang, but this has been a proper detriment to him. Finally finds him with the staff. Able to equalize out on the health bars, but gets caught by the halberds in response. He is incredibly low here. Is just going to jump up. Dodges away. It is a one-hit connection, and he's just going to cube away to break off. And there it is. Down goes Wang Liang. Wei Zhao able to secure that victory. And it's down to 5 people, 2 of which with the depletion on them.
It's crazy too because the jabbing reveal there at the very end was enough time for the F2 to come out. Unfortunate to see that, but Wang Liang losing that fight made me changing up for verse. I mean, this man is on the outskirts, Cowabunga, dude. But the problem that happens next is that the attention is running onto Ran, and this is the thing, right? The Forbidden Seal is way out in the zone. You can't really do anything about that. But for Ran right now, take it to the cliff sides towards Aza or towards Arcadia. He's gonna be putting himself out here with the fan, making sure he can move around as fast as he can. Then takes the teleportation, moves around, and then of course in the back line we have XY to lock him down. The F1 combo breakers is available. Ron, having the entire ravine to his advantage here for the scare rushes, now has one target chased up to 2 again. And then for his RMB, it's up to this F1 to see how well it connects, because the clink off is going to be happening for the scare rushes. LMB is a misstep there. The buttery cliffs, it might be enough to kill him down, but RMBs is all that's needed. Jump LMB catches nothing. No glide, no nothing. RMB tap dodge. His man is just a slippery slope right now. RMBs again and again with the Tumult ultimate, the Kylan ultimate, all invested for one target. And now it's between XY and Verse on the outskirts.
Yeah, well, Verse being caught by the wisps again. Zhang Yuan, this is just disgusting work. Wisp, and Verse goes down to a scale rush. That feels so illegal, man. The fact he's got away with that twice now is crazy work. 9 minutes left in the lobby, and only 3 players left in the lobby. Wang Liang with that depletion on versus 2 people, the White Tigers. He has some work to do here.
Yeah, losing that Volpines was not the best case scenario, but also losing that Roma Yang. This is a slow path for him right now. He's only got 1 specialty Jade in his pocket, which is going to be the jabbing. That's it. That's all he's got. And Asia right now is so stacked. I mean, 3 eliminations on this hottie pick right now, and then potentially even looking at, you know, with XY, who has 5, this might be an MVP potential round for him. And then hopefully seeing what happens next for Wang Liang. I mean, Lobby doesn't really want to look at him. I mean, Asia knows exactly who this is, so it's just spacing up to try to find the other guy. If he can go for it, if he can find XY, specifically the Tumult, and then of course look at the Jades. What we got? I mean, we need everything here. I don't even care if that's a prize fall. Could be a chance right now to see. He's gonna get himself a Benthic Descent, just gonna look for the attack Jades, but still looking at there. We stick up Yang Zen, no one's using that Jade. But more importantly, seeing how we go through here, this is gonna be a Aurora Burst, Immortal Defiance, Explosive Armor, another Vodka Script, a Cav Bloom, Venom Tip Bar Bolt. That's everything that XY has in his pocket. That's kind of scary. I mean, he was able to purchase that Mortal Defiance from the shop since it's there. 40,000 Dark Tide coins. He had enough kills to make sure that happens. Being at the shop exactly before that second Roma Yang pops. Then just spacing out here. This is going to be the name of the game. I know there's around like 1 minute and 40 seconds left for Wang Liang's Yang depletion. 2 minutes, in fact. The Yang Spearwell is the only way he's going to be able to cleanse that, by the way. So not sure if he's going to have enough time after this Moonbane drops where the location is going to be spread, and if the players are even going to allow this Xinhuan Li, giving him the opportunity to do so.
Well, he needs to do something. 2 minutes left. ZQ about to lose his White Tigers, so the buffs have finally fallen off, and now all three have congregated. Zhang Yuan showing off the tools he's got available, dropping 3 legendary weapons is crazy behavior. This guy picked this pick very late in the game, but we knew it was a signature pick for Zhang Yuan. And I think everyone's a little bit scared of him on this one. Depletion wearing off fairly soon, and now with no buffs, it's go time. Wang Liang opens up onto Ajiao. Ajiao loses away a chunk of his armor, finds himself the parry, jumps in. There's going to be the ultimate thrown out from Wang Liang just to break away, as he's got the spirit world to work with. And I think it's actually just going to be a hold angle here. Both of them going for the cap. It's Wang Liang. This doesn't cleanse anymore, right? No, I don't think it does.
It just resets the timer, yeah.
It just resets the timer, yeah. So gives him a little bit of time, but he only has 50 seconds. Ajiao, if he can just stall this out, he knows that Wang Liang's going to be in serious trouble, as Zhang Yuan also makes his way over to play denial. Flag gets capped. That could just be the angle for him here, as he's just going to try and break away. But Ajiao's just on the chase, jumps into the zone, tries to see if he can find the cap and maybe get the cleanse off in the nick of time. Wang Liang, can he find it? He's got Ajiao just constantly pestering away at him, looking for that catch with the uppercut potentially there. Doesn't make anything happen. Throws up and catches away. He actually got the flag cap off. That's crazy from Wang Liang.
He's got Dragonlight Might gave him such a safety net, man. Range blue, but yeah, movement blue focus like that. I mean, he's able to just kind of skate around there. Though the crazy thing too is kind of looking at Ajiao. I mean, his purpose right now is just kind of stop this, because now he's the one in the depletion. XY though knows that that Ajiao is the one that's more stacked. I mean, Wang Liang doesn't have ultimate. As far as they're aware. I mean, for XY, he's at 25%. Trying to look at terms of what the option is. If we take this chase down, we burn a combo breaker. Do we full invest on this guy? I mean, he's just skating around this corner. And Ajiao, 2 minutes left. Yang depletion is going to be clicking in here very for sure. Momentarily it's going to happen before you know it. But the thing about this chase down is that there's so much room in the northwest corner. Their parries are kind of phenomenal though in this corner side, because now that there's no ultimate to save this guy, it's a kill steal angle. Click off comes up from number 1, F1 restand comes up, and he avoids the voice sunder, giving him a little bit of extra time here. Ajiao popping ultimate to get this kill steal if he can, but he can no longer. That'll be the level 3 ult be connected, and of course the solo taken out here from XY. Tumult ultimate down though is kind of a sketchy ambition. Seeing how this comes down to Ajiao, active Hottie ultimate resets are available here from this Spirit Well for him. He decides to back it off. I mean, XY has all the angles, Mortal Defiance ×2 because of the Sunwing's essence. The fact that he's able to come through here though and avoiding the stack of the LMB catch is kind of phenomenal. It's kind of insane. LMB might be coming up for the drop down, but for as long as XY stands, he's going to go for it. Extensions off the crouch LMBs, holds a blue, goes for the horizontal 1.0 release, and of course, looking at the XY, still having a workaround here since they both are going to go for a reset for round 2.
Yeah, both of them are ultless right now. They got 45 seconds on that red token here for Zhang Yuan to use. We'll be able to get one last charge of it if he can, but it's just going to pot up, get some of that gold armor back. Ajiao stepping forwards, Wisp goes wide. It's just going to look for the catch onto Ajiao. Ajiao losing a lot of his armor, not fully stripped of it though, as Zhang Yuan catches Aerial, catches once again Ajiao. Losing a fair amount of HP off the back of that one, eats the halberds. Zhang Yuan going very, very low. There's the gold arm swap coming out, has the sandstorm token up in 15 seconds here. The window's there, but he just finds the parry. No token necessary on the Temi. An absolutely flawless game number 1.
Man, it's there. How do I wipe his hands off of that? He's like, no evidence. Thing is, 7 eliminations in that first place. Surprise, surprise, 9.5 points. This man's on the safety net right now, especially considering that he's coming out here on his Tumult pick, and it's a guaranteed coming down there. At least it's a high percentage of guarantee of putting high numbers there. Of course, taking away Verse in the matchup was kind of a big pick, because the fact that he talked him down into the second Romiang and outside the Romiang when they were chasing down Ron. I mean, it's kind of rough seeing that the Wisp throw resets going off and on, but that's exactly what he's been practicing against. Kylan, I thought was going to be a little bit of an issue, though the uppercut extension, just making sure that once that knockback happens, that the time that he lands, he's able to throw another Wisp. That was nasty in the Romiang. Wang Liang, though, having a rough output here. I mean, having himself that Volpine's essence and still kind of working into that Romiang, but still losing against Ajiao. Just a manner of just kind of looking to just playing temperamental. For instance, just trying to like not losing catches. Like that's like one of the big things I've seen Wang Liang kind of go through. He loses a lot of catches. He's kind of like going through for the first part, misses the second part for the extensions, and then he just does mediocre damage. But one part, that's just time will tell. Seeing what he upgrades upon later on, because round 2 goes down. Still have round 3 to look into with the more solid nighttime.
Yeah, still got plenty of games left to go today. Make a recovery, but yeah, I mean, Part of my heart does go out for Wang Liang there because I think he had a really solid start, and he actually beat Zhang Yuan on drop as well for the Volpine Essence, but that just didn't phase Zhang Yuan at all. On that Temi, looking very, very solid. And you were questioning it on Padoria, but he was quite happy to pick it up. And there were too many times where he got away with some criminal stuff. Now, what player used Yoto in game number 2? This is actually definitely a harder question for game 1. Was it Mike? Was it Zhang Yuan? Was it Hoimoi? Or was it Wang Liang? I think it's a fair guess, but it's a 50% chance of you getting this right here. But ABC or D in Twitch chat, check that whisper box and let us know who you think won, and you get yourself some goodies for the game. But yeah, game 1 in the bag, looking very, very solid. I'm excited to see, you know, what the next games look like. Obviously, we're going to Morris Isle for our game number 3 of the day, another Firefly map. And, you know, it's not really about these personality picks. It's down to how people play the various different picks they play. Because while I think, yes, Zhang Yuan looked incredible on the Temi, and it is one of his signature picks, I wouldn't say it's like, oh, this is a bizarre pick to be picking up. Like, Temi's been pretty common throughout the entire season. But Zhang Yuan is definitely one of the people who pilots it the best.
Yeah, I mean, Spider got MVP with it in terms of the finals, so he was able to kind of get that double pick back-to-back rounds on Tumulch. One to get him into match point, one to win the tourney for stage 1. But scoreboard-wise, we're looking at 9.5 here as XY is able to achieve the score to get the MVP. And then, of course, looking at Asia with 4, and then 3.5 for Verse, 2.5 for Wang Liang. Every other player, Ron, Hui Mao, Mike, Frost, all getting 1 point across the board. None of them getting any placement points, of course, since it's only awarded to top 4. But another thing, too, is just seeing our options. I mean, in the beginning, we saw how Wang Liang was able to kind of get rid of XY for this first kill. Still seeing him get a reset, though, with purple weapon, purple armor before the first Roman Yang. Just part of that RNG loop path that he was able to, you know, just win out, you know. And then, of course, taking it down, purple focus run being utilized there for that stagger from Wang Liang to get that cheeky kill was pretty good. But for us right now, looking at the scoreboard, 9.5 overall for XY, Asia with 4.5, Verse with 3.5, Frost with 3, 2.5 for Wang Liang, Mike with 2, 1.5 for Hui Mao, and Wilson's Ron with 1. You know, yeah, I feel like it's a curse, man. Anyone who wins the martial arts versus the next round, you know, not too great. But then again, having this to be the first pick ban round in the VR. The other thing too is just kind of seeing what's going to be coming up next. I mean, XY has the Tumulch pick to come through here. He has him on the second phase, so he's just going to have to work down the next round and seeing where he's ending up. I mean, that opens up now for us to see what the more solid Knight picks would be. Not going to see Alkos making a deterrence path. I mean, he's not going to not show up, but it's more about who's going to be looking into using something else in the first phase, first pick option outright together.
Yeah, there's a lot to go, but here to the highlights. Have a look at that game number 1. Oh, first battle royale, game number 2, technically. There's yeah, I felt like a lot of our players came out the gate swinging, but I do also feel like people ran out of steam quite quick in this game, to be honest.
Yeah.
You know, Ran had such a solid start there. We even saw Frosty actually kick it off in style as well, but I felt like by the time the second round with Yang came through, I felt like everyone other than Zhang Yuan had kind of lost all of that momentum. I think the losses in some of the Realm of Yangs really caught people off guard. And I mean, this Hoimoi and Mike play, that's a bit of a tilter. This is disgusting. Wisp into Wisp into Wisp into Wisp. And he did it twice, man. He can't keep getting away with it.
Yeah, man. You know what he does? Back-to-back bangers, bro. He got it. And then the scare rush is kind of that was a little bit extra there, but it's okay. It's all right. It was enough skill for that scare rush on the purple on the gold weapon, right? But another thing too is just kind of seeing the realized potential there inside of the corners. Once you have that, Tumulch is taking you down. For us right now, having his MVP, no surprise here for XY on the Tumulch, getting himself out this for game 2 today. And then, of course, looking at his stat line, Spear was his main predominant weapon. Even with those dual blades that he had early on, he only did around 1,400 damage. Once he got that Spear, everything changed, right? Pole Sword is also something that he acquired, but he even used that in short-changed moments. You know, he didn't use it all the time. Only using it in those instances once he picked it up off of the bodies, off of Verse, and then early on, having to be able to yoink the kills off of that with Ron and just trying to get him a head start there. 7 eliminations, nothing shy of, you know, in terms of being high points. That's a great game. It's taking him to the later end, but he's going to have to work himself down, you know, getting a couple points here and there, just to really hard secure top 4, just to make sure he doesn't go below, you know, with the 4th place position, which I think the average right now for the points on 4th place has been kind of wishy-washy. If one player gets pop-off mentality going off, they end up with like 20-something points. The middle threshold is like 12 points, you know, and that's not really tough to kind of go around if you're already doing the 9.5 game this far in.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's a good way to start the day. Obviously, it's still 4 games to go for the rest of the day, so plenty to fight for between all of these players. Very, very solid start, though, to kick it off the side of Januan, and I'm sure everyone else is looking for a potential recovery coming in out of this game. But we're going to throw ourselves over to a cheeky break, and we're back with game number 3. See you in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for round 3 for the winners bracket for stage 2 in the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Spring Split stage. My name is Severio alongside with HipBrain, bringing us down here. Last round, we got a chance of looking at it, but talk about first round versus was really a good show up in terms of the skill set that the players are kind of bringing out, getting a little bit more formulated in their pick selections, right? Seeing Fairy Shen taking her rounds, then seeing a victory coming down with the Yodohime first round pick as SS1's Frostfist was able to, you know, win out against all of his opponents. But digging into this next round, Frostfist coming down here, playing out the Zenda Wu, but pretty much getting one elimination early on against RW's HM playing that Yodohime, and then after that just faltering. I mean, he got caught into the pool, he got 2 targets on his back, couldn't get much out of that, but XY was able to take that lobby by the reins, you know, and putting himself out there in the tumultuous 9.5 points. We now go into more solid night, just kind of make certain seeing what's going to be the next round and seeing what's going to happen for the remainder of today as well.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what we've got cooked up for the rest of the day. I mean, like we said, I feel like the formula of what we're going to see, like hero-wise, is going to be very standard, but how everyone pilots those heroes is so unique in solos. It's really, really fun to watch. So, yeah, I think, excuse me, going forwards, I'm curious to see what people have got cooked up, because obviously Mike got his ACOS, which is a big pick there, and like, bro got kind of griefed after Roma Yang. Didn't win his Roma Yang. Desperation chased HM into the zone, and yeah, that's that done. And he basically just was out of the game. Well, I say basically, he was straight up out of the game. There was no basically to it. He's just gone. So, you know, I think going into this game, there's going to be a bit of a fire lit under him, because remember again, last rotation of the double limb bracket, Mike had to work his way through the lower bracket. He lost and then had to go through the lower bracket. If he loses today and is knocked into that lower bracket, he's got Spider down there. It's a much harder lower bracket to get out of with someone like Spider sitting in there. So, and also you don't want that. You want to go in strong into the finals. You know, you want, if kind of for his own kind of mental, he wants to be sitting and getting ready to go, you know, versus his old rival. So, yeah, I'm excited to see, you know, how that is going to look going into this next game, and you know, see if that recovery is there, because Mike did make it to the finals of the 1v1 tournament. And yeah, Frost also, speaking of someone who's in the martial arts tournament, the winner of it. Also, very early exit from game number 1 of Battle Royale.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy too, kind of seeing where Mike was kind of standing himself in the zone that far in. I mean, early investment on the ultimate. Does he know if Yodohime has it? He didn't, you know. So he took the chase down in terms of that fight. But one part that made it really apparent was just the amount of time. Gave none of the players there between him and HM any victory. They just took themselves out at the same time, which kind of lowered that the lobby size is getting lowered down by 2 instead of just 1 at that point, right? Before second round, Yang means that there's less forces to be reckoned with. And looking at Asia though, putting himself out there as a hottie again, I mean, this is a pick that he's taken into the 7th phase a lot of times, and then having to kind of perform out there. He did make it to the final top 2. I mean, that's something to shy away with survivability wise, but you know, finding the utilization of the hottie nowadays is kind of just like a niche pick for him, especially considering that he took a fight against he took a fight against Shuhan Lee inside the Rom Yang, which was Wan Liang, still able to kind of come out on top, able to get the elimination even through Vulpines, just because of 1 mistake to 2 mistakes, extensions being missed and stuff like that. So having those opportunities, still seeing Hottie being picked up there, I'm just kind of considering the fact that still picking him up in this day and age, it's just something that he has in his personality options. But you know, XY having Tarka as an option there was only picked up like what, once? And I'm still kind of curious and seeing if that's going to be coming back again in the VR matchup, because it would be pretty cool to see it in this current day and age. The thing is, disengagement is such a nasty setup to kind of be waiting for. I mean, that's just a way to kind of get out of a cheese strat, you know, like an infinite. But for some players, if they don't have this engagement, that's just going to be a full send on the lobby.
Yeah, it's very hard with the Tarka because everyone has a combo breaker. Everyone can get away from them. There's so many answers to that character. It's cool to see if people still pick it. I know a lot of the casters on this show are big Tarka heads, and everyone loves them. Which must be rough, actually, for all our Tarka main casters, because he is a very, very rare sight nowadays. But yeah, I think, last game we did lose a lot of people very early. That has kind of been the mantra of solos, though. It's been quick ejections out of the lobby, small lobby sizes, very fast, and it's very mechanics based, and it's not, obviously there is a macro to it, but I do feel like now that there's less people and the third parties are lesser, or what was before, like third parties are still fairly common, but it was like third parties into fourth parties into fifth parties was like the old school way that solos used to function. Not quite so the case anymore. It's way more, you may get third partied, but that's probably the absolute maximum you're going to see. So you still have the macro of kind of playing around that, but typically we're seeing a lot of this is how you pilot this fight. This is what you're looking to do. As have a look at the hero select. Frosty is going to be up in that first rotation.
Can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait for the first round pick Yodohime. I'm gonna force everybody to play Yodohime if I do well in this fight. I'm like, uh-oh, cursed. Now, Frostus might be smarter than that. He's gonna be making sure the Akos is picked up there. But the other thing too is that he ran into Zenda Wu already. He could technically still decide upon picking her, since she was a first round pick for her last week in one of those rounds, and then having her to kind of show up again here, to be announced, right? We have to look at how this goes down. And the response rate as well. I mean, WFG's XY can still get that chance on double picking into mulch, but limit testing right now might be his play. Just studying about playing other characters and just getting used to them. Whether or not he wants to bring out in the case in the 4th phase, he wants to bring out the Lonnie, or if he decides to kind of bring down something else, within, Shayo, just to see how she operates. Honestly, though, Shayo is pretty tough in this current predicament in this meta. I mean, still getting lobbied out even with 4 players, so nothing really makes it harder for her than just having to deal with one isolated fight that goes awry, not in her favor, and she has to walk around it. But building this down here, Frostbus, Xunwan Lee, insta pre-selection option number 1. And if he does this game on the Xunwan, this is going to be it. That's going to be his choice selection. And then seeing Wolves' Ron here for the Akos pick, definitely, unless he does something else. But the Akos is guaranteed nearly with these guys, especially when the leaderboard check comes around. Our phase 3 and 4, really big moment, right? RW's HM, putting himself down here. If he goes for Zenda Wu, he's going to remember this down. He's going to pick the Lonnie, and it's crazy kind of seeing that going down. But for him in the 3rd phase, picking up this Lonnie is going to be a hard lock that, honestly, we have to see, because hoping to see how this Lonnie drop happens on top of the Morizab. If he goes to Firefly Cave for north in the south side of Council Courtyard, close quarter fight, takes the first initial Firefly, gets a kill, gets a solo, gets going. That'll be his setup here. In the terms of XY taking Liam here, he will be working himself in terms of getting that V2 usage as optimal as possible. The plaques, the flame cages, the stuff that fell to the ground there, you know. One part is that for FPX's Age Out, getting his Yodohime pick this early on means that Verse can still opt in to play the Tumulch or take another option on the board like Kylan.
It's always funny seeing the Lani versus Zenda like pick priority, getting third pick there. Hasn't even shown up yet. Could slip as low as like a 7th, 8th pick. There's a Temi actually getting thought about here by Versus his pickup. Which does mean I think Mike probably just takes the Zenda, to be honest, off this. Yeah, or like immediately hovering that Zenda, ready to lock that in. Oh, actually, maybe changing his mind. Nah, he had 2 MVPs on Zenda last week. He looks so good on this hero. It's now moving over to Wang Liang as the final pickup. I mean, yeah, it's probably just the Kylim. I don't think there's really anything else of major interest for him there. Yeah, I mean, I can't think of anything unless he goes for a full personality pick here.
Justina. No, you can't do that. You can't do Justina.
I've seen some Justinas in solos,
yeah.
But yeah, I feel like the Kylin has kind of reclaimed a spot which was kind of like a flexi spot between like the likes of Justina and a few other characters. If someone does pick a personality pick which isn't like one of the kind of like top 8, Kylin probably would be the first to get ditched in my opinion.
Okay.
And they'd probably go for something. Let's say someone picks up like a Taka and suddenly it's like, oh, I got to choose between like a Zenda or a Kylin. Like they're going to choose the Zenda. I think Kylin is probably on the lower end of the priorities for these players, but here we are. Regardless, we are getting ourselves ready to go in to this game number 3, heading back to Morris Isle, back to Old Faithful. It's the man on your screen right now, Jan Yuan, won that previous game on the Temi. He looked really good on the Tumulch, actually. Really solid game from him. So, yeah, I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see what these guys have got.
What I want to see is just like, the diversity to show up here. We're very rarely available to pick that up. I think one other option I want to see a little bit more of, hopefully, would be like Tessa in this new meta. I mean, Tessa's initial starting rage means that she has 43% by the time you start running off the gate, but not necessarily needing to get a soul bloom, right? Or not a soul bloom. You don't even need a Firefly. You can, right? It makes quality life there, but you can take a fight off the rip, having an immediate ultimate to go off on that end, and then still having the ability to turn it down with the still scaling. You start snowballing that down, and her scaling, I mean, against this engagement, the timing is what you would also work around. Oh, you got a little smudge right there. That's crazy. Punching out the cheek. Now, the thing is, one thing too is the timing on a disengagement is that it can't be avoided from the testing chance. She won't, it won't be an issue. It's only really the characters that you have to go up against that has really strong defensive measures against it. Tumulch is the easiest person I see that's a problem for Tessa there, because he can iframe through the chant, right? He can go through it, and he can weigh his combo breaker out. Players who play to burn out the skill set first before they get full value, in Tessa, she's too tight of a timing to try to make that happen. But if she gets overall value, I mean, Yang's Spearwell, the regular Spearwell being so close to one another, she could look to take a chance there, getting the Spearwell, contesting it with the distant chant from 20 meters away, and then having them to kind of rush them down towards her side where she's arriving to just melt them down. Gold scaling on her is pretty scary, especially if you get a heavy weapon like a spear, a pole sword. Stuff like that can really start to kind of dwell wow. You've seen parries coming out here with the silence parry as well. She can guarantee a lot of work with that silence parry if she's able to kind of convert into something else with the enchant, or even off the silence parry to a heavy 1.0 with a spear. So many options with characters, right? But that's the thing, that's the beauty of it. There's so many characters to be available to options. It's just a matter of, in a field-wide aspect, what are they going to be going up against? Skill-wise, everything here is the same, besides the Fairy Shen being, or not the Fairy Shen, the Yodohime having F2 for Age Out, and then seeing V2 for Mike. That's the one that we usually see, rather than V1 as the Zenda Wu gets picked up here.
Alrighty, well, we got ourselves lots loaded for this game. Let's just see some of the average points. I mean, look at Mike's average points, man. Everyone else is like 1 to 3. Mike's like, nah, average point 7, 8% pit rate as well. Not even like a high pit rate for him. Just something he had a very good day 1 of the groups on. So we are getting ourselves ready to go in tomorrow's Isle. It's a pretty big cluster, actually. Just shy of the temple. Yeah, we got some... We're going to have some action, I think, off the bat. I think we're in for a bit of a bloodbath. You can see that Frosty and Ran have dropped pretty isolated from everyone else, so they'll be able to grab some goodies and then maybe jump into the action. But someone could start with a lot of kills off this.
Off of the Noble Cave spawn too. I mean, Mike, if he has his initial rage, he could go straight to Lake Yellowleaf, man, against Verse. With that one Firefly come right back for 2. That depends, though. I mean, Invictus Gaming's Wang Liang is right there to kind of yoink every single Firefly. We've seen it happen before. This man said, I don't even care about full. I'm going to take every single one. And I'm like, wow, what a griefer. The thing is that nighttime, all the Fireflies being available, it's around 5 of them. So for him to kind of work around that corner, he's just going to have to start moving around there. Then, of course, I think that this is going to be either a Mike game or not. Honestly, it depends on this off-drop fight. If he gets himself into getting caught in the third party, he's got to have either his ultimate available or an escape plan with armors. He's going to take that off-drop switch up. He's going straight into Lake Yellowleaf. And then having this on the Zendu pick here with a starting rate at 45 right now. Ajao's in the same boat. Both of them having Halber's Verse as well coming up here with a pair of Nunnies, Blue Rarity. And these 3 are just going to go ahead and scaling down, at least to see HM taking the Noble Cave Shrine to his, to the effort to get that gold trove. But nothing's in there except for Reverse to kind of yoink all the materials and walk right out.
Well, you can see Wang Liang was in the area. Just going to back off. Nobody's sent it. Everyone wants to get their Fireflies, wants to get their loot. Mike, not really rocking the best loot, unfortunately. Grey weapons, fist weapons, and flying knives. Does have himself a grey armor as well, so definitely not got the best gear. And the thing is when everyone's hot dropping in a similar location, the gear availability does become more sparse. So it's a lot harder to actually find that gear when everyone's looting all the troves and getting stuff from under you. Mike's able to pick up a blue bow. I think that's a blue staff. Yeah, blue staff on him as well. So has got himself at least a slightly better upgrade to his weaponry, but outside of the arsenal, the armor's still very, very weak. So he's just gonna try and back off and see if he can find himself some blue armor before he even thinks about going for anything else.
Yeah, I mean that type of mentality is holding it down there is kind of sketchy. Apparently, we just saw Waran find a purple armor straight up and taking this fight against Wang Liang. This is going to be a burnout for the combo breaker with the V2 cast. What a read. This man is going out here, and then you can see Asia on the backline, seeing this Kylan now having been forced ultimate. Has to wonder who's going to be the one at the who's the weakest link here. Seeing how Wang Liang has wasted his 2 blue dashes, he still has a time to arm the armor heal. We're going to see RW's HM going to kill against Verse somewhere around the world from what we saw from the north side of Noble Cave, but Wang Liang is not going to have to spell out here. Goodbye. He's got no other chances here to survive. He's taking the inside fight against Asia, who has Yoda. He only knows one Firefly here that's going to be available, potentially the tree line. And if he gets there, he can have at least half of the fight to be marked down for rage. But since it comes down to Asia, don't tell me you lost sight of this man. He was right in front of you, but Wang Liang still has the moves, gets a scare rush, gets denied, has soul shatter revealed. Not really something that he might have wanted to showcase there, but it was necessary to kind of make sure that Asia doesn't come up for a 1-2 clink off. And then as for RW's HM, having that kill off against Verse earlier now gives him and Mike a chance to scrap off between each other.
Yeah, Mike getting onto the roof. HM is actually just playing away from Mike, does not want to take this fight. Mike really wants to. Ultimate now available to him. Catches the uppercut onto HM. HM has to throw the F just to break away as the combo breaker from Mike. And Mike lands the grapple, continues to go for the chase. And up the trees we scurry. A very, very slow start to the first game, to be honest. A lot of that initial action from game 1 has been somewhat dissipated, but Mike wanting to try and get a kill. The fact that only HM has a kill so far is crazy. I mean, HM is going to be able to take himself his second kill. Beautifully staggered there. Nice opener for HM, and that puts him up into 4th place off that as well. While Mike sits all the way down in 7th place. Hasn't really been able to translate anything into anything so far.
What's crazy, too, is that he ran right in the face of HM's goalie stance throw. I think he was trying to look to ult cast to mitigate that, but he didn't even attempt that. His combo breaker was down. I don't know. Mike had an option there to kind of mitigate it all and then go in full offensive, but losing that life like that, it's kind of rough. Frostman still over here by Daily Meadow is going to be looking to just reset here for loot. I mean, he hasn't lost his first fight. He hasn't lost any, hasn't died yet, but he's just on a slow loot path, having himself blue weapons, blue armor, taking himself down towards the realm of Yang. Ron taking himself all the way past Isla Crater, having a purple Jade. I'm not sure as to what yet, but he does have purple armor, right? We saw that from earlier in the fight, that instance between him and Wang Liang at the Artisan's Grove, aka Moneytown. For Verse, though, having this purple flying eyes on Tumult is kind of a great reset tool, but thing is right now it's kind of seeing how his fights haven't been going so hot. I mean, he's lost his first fight against HM. Getting a reset though and finding purple weapon, blue armor, it's pretty great. It's pretty good for him. But for Asia, what I'm curious about, the fact that he comes in here as Yodohime, takes his first Romy Yang, it either comes down to him fighting a purple armor stacked person, such as if he comes down towards Asia and then having the Yakos ultimate to kind of connect against that. It would be pretty rough as estimate comes down, especially for survivability. But then if he goes up against someone like, I don't know, XY, then he has to fight this Liam that's going to be just looking to try to TOD him if he doesn't have his combo breaker ready to go. And since it comes down to it, XY has purple halberds already, pretty much has the whole 9 yards in the build right now for in terms of gear, and HM just deciding upon whether he just go ahead, taking the spear wheel, taking the purple loot, trying to get a purple weapon at least, both on the range side as well as for the melee side, as we enter into Romy Yang for the first time in this round with all 8 players luckily still alive.
Alrighty, well, I can't believe most people lost their rebirth, but like not to dying, to just time. Like much different kind of tempo in the game. As Zhang Yuan waiting, doesn't want to be immediately into the zone. Wants to take one of the later Romiangs and hope he goes up versus someone maybe a little bit less weak, less strong. Right now, it's just him on his lonesome inside this Romiang. A dramatically different type of game, Savario, to what we saw first time around. A much slower pace, a much more gentle tempo. As immediately Zhang Yuan goes aerial, looks here for Wang Liang. Wang Liang in the aerial as well. Just get a couple of crossbow shots, repeating crossbows, my I add, in there. As Zhang Yuan able to get a couple of shots off here onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang steps back, crossbow shots come in once again. He's going to look to just try and catch him. Goes for a potential uppercut, doesn't make the connection off that. Zhang Yuan steps forwards, half armor onto Wang Liang here. It's just going to pop the EF try and break away. Oh no, sorry, that was the ultimate. My bad. Ultimate response is going to get thrown down here by Zhang Yuan. Wang Liang looking for those dashes, is able to make the connection here onto his opponent. Has still now got the F here for Zhang Yuan, who's just trying to pop. Is able to get that pot, is able to break away, catches the ball, the Liam here onto Wang Liang. And that is the Liam classic, really, isn't it? You catch the ball, you throw him into the wall in the Romiang, and you absolutely destroy old counter to the likes of the Kai Lin. And Zhang Yuan in complete control here.
I was going to say, this guy went out here not using his combo breaker to save that weapon, giving Wang Liang the perfect weapon to scale out against this Liam now. The only problem I'm going to have here next is whether or not XY lets us get rush here off of blue focus. Because the thing is that 25 seconds goes by in the blink of an eye. He still got combo breaker, and he still has his chip damage. He burns it. He has a hold horizontal check opportunity right now. The uppercut's coming down towards the R&B, and Wang Liang did not take the biscuit there. There's the F1. There's the R&B. Doesn't catch it though. The terrain grip, the terrain difference is just enough to keep him alive. And 10 seconds left. Like I said, 25 seconds, and before you know it, giving him the elimination there due to that purple focus, or due to the purple rarity scaling on that halberd is insane. Giving it to him.
I felt like he just took all the pressure off the gas. He got him so low, and he was just waiting for him to come to him. I don't know. That felt very bizarre. Wang Liang going to be very happy with that one. Gets the golden weapon. It's going to be sitting quite pretty as everyone else is respawning. Immediately looking to catch each other. Frosty needs to be careful. It's a horrible zone to get caught. You can get thrown into so many of the different traps and environmental elements that could just catch you off. There's going to be the ultimate thrown out. Looks to throw a ball. Didn't make the connection, Frosty, though. Getting some serious damage off into Zhang Yuan. Stripping away that armor. Ball still available here to Zhang Yuan. He's just going to pot up. Tries to see if he can catch the Frosty. Can he do so is the real question. Time's out.
R&B. No, something.
Did he throw him into a poison shroom?
He tried to. He shot the poison shroom afterwards, but it was too far.
Too slow. Yeah.
Yeah, Jungle MB though, this dagger play right now is kind of sketchy. He did it before, but it's gonna happen again. I think it's gonna be a chance right now to kind of work around. The scale is gonna come down towards the cliff sides for the scare rushes, giving Frost a lot of headroom here, even though the purple armor is gonna be in the case for XY. Frostfist though has no ultimate, has no armor. He's taking crossbow shots. It's just worst case scenario right now. F1 comes down, uppercut's free, a combo breaker is up in 1 second. XY has an opportunity of using it, but he knows the tree's gonna save him. The second LMB catch, he can then use it. And of course, looking at this LMB 2.0, this get the parry and the soul break is connected off of the RMB. Wait a second, Mike only care for a 2-piece. He has ultimate ready to go if he needs to. The investment there for the RMB, if he needs to go ahead and go down, he doesn't know who has ult, who doesn't. And then for Mike, it's just gonna go down to 2.0 from Frostfist as XY gets an armor heal. It might even go for round 2 there.
Can Mike get these kills? That'd be beautiful for him. Looks for the shots, but Frosty's just going to take off into the zone and goes down, gives the kill over to Mike, as now Jianyuan desperately tries to get the Soul Bloom, is able to get it, gets a full heal off him. Mike actually now on a bit of a deficit when it comes to health and armor. Jianyuan's just going to take off into the zone, try and get himself a long road back into safety. As meanwhile, nearby, may I add, there's a lot of people having a scrap here. A lot of health bars starting to blink up. Burst very low. Is susceptible to just going down. As Wang Liang's able to get him, there's going to be the Vermilion Burst might get him popped there. As multiple people on incredibly low health bars here. Vran's going to jump down and see if maybe he can secure himself a kill or two. It's just going to back away. Everyone else scatters like the wind. No, they're turning it around on to Ajiao, who falls and loses his Vermilion Bird's Might. As now Wang Liang potentially could get caught here. Rang's coming forwards, and that's going to be the last of the Bird's Mites popped. And they're just going to back off that. That was a very, very bizarre, very heated little moment there.
Yeah, that was crazy too. The Vermilion being burned down there, giving a little bit of time for Wang Liang to kind of space away. But for everything coming down, 7 players left alive. And with 3 Yang depletionists, we're down to only 1 player out of the lobby so far. This is the, I mean, 7 players in the second realm of Yang is kind of crazy work. So having this down here, Mike is actually going to take his chance getting armor, possibly. The purchase right now is either 10,000 or 15. He's going to have to make that decision right now. He's going to go for it. It's going to be 1 actually left. It's crazy work. He's got another Roger script to be available, has Spyro, Target Lock, has Erudition. So that Jaded alone is going to be something that he can stack up later on. If he finds a spear to kind of scale off of. But Wang Liang having Tuna here, Gold Fan, it's going to be converted out here. Since he has that Soul Shatter, he has Kabloom, Tuna, having this Bar Bolt's quick, with the Bar Bolt's Venom Tip, but only having Nunnies as a secondary melee weapon is kind of nasty for him to have just only one other option. Because if he doesn't do well, I mean, he's going to go back to blue scaling. The thing is, his money is going to be hoarded. He's going to try to look to scale out there for the money for the shop, try to get that Mortal Defiance. As Mike is going to be looking at the Spirit Well or by the Artisan's Grove. Asia is just impatient. He's impatient. He's in the realm of Yang already. He's got the purple halberds. He's ready for the smoke. And especially on gold whip sword wielding WBG's verse. And this is just the fight I want to see. I want to see how this goes up against them both. And since Asia is just patiently just standing by here on the Yodohime, I'm not sure what JT has. Gonna have to see about that. Production team, can we get a check on that guy? Can I see what he has? While I'm gonna be entering this one though, reprocking that Tuna. That 15 armor protect goes crazy. Only having a quick charge technical, but still having a chance here, mitigating with 18%, and that pole sword as a backup weapon for scaling, possibly for a TOD. We'll have to see how that goes out for the weapon swap combo. First fight here.
All right, well, they both start off with going aerial. There's out, waiting for a good opening to use that ultimate. Just uses the halberd, gets that kind of early chip damage away on from Wang Liang. Nothing too major though, didn't really stick too significantly. Switches that to the cannon, goes in for the shot. Both of them are relatively similar heart rates as well, actually. 119 to 120. Another cannon shot comes out, goes a little bit wide. Wang Liang has a golden fan, which is going to be quite scary to go toe-to-toe with. Zhejiao trying to step away, trying to just do this a bit kind of yo-yo push and pull, but the yo-yo string snaps and he loses a lot of armor, a lot of HP. Here comes the ultimate out from Ajiao, looking to open up onto Wang Liang. Remember, he can go through the walls on this one. Wang Liang answers in kind of his own ultimate. As Ajiao is going to look for that slice, it's going to be hard to hit onto a very slippery customer like the Kai Lin. He's just constantly charging it up. There it is, actually able to connect that slice. That was beautiful. Wang Liang needs to tap dodge that one. Is able to, actually, just in the last second. And Ajiao is going to briefly get caught out. Throws up the F briefly, but his health bar is incredibly low. I don't think Ajiao's going to be able to get a single pot off here. He's just going to try and scale rush and evade away. Maybe a window comes through, but Wang Liang would have to misplay this phenomenally to lose it from here. Beautiful pickup. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jianyuan and Verse are going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, I would have wanted to see that. Good switch up to the nunchucks after the fan didn't connect. And then Worse is on this active ultimate. We got one Liam more ready to go. Verse is aware. Has to be. Yeah, tap dodges are good. Guys can cancel ult because combo breaking doesn't even need to. Once go to 1-2 R&B hold check. Hopefully to see the release. Nope, doesn't happen. Verse just gets delayed held check on. That's crazy. Okay, timeout. I forgot. I did not look at the top of the timer. Both of these guys were fighting for so long before they know it. Boom, double Yang depletion. So from 7 players out here from the second realm Yang being available. Now there's 3 Yang depletionists. Cycling is gonna have to go a little bit faster now. So for the players, gonna have to go for the last second. It seems that we're just waiting this delay on this Roman Yang to see what's up here. Mortal Defiance has been purchased. Sap has been purchased. And having Juggernaut here for one long is crazy work. Considering that he has this build, I mean, if Aisha took this fight, it would not work in his favor. Though that Mortal Defiance was either one of the Mortal Defiances in the shop, one that he picked up from the Roman Yang, or maybe they were both in the shop with the Sap. I mean, that's a purchase spree right there. 70,000 Dartai coins, if you were to equate that, that's a lot. It's a lot of money that we've seen that comes down to Wang Liang if he had it. But I'm going to say that one or the other there. Since Verse has it down to 20,000 Dartai coins, I mean, only thing left is just kind of working around supplies. He finds Asia trying to go all the way to this soul altar by the spurt. I don't know why, but you know what? Maybe this sees a Firefly, keeping that in mind. But for Asia, he's going all the way past it to the Daily Meadow, and Wang Liang is there patiently. I mean, he doesn't know that they're here. No one has any sort of mystic might. It's just White Tiger's prowess proccing on here. And Wang Liang would probably look the moment that he sees a fight to happen, he's going to take any advantage, stack it up early. And then look at this fight out here in the edge of the circle for the zone. Verse versus Asia.
Yeah, you're right. If Wang Liang hears that, he is taking that fight. He's going to come in third party real bad. And it's interesting how, you know, at the beginning of this game, well, after that first Roma Yang, because of the way everything went down, only having one player go out. Remember, this was a very stat lobby coming into the later game. Remember, at this point last game, 9 minutes in the previous game, we had 3 players left.
Yeah.
We still have 7 left. You only lost a single person at 8 minutes this time. So, very, very different kind of flavor of game. But 8 minutes left in the game, and everyone, it almost feels like they're a little spooked from that first game. That first Battle Royale, at least, because this is such a different tempo game. Like, everyone's a lot more slow and unwilling to send it for points, and maybe that's because they know that even if they go bottom 4 today, they're not out. They go into lower bracket, so there's less of a panic, less of a threat on them. But if you top 4 today, you're just into finals regardless. There's no real stress about having to play another round. You're just done, and we'll see you at the weekend next week.
Yeah, look at Mike though. He's got to play it mad safe, man. He's got to play it mad safe.
I've not seen an invisibility bush used in such a long time in solos.
Really? Oh, no. The thing is it's key. It's very, very, very important. I mean, he's in the middle of the arena where there's bears and dogs all around him. He can't do anything about that. He's got to stake himself down, waiting out them to take a fight. So that Zenda Wu doesn't get targeted by the lobby. Playing it really smart though, because it's also got the scaling. He knows his gold armor, gold weapon wielding players, and then having to take a long, elongated fight, knowing that they know that knowing that there's a Zendu in the lobby, they'll make sure that they kind of work that down, and then obviously third, fourth party. So just staying quiet. But the problem thing is that usually in the past we've seen players push check. Not so much often now. I mean, we haven't seen it so far, but thing is now Ron and Asia are in the scrap off for a minute of Yang depletion left for Asia, which means at which point he's going to be trying to get the Spirit Well, trying to reset the timer like we were talking about before. The F2 though gives him a little bit of a room to kind of space out, but when there's 3 players there, you can't do much in that. Mike is going to find himself out here actually trying to get that Spirit Well for himself if he could. The Yang Spirit Well being claimed out here by Wang Liang, having ultimate proc. There it is, having the reset, having to get that tome. He's going to have to make his move on the Spirit Well, otherwise some players can just get more kills than he ever will.
Alrighty, well, Asia. 30 seconds left. I think it might be a little bit problematic for him here on the Yoto. He's going to look for the ultimate and just try and juggle around as much as possible, but everybody is crashing into the area. And there's going to be some depletions getting cleansed off the bat, but Ran may find himself in danger. The Tiger stands forward. There's the Sandstorm. Ran's going down. Asia's caught by the Whisper. He can't get the cleanse off in time. And then he falls immediately to Wang Liang. Heartbreak and disaster there for so many players. That Sandstorm causing such a menace. Mike was able to catch off onto one of the Soul Altars himself, or Spirit Wells himself. Hasn't got a cleanse though. but Mike is still in the fight, still in the game with that White Tigers now in his inventory. 5 minutes left, 5 players left. This is a very, very weird game.
Oh, yeah. And the thing is that the depletion being taken away right now for WeMount and Mike, right, is just going to be just a scaling out XY in a distance. Since they're both going to be here for the Alani, I feel like she would have been the first person to target out here, man, to be honest. But the Valiant Challenger in their hands right now, Wang Liang gives him vision on everybody through the trees. He's able to see what's being going on. Having this down for 5 players left to go. Scrap-off's going to happen here right now. WeMount going to look for some range shots. His Verse is going to be eating this up. He has no ultimate. We saw everyone saw in the lobby earlier that the Tumult ultimate was invested. So having Verse to have no ultimate here, it's just going to be a matter of time, rage over time, I should say. Seeing how XY, though, is going full it mode right there. Parry, oh, he read it because he saw it earlier. This double silence is going to give him a little bit more chip damage, giving Wang Liang time for a reset. And XY taking himself that fan. So the scaling now has just gone up. And the fact that he's on Liam in the V2 means that he can just go for raw damage off of the V2 recast just to let the timer go out and just releasing. We've seen it happen. And for Mike, though, this wall couldn't be more of a grievance. He's got to get out of this building. There it is. Mr. Western shot comes down here. He having to go ahead and pick up the golden reset there earlier to have this gold armor now could be a double-edged sword pickup, but since Verse is going to be taking another fight indoors, he's just going to go ahead and just keep himself, you know, aloof with the whip sword. This is going to be very dangerous for him. Lonnie finding herself in the room, having ultimate to cast, knowing that this Yang depletion has to get rid of at some point, and knowing that the F1 has to be invested due to him being stuck in the corner, but WeMount is still going to be the one that's going to be chased down the moment he gets back into the zone.
Alrighty, well, 5 players still left in this game. A lot to play for. So they are just going to continue to chase forwards. Finally, Liang. Gold armor, Mike, gold armor. Verse incredibly low. Could it just be the target? All of this attention at this point. Verse is just trying to give him the old runaround, but Mike catching the grapple. Oh! No, Mike is catching the wisp. And that might just give enough time for him to get the cleanse off. But here go the depletions. As down he falls. Verse, only 30 seconds left. Sorry, Mike, only 30 seconds left on him with the depletion. So he has to send it onto Verse. Is going to throw and commit the F out there. Has still got the ultimate. Needs to throw that down any second. Now there's the ultimate committed by Mike. Is just going to try and get some damage off of the Verse. And there's the kill. Mike should just be able to get himself the cleanse. That was with seconds left. Very, very close. But they are able to hold it. And back away. Absolutely dangerous. Crazy.
It is dangerous, man. Look at this. Wang Liang on the Kylan. XY going to be having the Liam. I mean, Liam, like, the thing is that Liam can make the third party have such an advantage here. Such an advantage when he throws the ball, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, doink, thanks for that kill. You know, anything can come out of this. I know Wang Liang has it down to just, let me just try to hoard my... let me just try to hoard my ultimate as long as I can. Thing is, he only has one real spacing jade right now. If he decides to kind of just throw out the sap, if he gets a parry, then that's going to be a one-change wonder. But no one has anything that's really field effective, like a roar burst. Like, it's just raw stats. Look at this guy, 36% HP, and he went for a risky biscuit reset on a gold armor on the body. Do we see Mike take the contestment? Who knows? Juggernaut level 3 though for Wang Liang though. Aerial dash as well has been picked up. This guy still has that Mortal Defiance from earlier. This guy is stacked. That aerial dash is actually one of the key jades there for him to have picked that up. That's going to be a stand up. The Vajra script still available for one cast, having the Fire Target Lock, the Sunwing Shot, the Erudition if he ever gets a chance. The Cyan Fang is also in the builds right now for Mike, so he's just going to have to keep going around. No shop in the vicinity that would be safe enough to get for any sort of purchases. So on this timeline right now, 2 minutes left on the clock, everyone playing out for Endgame Circle. I mean, last time we saw this was back in the Holoroth last 2 weeks ago, and seeing how that ended up going. But in this case in Morrisal, finally we've had a 3-man Endgame Circle once more.
Yeah, we have indeed. As looks like right now, everyone's just waiting it out, playing it chill. It is a it's a very, very just relaxed tempo right now between all of these players. 1 minute left though, and when this comes to a close, this is going to absolutely explode. Wang Liang with 6 kills. It's an absolutely beautiful game from him. Xinyan, 0 kills, but the work he did in the previous game will definitely be doing him some good here. And even if he just gets 1 or 2, he'll still be happily sitting on the board and sitting at the top of the table. Mike, on the other hand, still below that red line as we will be ending the halfway point here. He wants to be above that red line at least for the last 3 games of the day. Give him a little bit more space, a little bit more safety to work with. Because we didn't see so many people go out early, this game just moved at such a slower tempo this time around that we ended up having just a game where it was very different from what we've seen a lot of this season, which has been high-tempo games, people going out, getting knocked out very early due to the realm depletion, and also just the meta picks. Not so much stalling. Oh, Wang Liang tried to full send it. Is going to throw the ultimate out here. May just look to try and see if he can find a dash. That's that 2-nar. As Zhen Yan's just going to let them fight. He's happy to play on the high ground and let these two scrap it out and chip away at each other's health, armor, and resources. And Wang Liang, no more dashes to work with as Yoto ult comes out here from Mike. Wang Liang starting to bleed out. He's just trying to use the zone, but not the Yoto, sorry. He's on the Zender, but he's able to do a lot of work. Mike gets caught here. Zhan Yuan, it got a ball, as that's just going to be a kill over to him. There's his first kill of the game as he takes down Mike. Make that just 2 kills. A very, very weird game scenario, but Zhan Yuan gets his second win of the game of the day.
Crazy. Yo, I'm like Wang Liang too, because I know exactly what he was trying to do. But I'm like, that's a low chance of success. He gets the MVP, you know, that's just case in point. But he just get the kill, right? 2 kills he could have gotten, but he decided to play it out early. So the one thing that happened is that he saw XY in the sky, and he thought there was gonna be an opportunity to kind of get himself in the sky to knock him down or knock him to the zone by using like a knock for the F1 to knock him back. XY was already prepared for that. He had his F1 ready to go, and he knocked him back, forcing his F1 afterwards, which didn't create any value. Now, I think in any instance, if he went for a mid-air cast on the ultimate to kind of knock him back further than anything else in the world, that would have been a classic moment to kind of catch in real time. But it's too ambitious, especially when a player has a combo breaker that's a reposition kind of combo breaker, so he can kind of work himself back into it and into the zone. I mean, the shadow circle collapsing is the threat. You know, once it goes into a certain area, your main objective is just to try to survive with HP. That's why we saw XY with 36% HP shades. He had 3 of them, just hoarding it. But eventually, both the players getting a tassel on the ground, Mike and Wang Liang, having that fight to be had. I mean, it was just an angle for XY to get those last hit confirmations, and then of course taking the, you know, that's an MVP, but taking first place to getting 4.5 points. The only 2 eliminations in that game being the last 2 kills is placements in first.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a very, very fun game. Very different game from what we've seen a lot of here this season in NARAKA. This has been a very high tempo season. It's interesting seeing games go back to that kind of play style. I don't think that really favors many people, though. I feel like if you're the one person having a good game and everyone else is playing really patiently, you just extend your lead over everyone else while everyone else just kind of falls by the wayside. So I'm surprised to see that was how that game went, but ultimately we are fine for the moment. I think, you know, with the last 3 games to go, sorry, get my times modeled up there. Yeah, I do expect to see these guys actually really pop off in this next couple of games, because yeah, that was surprisingly tame of a lobby.
It was.
Especially, you know, I think it was saved somewhat by the fact that 3 people got Realm of Yang depletion in the
second round.
In the second round of Yang. Wow, my brain is really not firing on all cylinders here, Savaria. But there we are. Wang Liang takes MVP for that game a second time in a row. Able to walk away with a lot of kills. Actually, sorry, it was Wang Liang, not Zhan Yuan. Wrong person. But able to take his MVP for that game. Zhen Yuan was able to take a second, though, for fairly comfortably. So have a look at the overall standings, and Zhen Yuan still stands at the top of the table with 14 points. Ran with 2 points. Keep in mind, Ran is the only person with 0 points in the overall season. He's not going to be on 0 points at the end of this season because he's in the upper bracket here, but not what he wanted. I think he would have much rather preferred to have had he would like to make it to finals and keep his chances of actually playing in playoffs alive.
Yeah. No, the other thing too is that for Ran, all he needs to look into is just getting at least like 8 points within the next 2 games, and then hoping game 6 to kind of turn out. So this is enhanced, you know, just kind of make sure. Even for Frostfist, I mean, Frostfist, definitely doesn't want to go to lower bracket. I mean, that's just a day that he can take off, right? But one other thing is making absolutely certain that we go into this next round just kind of saying XY is safe as can be. So with 14 points on there, let's go through some highlight reels going down here as it comes through from Mike. This is going to be a point where Mike could have potentially even picked up 2 kills, which he did on Frostvis, got the last hit. And then seeing how Versus was in the Romy Yang against Frostvis on the outskirts of that, it was just a corner side fight. We didn't get a chance of looking at that, but this whole entire tassel that happened outside of the islet crater was just, that was onslaught. That was crazy. Like 5 players and boom, right next to each other. Though, looking at how it came down to this final moment, right? Smolt's ultimate to confirm, the Akko's ultimate to get it denied with the Yodo F2 and then into the shots. I mean, it was pretty surgical here from Walian. The moment he got that Juggernaut, he started getting eliminations. He started scaling up. But putting himself out here and fighting out Verse, this is where it became down to this unit. Senda Wu just going ahead and doing like 500 damage really much with the scaling there. But though, last hit confirmations from XY here guarantees it for the victory with only 2 seconds to spare, practically 1 second. If I'm taking the timing is like just 1 off by 1, and still able to confirm that elimination. And like I said, Walian is still kind of contemplating, you know, shameless, but he's contemplating it, you know, in terms of like that play that he did at the very end, just kind of making that mid-air aggression. Didn't really give him the points that he needed to kind of get 2 extra on the board, but still able to kind of work this down as MVP.
Oh, there it is. NVP coming in for Wang Liang. Sap Soldier, the tuner. We saw the tuner a lot in this game because there was a lot standing around, so there's a lot of opportunities to utilize that. 13,000 damage coming out from Wang Liang though. Very, very impressive game. Number 3. I said it though, man, and I stand by it. I want some action. Give me some fisticuffs coming into game number 4. That was too relaxed. Too many people in the final circle. Everyone kind of set a picnic up and just chilled. Kind of more of that. We need more action coming into game number 4 and 5, and I'm excited because we're going back to Holoroth, one of my faves. I've said this a couple times actually. I'm sad that we don't get more Holoroth. I hold Holoroth in a very special place in my heart.
Yeah. She's a. Holoroth is the way to go, man. It's the way to go.
Hell yeah. Right, well, we're going to throw it over to an interview after this game, and then we'll be back with games 4 and 5, so we'll see you in a little bit.
好的，亲爱的各位观众朋友，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人张耀鑫。So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Post the Game Interview, and I'm your host today, Yo-Yo. So today we invite Frost. Let's say hello to the audience.
Hello guys, I'm Frostvis from Team SS1.
Yes, really long time no see, right? And welcome today's King of Udao Frost to our interview. So, the first question: how do you feel like your today's performance?
Of course, I haven't been performing as well as I wanted. I feel like today, the pacing of the lobby is different. I feel like it's related to the skill level of the players today. And so they're playing a lot slower. And so I have a plan for the next few games.
Okay, so you have the plan right now. And what do you think was the deciding in your factor in the first match to factor in your win?
Of course, I was practicing how to fight, or like just practicing in general, fighting other players. And so I feel like I'm pretty confident in my fighting. But today the strategy hasn't been very well. And so that's what I have to change.
So a lot of experience can help us to do better in the future matches. So let's move to next part, Answer for Treasure. So the question is, which hero did SFS1 Frost use in Game 3? A is Aino 1, B is Qilin Zhang, C is Akko's Hu, and D is Xunhuan Li. So I'd like to ask you if the full mark is 10. So how would you like to rate your mental performance today? Because I see that your heart rate is really high.
I feel like it's just the nervousness from just playing. But I feel like after these few games, I should be more relaxed. I think it's pretty usual for me at the start of the day that I have a pretty high heart rate and a little bit nervous. But then after a few games, I'll calm down a bit.
Yes, also help you to get more relaxed in the future matches. Okay, so it's counting time. Let's count it right now.
3, 2, 1.
Yes, the correct answer is.
The correct answer is D. Xunhuan Li.
So the last question, I think maybe a little deeply. So what would you say to the young players watching you and like who dream to going pro?
For those players who are trying to become pro and join NBPL, you have to keep practicing and never be lazy, because I feel like most of the players right now are behind compared to the Chinese players. And so I hope they one day can join and maybe play with me instead.
Okay, let's see the future. So let's take a break and we will back soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our second half of the day. Games 1 through to 3 have been very interesting. I think game 1 was fun because we were doing a lot of the kind of meta picks that we've been seeing so much of in the martial arts had counters and answers, and we saw some fun personality picks. Game 1 of the Battle Royale, very, very high tempo. Game 3, I don't know what happened, man. I got sleepy. These guys need to wake up and get to some action, man.
Yeah, it's kind of scary, man. I mean, we saw explosive out of 4 players to 3 players left in the final circle for Rummy Yang, or for the Yang Spiritual. Asia getting, going through with between Asia, Wang Liang, and XY, and it just felt like it just went back quick. But then having 7 players by the second Rummy Yang was really great. I think the tempo switch, though, kind of occurred, just because the Yang depletionist counted up to 3. If it was 2, we might have seen a swap off of the playstyles that were happening. I mean, both Yang depletion players would have been looking for each other. But the fact is that we actually saw them looking for each other. Like with Asia going to the zone and all that stuff was kind of it was a strange instance. Then it blew up over the Forbidden Seal, right? And then the Yang Spiritual drops there, and then all of a sudden, or Spiritual, I should say, drops there, and then all of a sudden, once Wang Liang gets his ult for free, he's on one of the few characters that really takes very well on that Yang Spiritual and their ult reset, just because that the Kylan can start moving, right? It's like trios. When some players have their core third to kind of stay inside of waiting out the buff, they'll start waiting for them, and then they'll wait the pop, and then they'll get another ultimate cycle because it's a duration-based type of ultimate with like unlimited uses. So having that to be said, I mean, it was kind of it had to have been a standstill due to the scaling that the players had, gold armors, buffs, uncertainty. I mean, they go to the shop, they see the Mortal Defiance proc, they don't know who has it. They can assume, they can understand what's going to be coming up next, but they'd have to be very wary about what's going to be, in the hands of the players, because only so many things could be surprised. Worst case scenario, you get caught by an arrow dash infinite, and then you're done. Like you're caught by the lock by range shots.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's there's a lot of nuances going on. I think, obviously, the big thing to talk about today is the Zhang Yuan performance. I think this guy's been absolutely crushing it today. Game 3, 0 points, 0 kills, and then, he was last man standing, picked up the final 2 players, being Mike and... I can't remember who the other person was now, but he took them both down. And he got... That was the most important thing. I think it was Wang Liang, actually. But he was able to, hold it down and really tidy up that game and just keep himself towards the top of the table. He's in 14. He's got 14 plot points. He's in top place right now. We're now at the point in the day where obviously it's fun talking about the guy who's dominating the day and who's at the top of the ladder. But when you get to this halfway point, I think that's when you need to start looking between like 4th down and start seeing who's in those danger zones. Sometimes even 3rd, to be honest. And how things are going to be shuffling around throughout the rest of the day, and who's at threat of going into the lower bracket, and who's going to be booking themselves a ticket to the finals. And remember, this is the last run of this we're doing. This isn't like the bi-weekly finals where we had 4 of them. Once we're done with this double LM bracket, we're into playoffs, and we're into the end of the season pretty much from there. So it's dicey right now for some of these players, because they might not have enough points to even look at playoffs as a reality. So I'm very excited to see what this next couple of moments are going to be, because this could be do or die for some people.
Yeah, like darkness over the sun. I'm like, whoa. The thing that happens next is kind of like those outlier picks, the guys who are just choosing random picks in the first 2 phases or the first 2 groupings, where they end up just kind of hiding in the masses. Because the sooner if you're the second phase, you know exactly who's in the first phase, and it's usually going to be the Alka, it's going to be the Shun one, right? That's what we've had for the last 2 rounds. But if you're in the last phase, you're going to be able to figure out. Or if you're the second to last person to choose, you're going to be able to figure out who that last person is. And then in case instances, some of the players that are hunting down each other are going to have to like understand that a little bit, it's got a little bit more in terms of like the play styles. I mean, I'm going to reference back to a moment pretty much easy to kind of remember is TE's Wufong, for instance. He always kind of go into using, range shot in close quarters. That was a red flag. That's something that players can understand who they're fighting at that point in time. They can understand that someone is going to be, very knowledgeable in their character pick if they start doing really well in that character by figuring out that, they're using certain weapons, right, in the mix of it. But other things that kind of comes off of, certain heroes, especially when it comes in, in the BR, is who, like, if it comes down to you kind of fiending for somebody, is their disengagement on top of it. Some players' disengagement is very, very, very easy to spot. How fast they get out, what weapons they're using. That's the point in time where you can see how well your chase is as well. This is, like I said, limit testing for top, for the combatants is one thing, right? But being able to kind of seek, more to the levels of it, just being able to see what you're available to do, anticipating in terms of the location that someone goes through. There's very tight kite paths, in instead of some areas. Morrisile is a definite one for that for Celestra. Hollow Rock, though, is also, you know, another location that we can talk about, kind of bring us into it. But that's where we actually bring us into this round. I mean, Hollow Rock, Salvation Podium, this is an objective based, you know, that's an objective that you have to base yourself around if you know how to clear it as fast as possible, or do you play it patiently? I mean, players love to take the aggression against other players to take that, you know, gold weapon, because the moment you get the scaling off of that, you can start going to Rumble Yang with the gold rarities damage and then just start annihilating the competition as it stands.
It's one of the reasons I love this map, man. It's one of the reasons that I love this map. There is some sick old loot here. Unfortunately, no red armor in this game mode, which is a shame, because for years I wasn't told red armor was disabled. So the whole time I was like, we're gonna get it, this is gonna be the week, this is the week the red armor's gonna show up. I was chasing a dragon, man. It didn't exist. Like but yeah, obviously you got podium, gives great kind of bonuses going to the first Realm Yang with. You know, if you can grab purple armor and a gold weapon for first Realm Yang, there's a chance you're going up versus like an all blues dude. I will say, and I've been convinced of this since day one, I think Holoroth is the most generous map. I think there's just like slightly higher chances on this map, because I swear people get kitted out so quick on Holoroth.
You know, the thing too is, one other thing in the nighttime is that the Starry Night we saw, man, was it trios? Yeah, it was trios. Yeah. The the meteor shower with the Starry Night, that thing hurts, man. And some player just run into it and took 2 of them at the same time. So that's 1,000 damage straight up. So forcing out that kind of chase down and then boom, getting hot. You know, that's the point in where they have to like space up for it. One setup though is when you get into Holoroth, some of the players can take the opportunity on using those elements to their advantage, just because it also opens up troves for resets, right? And that type of frequency is very getting that is a blessing, especially in a Mortal War, because you're not really able to kind of get more, let's say, more loot off of like going through. You just have less frequency to getting gold troves, green troves, and all that, and just having higher rarity stuff. But with the Starry Night, I mean, you're not only getting rage of 10% per strike star, any troves that drop on that is higher chance of the gold, higher chance of the greens. That means that if you're ending up on running those paths on a reset, you're well aware and being able to kind of situate yourself on that reset. But more importantly, your spec bands. Huimao going to be here for the first phase. Going to have XY here in a second. Going to have FPX's A Shao in the third. WBG's verse going to be in the 4th phase. SR's Mike going to be in the 5th. Having Wang Liang here in 6th phase is going to be interesting, because he can still pick up the cut. I mean, if he decides to, actually, no, he actually went through it. So Frost is going to be in 7th phase, and then Wolves Ron is going to be in 8th phase. Honestly, though, I mean, if he goes for Kylan, I wouldn't be suggested against it. It's just as a way to counteract Mike if he decides to go Zenda Wu again. And the moment he sees a Zenda ban, he knows he can take the chance in there, knowing that Mike would want to try to take a different chance on playing a Zenda this time with success, or just for round 2 to limit test her usage inside of the Holoroth, because he did it in Morris, he did it in Predoria. Now to see how it works out in this map.
Alrighty, well, here we are immediately. The ACOS, as expected, gonna get locked in. I'm assuming this will probably be the John Hunt. No, don't worry. It's still gold. It's still gold.
Yes, sir. Look at that. He's stretching.
He second picked the Tarka?
Just another day in paradise.
Bro. That's some hero work from this guy. God damn. Crazy.
It's like I'm like the guy that, you know, he reviews over the fruits and like, and that's pretty insane. Like, just like seeing how that goes down.
Bro.
It's crazy though. It's crazy. You know, Verse had the Zenda Wu and he opts in to use Lonnie here. I like that. I mean, if he goes off of the the passion that he can go around corners, especially hits the plateaus, east side of the map. Though, mic check. Double on top. Yo, the early read on the Kylan would have been fantastic, but he does well in Hararos Yodohime, so I'm not even opposed to him getting this choice off for the 3rd round, or at least the 3rd BR round. Now it's up to Wang Liang. I mean, he still has Kylan available if he wants to double pick. This is option A, but Tumulch actually going in there is his option. He can't lose it. Well, regardless of that, he doesn't want to pass up the opportunity there, because then he can just start reading down the last 2 picks, knowing that Tumulch is going to be available for the last 2 guys, in this case for Frostfist and all that. So locking this in would probably be the best case, giving Frostfist possibly the Zenda Wu pick option here. And then after that, just kind of seeing whether or not we get a chance on just personality picks from Ron at this point.
Let's see what he's going to be looking to pick up here for the side of Frosty now that Yoto and Big Pic's gone there. Going to go for the Kylan. Talks about how the Kylan very good on this map. Yeah. So let's to be the angle over. Obviously, I was saying, something weird like I literally said if a Taka gets picked, then maybe Kylan just falls off as like the non-pickable character. Very wrong. Yeah. Zenda going all the way to 8th is crazy, to be honest. Actually, I'm surprised to see that she made it so far down the priority this time around. And it's funny. It's some people place more preference on the Lani, some more on the Zenda, some more on the Kylan, some more on the Tumult. Like, it really is a personal preference of like when it comes to this point of the game and the pick order where, you know, the meta is flexible. We all agree that ACOS is king right now, but outside of ACOS, it's really free game. So it's very exciting to see. But I am chomping at the bit to get into this one. Do you know it's actually not chomping at the bit?
What do you mean, that full phrase?
Yeah, that phrase isn't chomping at the bit, because you'd assume it's a horse chomping at the bit, like the thing that goes in their mouth. It's champing at the bit is the actual phrase.
At the bit.
Yeah. I found that out a while ago, and I think it's stupid, so I use chomping still. But apparently the game of telephone phrase.
We use the other version.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, hell yeah. Not using some made-up version. What am I? Alrighty, game number 4, Holleroff, my favorite map. Very excited for this one. I keep saying it, guys, but give us. I think we should have it at the beginning of the day. We should have one of our hosts over there and a big like Wheel of Fortune thing, and they just spin it, and that's what maps we get. And the players don't know what they're going into. We'll just find out what map we're getting going into the game. That's what I'm waiting for. Now I'm going to look at the overall setups. Looking at Yoto mostly, because that's the only thing that's really going to change. Pretty standard F2v1. Nothing out of the ordinary there. Let's probably talk about the Taka. F1v1 getting locked in.
F1v1?
F2v1, sorry. F2v1, F2, sorry. I'm good with numbers. I promise. No,
I was going to say, you're going to give Duncan some hope there. I mean, F1, stamina reset, it's optimal. No, the F2 is diabolical in the hands of XY, though. He'll catch it every single one of those struggles if he can.
I'm a bigger fan of F2, so I'm happy.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that it opens, it's a soft combo breaker. You can just push someone away, right? Or they take burn damage and they take all the vulnerability. But look at the drop. Wang Long has himself out here to be on the salvation podium, and XY is right there, bro. Every time these guys are contesting each other, it's kind of crazy. This Firefly drop, though, is going to be pretty substantial since Mike is going to be spawning out here towards the Fireflies. We also have Epix's A-Shout on the Cinnabar Valley with WBG Spurs, and then RW's HM. This is for Firefly, where he is. As well as for Frostus, I mean, he's taking his stance on spacing out from the fight as far as possible, but Ron, as well, taking all the loot there from the gold area as we go into game 4. And in Holleroth, I mean, it's gonna be a bloodbath off the rip for that salvation podium if those two players go up against each other. But inside of Cinnabar Valley, that's 3 players that's gonna be going up against each other, and especially since Mike's.
I always find it funny that whenever we go to Holleroth, we see some players. Well, it's always only 2 people contesting the podium. Everyone else just goes to like City of Tang or Imperial Village if it's open and available. The problem with podium is it is risky, especially if a third person shows up, because there's double not cannons, that's the word, not the right word I'm looking for. Ballistas, double ballistas.
Yeah,
can just be a real menace, and like it's scary to do salvation podium if a third person rocks up and starts shooting the ballista, and you just have to come back later and try and solve it. And you basically slow down your gearing so much. So it's almost like a gentleman's agreement within the lobby, but only 2 people will contest it. And they'll just let whoever wins that win that. But Zhang Yuan being hunted here by Wang Liang right now on the Taka. God, this guy's actually so goated, man.
Yeah. Crazy, because Wang Liang had no grapples to chase him down. I'm like, this guy's just running his feet in the sand. He can't do anything about it. Kind of getting Lawrence of Arabia vibes there. But now we have Verse up here. For everybody at Cinnabar Valley, it's a ticking time bomb. I mean, no Firefly for Verse means that he's just raw dogging it with initial starting rage. But out of Verse's hands, Dual Blades is pretty good to have in the early game just to kind of break someone down for opting in for the LMB catch for the horizontal now. Ajiao. It's crazy enough, I didn't see him pick up this Firefly. I mean, I gotta look at HM. I didn't see if he had his old. Yeah, he did. So he did get one Firefly off the Moonfall Pass, but the fact that now both of these guys are back. We're so back. Since we're back to Wan Liang and XY at the bottom of the crypts, they themselves are fiending for each other the moment they see each other. I mean, they both know the puzzle now. They both know it. So between the two of them, third party comes out here. HM made his rotation down towards Salvation Podium. And for the instance right now, what's going to be case is another fight on the outskirts where Mike is just deciding between one or the other. Since he's on the Yurohime, he's going to have to make the decision now.
Alrighty, well, Ajiao attempts the parry. Oh, Verse. A lot of damage coming off the back of that, and there he goes with the fist weapons. Nice little pickup as Mike catches the uppercut onto Ajiao, keeps him juggled in the aerial. The flying knife's doing a lot of work. Ajiao gets hit by the exploding plants. He's just making a run for it now. Mike, though, wants this kill. Hot on the heels. Quick reposition. Reads where he's going to go with the grapple, but we're into buildings, and once you get into buildings, it gets very hard to catch NARAKA players. They're slippery little ferrets when they get inside. Through the windows, through the doors, using all of the walls to scale rush and get the movement off, as Mike is now going to be going into Ajiao. Ajiao has armor swapped into some grey armor. Has lost some fair chunk of that armor, though, immediately. It's only grey, remember, as Mike able to get through Ajiao's health, but Ajiao is just getting absolutely smashed up by Mike here. Mike going to look for the kill as Wolves is ran, steals the kill away from Mike. That is going to be a heartbreaker for him. He's going to try and get some shots off with the ultimate, but Ran is just evading here with the Zender so efficiently as Mike is going low. One last slash. The sustain may come through, but the tap dodge is there. Mike puts the F up, and now he's in absolute danger. One more F comes out from him. Ran's going to try and finish him up. Mike is just going to go for a pot inside his F. Is able to get one. Can he get two off? Mike is not able to get two off, and Ran comes in, pinches the kill, and then takes Mike with him. Beautiful pick up there for Ran. And that's his first 2 kills of the day as well. So he's starting to jump up the ladder, get closer towards that 5th spot. Mike only 1 point off Verse, though. So he's close to top 4 as well.
That was an impeccable play from Ron, and especially converting that V2 into immediate jump LMB to force that recast on Yodohime. Flawless. And looking at this Verse, raw uppercut, no worry in the world. Can't get the 1-2-3 vertical. The wall's going to deny you, my friend, but the HM is going to be looking at the LMB R&B reach, and it does. It connects. That's gold foot. Yo, that's tough because now it's going to be just one R&B, a warm pistol shot. All he needs is more healing, so he's going to utilize the teleport. He might be getting a chance here on a range shot the moment he takes a corner, but a heal like that is just a little bit more time now that the Yakuza is ready. He is already gone. Verse is going to take it to the Aquila's gate right now to kind of work around scaling and kiting right now. He's got fist blades. He needs a little bit more time, though, a little bit more spacing, and there it goes. He finds it, and this is going to be up to HM. He's got F2. He just invested his second V2 recast, and having down to HM, what's next is this. Either he throws a predicted F2 through the wall on where the scare rushes will be coming out of to stop him, or he just goes in and takes his chase, burning all his resources. His grapples are down to 6, and he is going to be looking into using a weapon that either, you know, even though it has high scaling on damage, one of the slowest ones for scare rushes, and that's just a factor going through there. There's his F2, there's his predict. He went for option A, and yet he is still going to be forced down to be taking option 2.
Oh, still keeping the chase up here. As Hoime is just going to force the heal out first. Got a full reset. Grab himself a couple of goodies. Nothing big in there. As Roma Yangs are up. That's the major thing to talk about now. It was definitely more action. 4 kills off before the first Roma Yang and before Rebirth. So nothing too big. I think the attention is very much going to be on this Taka inside the Roma Yang. I really hope we get to see Zhang Yuan piloting this in the Roma Yang. And honestly, it'll be matchup based. He's into the Zhonhan Li. I don't know how this matchup goes because I've not actually played Zhonhan Li, so I'm hoping you can give me some insight on this one. But
So on his aspect, I mean, off top, it was just going to be a majority when the ult cast comes out towards it that XY finds himself, if he can't dash, he'll have to use his ult to just tap dodge, right? But the other thing is the combo breaker would have to be used probably when he gets caught by the F1 majority of the time. And that's the thing. Like, Junwan is going to have a really good time if he catches an F1. It just depends, because a lot of these players love to take the jump off of the casting of it, so that way they can avoid getting staggered, like right now. But apparently XY does not do that, has to use the F1 right now, and then this is going to be a scary instance, because at this point in HP, the only thing that he has is fireballs, and that's going to consume rage. Less time on the board for him. He can't connect this grapple. He can't stop this onslaught that Agile is going to put on him. The problem that Junwan Lee will provide, though, is that recast, where if Junwan gets caught right now on that recast, he takes a little bit of extra damage here, which he does. He has at least a little bit more HP, that combo breaker to mitigate the second to last, but the last hit resets it, and the fireball to mitigate these. It's just going to be up to him parrying those bomb dashes if he gets a chance to, you know, even though the throws are going to happen here. It's just a second recast that XY is going to have a, you know, insurmountable time. He has to kite this for another 10 more seconds, otherwise HL will get that confirmed.
Well, already Genuine lost most of his armor. Has still got the F to work with, like you're saying. Mini combo breaker, bit of burn as well. Throws it down. Is going to catch some damage onto Asia, but Asia with the fist weapons has got a major advantage here. Genuine's just going to try and break away, but nah. Not going to happen. Asia will take that Romayang. There's only one active left. Mike did win his Romayang. And I think it's Wang Liang, I think, inside his Romayang first right now versus, I didn't see who else he was fighting, but
yeah, look at this.
That will be concluding momentarily. There you go. Wolves is Ran takes out Wang Liang. So that's our Birds Mites onto 3 players. And let's see how this one goes, because last time we only lost 1 person, and that really, really slowed the game down. So we'll get a replay of this is Mike's Romayang actually versus Frostivus.
Kind of scary here. Nunchucks against Katana. So much just push factor there from Frostivus. He was able to go through. I mean, he did. He burned the combo breaker. Scare Rush comes out here, and the LMB is denied, and the RMB is free for Blue Focus. Now Mike is in this position to pop ultimate. Thing is, Yodohime's best matchup is against Skyland ultimate on the ult. And this is the reason why right there, Stone Form. The cast on that end is enough to kind of hold it down. Tap dodges aren't going to be occurring, and, you know, Frostivus is going to be hurting right here. This corner is it. The burn out the Keelan Guard is Mike's ambition. The V1 recast comes down. He does confirm it, gets a lot of healing off of that, and since that Keelan Guard is done, he just chases down with the R&B catch. This is enough. The ult versus ult is just, it's diabolical, but it's Yodohime's hands down all the time.
Well, Ran hunting down Mike now. Mike with the buff, Ran with also the buff actually. So looks like it's just going to be 2 Vermilion Birdsmiters going toe to toe. Meanwhile, here at Plume's Castle, fireballs are getting shot up as Zhang Yuan is trying to get himself a cleanse, but he gets hit by a parry, and his health bar is absolutely decimated. Nothing to do here. Throws out the ultimate, has the S, but he is just getting run down by the ultimate from Frosty. Frosty's trying to get himself the Soul Bloom. Was he denied? He was denied. Oh, that is heartbreaking for him. He committed ult and everything, got himself the kill, but unfortunately, it was not enough from Frostivus. Sitting at just 1 kill, 4 points in 8th place right now as well. He is having a bad run of it, unfortunately. As looks like Ran is gonna try and catch up here on to Frosty. Frosty looking for a potential parry, not gonna get caught here. Ran with the Vermilion Birdsmite feeling strong. Nice parry comes through from Frostivus. He's got a lot of damage out of from Ran. Ran goes down. Frostivus, he got the cleanse this time, but the problem is now he's getting jumped onto by Ajiao. He just wants to play the breakaway here, but there's too many people who are going to target him. He's been the one who's had his armor stripped away and is looking like a juicy target to kill. Gets the scale rush off, gets caught by the grapple, caught by the fan focus attack as well, as Frosty, through the wall he goes. But Verse is on the pocket. Ran also coming around as well. I think Frostivus with the grey armor swap may just be out of time. He bought himself a bit of space, but it's not going to be enough. He's got to charge. He's going to be able to heal up a little bit here. And there is a bit of a reset coming through.
Get that purple armor still on the ground, but he ain't going to give a chance. Ron is going to be kiting him out to the zone. I mean, Bell, I think, was struck, so the vision's on it. We're looking at Asia, though. 1 second left on the Yang Depletion or on the Vermilions, and he's now forced to use a common armor swap. Not what he wanted, but the kiting on the F1 is just take off your glasses and just fly, right? That's exactly what Asia just did. He just went around the corner, still not getting chased down. I mean, they didn't take a chance. They knew they weren't going to be able to catch up to him in time. Second round Yang, though, 7 players. We're back. We're back. 7 players, second Romy Yang, back-to-back bangers, and then of course kind of lurking this down. I know that Verse putting himself in this corner is like, I hope no one tries to contest me for this. But since Wang Liang's in the zone with 10,000 Dark Tycons, Jade Wise got Tempest Kick. I don't know if we're gonna see that. I'm gonna be honest. Scattershot though is cool, but I'm curious in seeing what's gonna happen next. His fight right here against Ron would be kind of susceptible to griefage. He is gonna go ahead and enter this Romy Yang, and having this with Hui Mao, he's gonna be having him that gold pole sword as Diakos. Ron's going to take that initial fight, and this is going to be a Tumult v Zenda Wu. As far as Ron goes, Gold Nunnies is such high scaling that even with it in the palm line, he lost his Spine Eyes earlier, but if he goes ahead and gets an LMB uppercut grapple on Blue Focus, that's going to be it. Case closed for Wang Liang.
Alrighty, well, it's going to see Wolves here, Ran. Let's try and get the shot off onto Wang Liang with the pistol, not going to make a connection. Charging up scale rushes, but okay, guys, you have a timer. You can't just sit and charge scale rushes on opposite sides of the pillar. What are they doing? They're just running the timer down. There we go. They were looking to try and see if one of them would kind of break first, and it was Wang Liang. He did. It's Ran. Cheeky pistol shot. Don't go back into scale rushing, please. On opposite sides of each other. Just gonna pop. Chase each other. There we go. Wang Liang comes around the corner, gets the shots off the fist weapon of Ran. Catches the parry though onto Wang Liang, gets the follow up into the grapple, catches him, strips away most of that armor off the back of that one. Couple of pistol shots. These two are taking this very, very slow tempo as Wolves' Ran throws out the ultimate here. Wang Liang able to get through with the greatsword, catches him actually. Nice shot with the F onto Ran, but Ran now throws out the ultimate. Is going to try and get the shots off onto Wang Liang, but Wang Liang's got the stamina to get the dodges away. Can he find the shot? Nope, he can't find that second shot. One more to go here before the big one. There's the sandstorm breaking out. No, Ran is just going to get out of the sandstorm, go for a pot away, but I don't think he's actually going to be given the opportunity as Wang Liang is able to get an armor pot off, so Ran's definitely at a disadvantage here. And it's crazy how after the Romy Yang, we actually only have one player who was eliminated. It's still 7 people left in the game. Much, much slower tempo games than what we're used to in solos. And these two are about to go out together because they stalled out.
Yeah, they did. They stalled out for like half the match, dude. It's crazy. Yeah, it's also come down to the, you know, Wang Liang did not play aggressor. That was kind of interesting seeing how that turned out. But then again, can't really risk the RMB blue focus from that. They have 2 though here from Hui Mao though on this Akos ultimate. It has its expends time and time again. Don't tell me you're getting another timeout. I mean, Asia just ate up 1,000 damage, and he ate a swap. This is good. RMB can't do much with it. That's okay. Doesn't even do anything because he delayed the wake up. But wait a second, he caught it again. We need this RMB. It connects 1 second on the clock, and Asia gets his victory. You know, it's crazy. I was thinking about this double Yang depletion would have been crazy work this round. Though everything comes down to Asia getting this Phoenix Soul Slash, I should say, Gold Spear. Having an Assassin's Lunge picked up is part of his build now, is part of his kit, I should say. And for this, I'm not sure we're going to see a Soul Slash. I doubt it. Hong Sword right now is just too viable. If he finds an Arrow Dash, he'll drop it frame 1. But as for Wang Liang, it's going to be up inside of Plume Castle, forcing them to spawn. Thing is that a lot of players would want to delay their bounty scrolls for players that are exiting the Romy Yang. Once they see the soul count goes down, they can activate that. As far as it comes down to Wang Liang, though, he has only 4 grapples, you know, so his chase game right now is going to be very minuscule. As for Ron with 3 kills on the Zenda Wu, still scaled up with gold rarity weapons, but with the Yang depletion timer, I mean, it's up to now. Do we wait out for the soul bloom? What are we doing? This is crazy. But in any case, if Ran finds himself an isolated fight out in the outskirts of the circle, could get himself back into the game and just patiently, like we saw from Mike earlier, last round, I should say, you know, hiding in the bush, basically.
Do you think the reason why these guys are being so overly cautious and overly slow in tempo is because they know that they've got that extra life, so it's not as be-all end-all for them? Or do you think just the general meta has shifted in a way that, like, this is how they've decided this is the best way to play the game? Or is it just certain individuals? Because I have noticed when sometimes you have like a firecracker player who just comes in and starts exploding and everyone has to match that mad tempo. Like, I really want to know what's causing these games, because I've not seen solos be like this for a little while.
Yeah, it's actually yeah. CA was mentioning how this is like reminding of him like early in NARAKA, like having this kind of be the case. And I was like, man, flashback. But the thing that happens next is kind of working around this. I mean, I feel like the fact is that once you end up taking this next fight, you know, outside of the Rumyang too, and since you're such a low player count right now, bounty scrolls hunting is an option now because they are on the map. Right, anyone can hunt down someone else if they want to, especially the bounty scrollers that are the Rumyang depletionists. Whether they're the ones that are hunted or being hunted, they'll take a chance in trying to int out here. Then obviously when it comes into reset time, the only other thing that they have to worry about and offer themselves is just be a nuisance to, you know, to the non-buff wielder. In this case, FPX is the only guy here who has nothing, you know, that has like no worries in the world. I mean, he can just go ahead. Asia can just worry around himself in this corner, but the only thing is that everyone can see the kill feed on the characters that get depleted. The moment there's a double wipe on that Yang depletion, the way, I mean, they notice who it is besides their opponent, right? Everyone notices that someone's going to be playing out for the keeps, you know, just waiting it out. But the timer in their head has to be in the minds of, like, as an opponent, you have to know the timer in the head on how soon will this player go crazy, in the next minute, or when there's a minute left, is there a minute and 30 seconds? Because that's when they start seeing this little, like, you know, what we've seen every single time with the Yang depletion. It's just them going full aggro. In Holoroth, right, we would see that coming to chase downs over by the Plume Castle, right, with the Achilles Crest, the big bird, right, the statue, where players start disengaging against each other. Since in this area, the only thing we have is this gate here, and they're still out in the open, it's because they want to make sure everyone is able to see what's happening around, like just to kind of make sure everyone is aware for that next point, because Spearwell resets timer, Yang Spearwell cleanses it. The only person that would really take it is if they're really ambitious, like Ron right now, having you know, feeling like he has a whole meter to kind of go out here. He's not showing fear, but he's got 50 seconds left on the clock because he wants to try to get the Spearwell, and he knows he's going to have a you know, a huge fight in his hands for everyone else that are trying to do the same exact thing.
Alrighty, well, fighting over the Spirit Well, everybody is congregating. Obviously, those depletions are about to time out on quite a few players. Is Asia able to grab himself a... Was that the depletion onto everyone? Yes, so he got the big one. Obviously, there's going to be a flag up for grabs. Ran, 20 seconds. I don't think you're going to be okay, mate. I think you're probably going down here. Wait, mate, able to get the cleanse off. That's crazy. They had 40 seconds left on their cleanse, and they were able to just pull it off. Wait, no, they just grabbed... What are they doing? Okay, doesn't matter. We'll get to them in a moment. Oh, it's the delay. Okay, thank God for that. Right. Wang Liang gets forced into the zone. Only a second left on his timer, so down they go. Multiple people falling already. Soul Blooms are going to get picked up by both Mike and Verse here, although I don't know if Mike got both. Looks like Verse wasn't able to cleanse, so Mike stole both the Soul Blooms just to put some panic in. As now Frost lost most of his armor, gets caught, has to throw the ultimate down, try to see if he can catch onto Verse. There goes one of those free dashes. Needs to find the second dash off onto Verse if he can. Versus Vape breaking away. The second dash, he hit the pillar. No more free dashes. Is able to get a connection on the second one. As he's doing some work here. Everybody's kind of lined up. This is beautiful for him. That's going to be the end of Verse. Nice and easy pick up. But Frosty is in some danger with his ultimate, about to time out. As now Mike could just look for the follow-up onto Frostivus. Frostivus has been able to pick himself up 2 kills. But he needs to stay in this game. He's got 5.5 points. He's too close to the end. With 4 players left, the cannon shots are coming in. And Ajiao's able to secure the kill. As now he's able to do so much work off the back of that one. Ajiao, catches Ajiao with the ultimate from the ACOS, and they just scatter to the wind. 5 minutes left on the clock, and there's only 3 people left in the lobby.
Massive work here, and since Asia has the advanced heal proccing slowly, has pretty much everything set up to him as well. He is utilizing the katana here, so this is going to be funny to kind of work this down if he does intend to use Soul Slash. But the problematic is that Mike still has ultimate here. F1 is invested. The recast isn't going to be thrown out there, but for Asia, right, it's just going to be looking at like on top of the mountain, right, at the top of the building. So when he gets dropped down, I mean, the only thing left for Mike right now is just thinking about the other reset paths. But for us, like, that's just going to be south. The amount of resources that's still left on the Spearwell, as well as the bodies of the fallen, you know, to kind of look into that. He has 10 armor powders to make it through, and I think he has Soothing Boon. Yeah, he does. He's been working that Soothing Boon, and it's been proccing pretty substantially, so he's able to keep his resources to check. He might actually out-sustain these guys as long as he's not forced to use his ultimate. He's still got Combo Breaker, but in a terrain where you're going up and down, the F2 doesn't really have as much value. It just takes, you take it to the ground. Like, you have to use it on that instance. Only problem is that his opponents have ranged knockback focus skills, like F1 for the Asia for the Xinhuan Li, and then the F2 for Huimao's Akos. Pretty much we're looking at a tough lineup, like opposite ends of when we had Frostus as a or as a Kylan versus the Yodohime. This is probably one of the sketchiest ones for Yodohime to go up by far for the endgame circle.
Well, all three of them just posturing on the stairs. Wait, mate, actually go very low. Has to throw the ultimate down here on the ACOS. Gonna look to try and catch onto Mike. Mike gets caught into the zone. Nice Tiger Strike, actually. Able to get a lot of work off there. Mike have to throw the F down. It commits to the ultimate as well. He's just gonna try and turn the attention onto Hoimi, who I don't know if he has any strikes left. It's okay, now he doesn't. He's used all of them at this point, as Mike doesn't really actually make much work out of that Yoto ultimate, to be completely honest with you. Gets a little bit off, goes for the last slash onto Hoimi, tries to jump through into the zone, misses out onto most of those hits. And yeah, that was a pretty disappointing ultimate there from Mike, and that's going to be on cooldown for maybe the end of the game now. Depending on the tempo that we are moving at, Mike tries to go aerial, catches onto Hoimi, is going to get through some of that armor. That is a lot of health stripped away from them now. Catches him once again. Mike is not going to get the kill because it's Ajiao able to secure it, as now Mike is just got to win this 1v1. But Ajiao with the golden armor and with the big opener with the ultimate has been able to do some serious work here. Mike losing a lot of armor off the back of this as well. They do actually have a bit of rage that can get picked up from the orbs dropping down from the meteor. But Mike, definitely a disadvantage right now. All of his armor has gone as Ajiao catches him in the uppercut, and this is just a wrap on this game. Beautiful way to end it from Ajiao.
Ajiao did a great juggle there to make sure to confirm no drop in damage. Thumbs up. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Thumbs up.
Now it gives him a little bit of chance to kind of ease off in terms of today's performance. I mean, he did well in this round for MVP. This is going to be a high point game for him. The next thing you know, putting himself on the shoot one lead, right? Giving a high score lead, which most definitely might be able to kind of put it as the MVP, or at least for the mirror conflict round. Though getting us next into the next instance of damage, or like, you know, what's to think about. You saw what happened there with the Yodohime. She really had a rough time to kind of work that down. Obviously, Mike was able to, you know, for whatever reason, get 2-3 successful blue focus RMBs, and Huimao just ate them all up, and that was kind of rough out there. Though, like, looking at the reset, I mean, to be honest, Mike kind of took the gamble of going back to that Yang Spirit Well to see if that armor was going to be up, but by giving it a spacing for Ajiao to go right back in there, that being his Spirit Well, that was a free reset the entire time. For him to kind of go back in there and giving him a path to it and allowing it, you know, that's easy A territory. So, kind of getting that Soul Bloom, still not really worried about what was happening next. I mean, just kind of looking at the ultimate cycles, this is the big case. Akko's ultimate had been invested early on. Everyone was kind of feeding down towards that and then just wiping each other out. The double Yang depletion is still really just, you know, once we saw that coming down towards CNX swipe, bringing it out and then gone, right, with Verse, or like with Verse going down there with Ron as well. That was a rough instance, but, you know, good game coming down here for Ajiao, picking up his MVP. He's putting himself in the good work for this round to kind of showcase what he's got still. For as the top 4, he's still up there, and I think he's actually surpassing this to make it to second place if he keeps up on this path.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible little turnaround, actually. I'm still very confused by the state of the lobby, but how many kills did Ajiao get in game number 4? Was it 4, 5, 6, or 7 kills in that game? ABC or D, guys, in Twitch chat. That's actually still a pretty high scoring game, even if it was on the lower end. I can't remember if I'd already had a brain fart on that. But, yep, let us know. Check your boxes. That's where you get your goodies. Yeah, the game tempos are so weird today. I'm very confused by it. Yeah, I would like to see the players maybe pick up the tempo for these last 2 games, to be honest with you, mate. It's weird seeing, you know, multiple people kind of saving on the realm of Yang. It's less brawly, and I don't really know why. It's just must just be the lobby and some of the players in the lobby, because if enough people are playing low tempo, then it kind of makes sense that everyone else is going to have to match that. Where I don't feel like there's anyone really in this game and in the lobbies today who's like an absolute psycho level of playing. You know, we don't have those players who kind of just force people to constant action. You know, Mike is very much a player who is happy to sit back for the late game. That's kind of what he knows best and kind of made his career off doing. So yeah, it's a very, very strange situation we find ourselves in, but We still got 2 games to go. We could still see some tempo pick up. Here he is on the top of the scoreboard. A Zhao walking away from this one in first place with 6 kills as he answers the question. 8.4 points, 8.5 points for himself off the back of that one. And then Wolves got Ran at the top. Ran from Wolves in second place. My brain is not functioning today, Tavares. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Hey, man, you good? Yeah, it was kind of mentioned too. Is that second Romyang weapons, like weapon cycling, was kind of the big thing where we saw that Romyang fight come down to Wolves' Ran not really being able to do much as he was hoping to do, because scale rush on nunchucks versus a pole sword. I mean, that's dangerous. The moment he scale rushes into the ground, pole sword or great sword swipe would come out. And it was just a game of like cat and mouse just to see who was going to launch it sooner or later, and to kind of look into that. But that game lasted way too long. Double Yang depletion, still not getting the cleanse, ran it down. XY though running it down the lobby. Aged out right behind, tied to 14 for first and second place, and then Wang Yang at 10. 7 points for Hemao and Mike at 7. Literally on the cusp right now, you know. Inch by inch, layer by layer, but 6 points for Wolves' Ran and WBG's Verse. So those two are going to be coming back to back, and then Frostfist, of course, with 5.5. He at the bottom of the board for now, the C, but that's he's going to need at least to get like at least 7 to 9 points between the next 2 games just to really start the hard confirm. We're going to go through some highlight reels though. First fight that happened here with Asia. I mean, we saw Mike right around the corner. Yeah, there it is. And then the R&B catch is there for Asia, which is kind of nuts. But Ran actually did the quintessential thing against this. The timing on that, right? The F2. It's going to give you an animation when you notice when the F2 and the Yodohime runs its duration, which I think is like 3.5 seconds or so. So you kind of have to understand that once that comes up, you get the release even before the animation completely finishes its cycle. Then Frostus was looking at this from an angle of just hold checking a McGee, and then Ajao did some crazy work off of that wake up, which I actually wanted to talk about earlier. But you know, regardless of that, you guys can look back onto it. RW's HM finding out this elimination on Verse, giving this over to Frostus, but Frostus getting eliminated out later on. And then of course looking at the elimination with the V2 cast, that comes down to Ajao, which Mike, to be honest, he parried every single one of those Goomba Stomps that came out from the Junwan lead, but still taking a whole armor reset, giving Asia that was just a 1500 health, you know, deficit that just completely wipes out the floor. Unless he was able to get his ultimate online, Mike would have taken the victory. But Shunwan coming out as the MVP for Asia in round 4.
Yeah, very nice. Nice pickup from his 4th MVP actually as well this season. Did 17,000 damage coming in. Had the martial art will form hook, and then just a bunch of purple, advanced heal, Vajra's grip, tuna. Very, very interesting game number 4, as obviously we'll be heading back to Padoria for game 5, which will be coming up fairly soon. Yeah, it's very interesting, but like it's just slowed down so much because, you know, I think the martial arts was very unique, and I was like, oh, we're in for quite an interesting day. And then game 1 was, well, game 1 of Battle Royale was very, very high tempo, and the last 2 games have just been a little bit mellow. Now, I do think we're at a point where, like, if you are just conceding the day right now, which is what it feels like some of the players are doing because they're not really being proactive enough, they're going to have to step it up now. Like, these next 2 games are going to be the big decider, because it's not that much between like 3rd and 8th right now in points. Genuinely, it's a good game difference between them. Like, a lot can get shaken up here, and that's what's got me questioning, like, why aren't you trying? Why aren't you sending it to some of these players? You know, I think Frosty is dropping too safe. I think he's putting himself too far away from the action, and I can see his headspace is, I'll get myself some loot, I'll get into the first run with Yang, and then I'll snowball from there. But I mean, honestly, if you're my honest opinion, just, you gotta revive, use it. Like, if you risk the fight and you lose it, the worst you've done is you've lost, what, like a couple of minutes of losing. You can go grab more loot. There's less people in the lobby, so there's more troves kicking about. You still have time to get into the run with Yang. In fact, we see it quite frequently where someone will lose their drop fight, go and get basically the same level gear they would have had for the run with Yang, maybe a little bit less resources, and they'll just jump into run with Yang. So yeah, it's a very bizarre one, to be honest with you, Savaria, but you know, I guess the players know best. They know what they're trying to do, but we are at the point where I think some people do need to have a fire lit under them. Otherwise, they will be going down into the lower bracket. And we mentioned it earlier. The problem with the lower bracket is I don't think the lower bracket's a cakewalk. You got like already got Spider down there in its own right, and I feel like people in the lower bracket lobby are not going to play as passive as people are here in the upper bracket. It's going to be a lot more chaotic. It's going to be a lot more kind of messy and swingy because people are going to be desperately trying to hold on to the tournament. And you know, the people like Ran playing today, if he drops down into the lower bracket, like that guy is already looking at a very low score at the end of the season unless he makes it to the finals. So he has to make it to finals. So he has to get scrappy. He can't afford to sit on his laurels and play it safe. So yeah, I think it's one of those days and one of those games where things are a bit all over the place at the moment. But I'm excited to see, you know, maybe game 5 going back to Pretoria. If there's a bit more life in these guys.
Yeah, I think one thing too to kind of notion was actually a mention with the way these players are playing really passively is because at the current moment with their builds in terms of preparation, them only having disengagement in the starting rage means that they don't have really much to kind of offer to build rage up over time as fast as possible, right? Because ultimate cycling was usually the case where, like, you know, you start range shotting, you start getting your rage back up. They're losing out on 3 different factors, right? They're losing out on the rage damage dealt, so they can't really do damage to start going aggro and then ending ult and then still having enough damage, because the second option there is the rage over time, right? Losing the percentage of 40%. That really puts a dent on things for you to kind of go in, go out, and still have enough time to get ult back up later on, or even to causing damage, because the option 3 in that ult, in that rage bar, the preparation, is the 40% increase to rage damage dealt after getting a parry, getting a kill, or getting a soul bloom. You know, when that extensively gets used, players then find a reason to start pulling punches against other players, because they start getting about, you know, 40% more rage based on the blue focus. Like if a blue focus does 10% rage back for a blue focus R&B, like we saw from Pole Sword Mike on Gold Rarity, he would rather get 14%, you know. And then if he was able to do a follow-up there, he'd still be able to kind of stack out more and more to get to that ultimate sooner. To be honest, right, on retrospect, in hindsight, if he were to have a rage bar from that entire game going into that final fight, and having himself on that Yorihime, he would have had his ult soon enough to make sure he mitigates that pressure that Asia had with the F1, had he had gotten that path down towards his glyph board. Why not? Because the starting rage disengagement is his safety net. If he gets gone to an infinite, there's no stopping him if he doesn't have the combo breaker. That's that second chance to get out of jail, out of free card. And is it risky enough to not pick it up? Just depends. If you're off drop, it's on the location. I mean, Fireflies is always the speak of the town. You know, you always pick it up. You only get 1 Firefly, you're at half rage. If you get 1 Firefly with starting rage, you're already at ult. And those are the kind of drops that these guys need to take. They're taking on to. And Frostfist taking his drop real passively over by Igneous Mound it's really over by Pinnacle Town, to slowly start creeping up there. As a Kylan, him taking an immediate ult fight on a target like Tamoch would have been kind of sketchy, but taking his fights against Kylan against soft tier targets, you know, can he chance it? Does he have it in him to kind of predict these spawns as it comes down? Because a lot of these spawns are static. That's a lot of things that you see. You see the players taking their exact spawns most of the time. At least 80% of the time, they take the same exact location, the drop location where they are. But sometimes if they throw out, you know, a wild haymaker, then you end up with someone else, specifically a player that you're not really prepared to kind of go up against in their phase selection. You may not know who they're playing, but you know exactly who you're fighting. Those are the points that you have to, you know, that's the point that they have to just get adjusted to, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. I actually think some of the best players are the ones who've done their research on when other people drop, and they know how to potentially grief people out of that. I'm gonna talk a little bit about trios, because that's kind of where I've spent a lot of my NARAKA career casting. But I always remember back in the day it was a Morris Isle drop, back when we used to do 4 Morris Isles a day, and 4 games a day. J Team would always drop on Sunwing's Rest, and then DRG, when they joined the league, started just dropping on them after like a couple of weeks. They realized this is where J Team drop, and if J Team get a free drop, they win every game they play. So DRG used to drop on top of them and would just grief J Team out of the game. Like, it didn't matter if J Team would win or lose the fight, because they got griefed on their like loot farm, that basically they would lose the game. So then J Team tried to adapt and change their play style, and every time TRG would just hunt them down. It was so funny watching this game of cat and mouse. And in the end, they just conceded, and it was just like those 2 teams would always drop at Sunwings and just fight. And then eventually other teams started dropping down there as well to grief them. I find it very interesting. Like, obviously GG, another team who used to always drop at Secret Tunnel, and then a lot of teams started reading that and started facing them down as well. But here we are into the pick order for game number 5, our final Padoria of the day. Penultimate game. This is a very important one. If you have a bad game here, your odds of making it into top 4 are going to be significantly lower. So you need to step up no matter who you are. I think even in first place, it's been such a low scoring day that the points can be flipped by someone just popping off in game number 6. So really all to play for here. Zhao getting himself lined up after taking the victory in that game number 4.
Considering he's in the first phase, first pick, like I say, if he does well, he's able to come through there. He's going to play the Akos pick. This is going to guarantee, I think, Akos in terms of pick ban picks, phase selection. So that'll be our Miracop round, right? Getting us into Versta. Him being in the second phase, Shinmon Lee is going to be available off to the option selection, and then bringing us up to phase 3. Pretty certain that we're going to see. It's not Frost, it's Mike yet. And Mike goes out here to be in phase 3, so I mean, in Padoria right now, his options could be just early Temi to deny out XY later on, but I don't know. I mean, if he goes into it, he could just go ahead and just bring out Yorihime, which he does. This time, though, double picking here, right? He just played her just now in the last round. He'll get a chance of bringing her up again since the hero point is available. And then for Wang Liang, goes out the Lonnie fourth pick, which I don't know, man. I feel like Lonnie has like struggle bus moments. I mean, once I mean, that always happens to people who get lobbied down. But her thing was that she used to just get out of those things scot-free usually. So for her to have like a escape path here again, we're gonna have to see, because now that Frostbus is in the lower half, he has then the Wu, he has to mulch, he has basically any of those key characters to kind of counteract the top of the lobby, and he has then the Wu. He's gonna be opting in to choose her, potentially just kind of drop off. If he decides to take the Firefly drop off northwest of Imperium, or if he goes to the Purity Chamber, one thing that's for certain is that he ends up taking this drop with a tenacious mentality, because he got a kill off of HM last time he was in Midoriya. This time, though, he's got to have to do that ×2.
See if he can do it. Temi getting locked in here for Ran. At least being thought about locked in here for Ran. She's still got the Kailin kicking about. Oh my god, who am I missing? I forgot who I'm missing. Kailin, yeah, Kailin, but I was trying to think of the other person.
Justina. Personality pick, GG. I'm sorry.
Well, no, that's Selwyn. Justina's not been played at all, apart from in martial arts today.
Nope.
I'd love to see a Justina. We have seen her in solos.
Yeah.
But I mean, Genuine has been picking some spicy stuff. So maybe he has something cool in here. I'd live for the Valda, man. Okay. Give me Tidal Wave Valda. It's so bad. They need to buff that ult so much.
I would love to see that ult get buffed to V3 ult. Oh, just crazy pick.
So crazy. Well, there's the Justina. Wow, you are on the money, Savario. They locked that one in. Justina getting locked in here for Genuine. I think Genuine is such a fun player because he does have a very diverse rotation of characters that he plays.
Yeah.
So it's really cool to see. Yeah, getting locked and loaded for game number 5, heading over to Padoria. Last time we're on Padoria, this game wrapped up real quick. Maybe we'll get some of that magic back, some of that tempo back, because yeah, these players have been damn right slow. We're seeing incredibly low kill count games. Not many people taking their reset fights. I think it's almost been a bit too hot drop, and they kind of all drop and then just scatter in multiple directions with a couple of fights here and there.
I mean, in Padoria last time we were here today, their drop in the Ancient Stockade was really just standstill until they chased down Mike, right, on the Kylan. Verse propping his ultimate as well, and then like all of a sudden just going downhill, and then the fights just led up to north, and then we lost 3 players there to then have only 1 left, right, out of the combatants of 4. The isolated fights that happened, like for instance the immediate elimination of Wang Liang or towards XY at Arcadia, pretty much presented him to give that area up for free, because he can't salty spawn that. Heck no, right? Definitely not. But the other fight that happened was with HM getting eliminated. That isolated fight between him and Frostbus almost came up to be a non-isolated. I mean, Wolves' Ron was down the outskirts, and yet he still didn't take the ambush. Even with the hearing of the ultimates and all that stuff, he still didn't take a chance and just saying, what's up? But this skill selection here for Frostbus, he's been rocking the V1. He's been trying to bring this down as a key component in terms of the pick ban, or not the pick ban, but in terms of the rotation of a skill. Though this is the first game this season XY has chosen Justina, And that means that he's obviously trying to bring a reason for her to be showing up here. So for this to be his first time bringing it up, I mean, showcasing it this season altogether, it would just be it's gonna be a good surprise. I mean, never forget Exon for bringing up Justina when he came back last year in summer, and then all of a sudden just not here this year, which is kind of rough. But this is gonna be him bringing it out in this area where the spawns are had. Ascension Forum for WBG's verse for that one Firefly, moving up towards IG's or Victus Gaming's Wang Liang, SR's Mike, and FPX's A Zhao, all in together at the Statue Workshop, actually at the Mandate Yard. Then having Wolves' Ron taking Cinderfell by himself, but having the Firefly granted for RW's HM, he might push into WFG's XY, who also has a Firefly to be available. Frost Visto, semi-isolated spawn. That spawn right there is for Firefly, and he can move himself down to RW's HM and XY once they start scrapping off, because unless XY plans to take in a catapult towards Northwest, he has a fair distance to make that jump.
Does that mean no Volpine Essence either in the game? Just looking at that drop. I mean, you could run over.
Yeah, that's where the catapult, but that's like crossing pass potentially with HM because the bell.
Yeah, there's a world. But yeah, interesting. Very, very bizarre drop. I do like that we are seeing less players kind of clustered together, so we do get more isolated 1v1s as well, which means you're probably less likely to see people slow it down so much as Mike here on the Yoto. Didn't have the most impressive Yoto game last time, so let's see if there's a bit of a redemption here. Already got the purple nunchucks, so he gets the opening like so onto A Zhao. He's going to be able to absolutely decimate the guy. A Zhao has popped the F just to try and break away, but Mike's keeping that pressure up. It's going to go onto him, catches a little bit of damage off A Zhao, but A Zhao still playing escape here away. Has to swap into grey armor, but Mike with those purple nunchucks wants to chase him for more. Can he find a potential parry? Scale rush coming out. Mike just tap dodges away. Mike loses a lot of health in response, though. A Zhao needs to be careful. Gets caught by the grapple into the uppercut combo. Mike's got the pressure off. Throws out the F. Mike is caught, but has got his F to stay safe as he's just keeping the pressure up onto A Zhao. Mike wants to keep going here. Both of them really one combo away from getting over the other. Mike's just going to pot up, heal his health bar. Isn't going to full send it. They're just going to back away from one another and quickly just grab some loot and gear. But there's not many pots available to either player as Versus and HM are going toe-to-toe.
Almost have a TLD off of that end, but that's okay. We're going to have a Shuwon ultimate invested from Versa, and having common dual blades, he gets a recast on a jumping target, which is free confirms for a lot of those. But this ground pound in the corner is kind of sketchy. V1 for the Kylan here, by the way, for HM. I mean, he might just go for it, connects it, gets a launch, holds it for level 2 again, and this time he confirms it even further, man. The level 1 is good, and then this is going to be F1 cast in front of a Kylan. You can't do that. That gave HM just so much security there, but the elimination, just because the F1, you're only limited to just flying around, but you're still able to get caught. And then all of a sudden, Mike, on this other round, on his round 2, right, having purple armor to be available, having a chance to get the reset now that they have resources between each other. Finding out Ron here is actually kind of something that they weren't suspecting to kind of come down to it this late into the fight between the two, but since A Zhao is going to find another Karma armor swap, he can go right back in, but Ron is going to decide upon this, right? Akaso hasn't been invested, Yoto hasn't been invested, he himself doesn't have one. Just gonna have to say the time for it and seeing what's going to happen next, because the moment that one catch happens, I mean, no combo breaker ready for Mike, but the delay on the weapon swap might have been a point right now for A Zhao, and seeing how it's given to Mike as well, with parries connected to silence, should be death sentence right there for the old cast.
Well, it depends who takes the kill there. It's actually Ran to steal that one away. That's going to really, really irk Mike. Sandstorm breaks out. Mike can't really do much of that. He's just going to grab his purple armor back and then start the potting up to heal back up. But man, Ran actually got away with murder there. He's done that quite a lot today. He's been very good at just swooping into these third fights. And did A Zhao just salty run it back?
My man.
That's crazy. There's the ACOS roar out. Mike, no ultimate, does have the F available, but he's got to be so careful here. That could just be him out of the lobby off the back of this one. He's committed ulti, so he wants to go for Mike. Mike's just going to play evasion, and A Zhao realizes this is getting a bit too dicey, but Ran may be looking for him now. Now that there's no ultimate available onto that ACOS, he's just free game, and Ran just taking free kills left, right, and center. There's already a player out of the lobby. Savario, there's some action happening. They're not just sitting back this game.
Yo, A Zhao, you saw that man did his head throw. I don't know why he took that salty run back, to be honest, but you know, we're for it. High risk, high reward, but really it's more of a higher risk than anything else. The reward is that you just be able to pick up 1 or 2 things. Though, Salt Mine, XY, man, I mean, we haven't seen anything about this guy. He hasn't got any kills. He's just been on his loot pad. He's got purple katana on Justina, best in slot, by the way. But the only thing is that no one's around him. He's going to take nothing. 7 players left alive in this lobby. Frostbus is still pulling out here towards Imperial Camp, still not losing a fight because he hasn't taken one yet, right? But majority of the time right now is for him to have the scaling. Purple Flintlocks, I'm not sure. He does not have the Rev Up Bomb Shot Jade, but he does have something in his pocket that's purple rarity, or that might be something that he has for mitigation. Seeing how he's scaling out here with purple, though, he's straight to go, you know, just to make that Realm Yang his zone. Verse taking floating platform, the perfect time for the spawn is great because on that reset, he's able to get all those loot on towards this, and this is by Skygaze Cove, so pretty much closing the gap there. Mike having this Realm Yang is his own for instance, right? That dagger. It's the reason I'm like, man, Asia taking the salty run back was emotion, but the moment that he didn't realize that there was a dagger in the Zelda Hime's hands, I mean, she can just scare rush immediately away from him, and that was just a loss for cause. So with HM taking this down as a Kylan, I'm pretty certain that we're gonna have him take this whip sword full extension for that. Though it comes down, I think if it comes down to him fighting XY, does XY have an answer for the Kylan on that freeze? Because the thing is, even with the Palm Lightning and Blue Rarity Flying Knives, he can hit him from a distance and burn the Keelan Guard if he decides to, but this is going to be a funny instance if he ends up taking that fight against him. Regardless, though, Wang Liang getting inted on my purse, it feels like. But they gotta get into this Realm Yang right now because now the room's going to be starting closing in.
Yeah, it looks like he should be able to get inside there nice and safe as HM got a Realm Yang to himself, but I don't foresee that being a future fixture for him. He's just wedding it out. Imagine if you get first Realm Yang for free. That would be crazy. That would be crazy.
Timeline check.
Purple armor, blue whip sword. Nope, he's A-okay. Mike being denied that kill has caused him a bit of stress, to be honest. He is right now in 7th place in the overall standings. He's going up versus Frosty. He has 100% win rate versus Frostivus in Realm of Yangs today, at least. So maybe he can keep that number high. See, both going to go... Well, actually, Mike's staying on the ground, just going for the pistol shots. Frosty read that, realized they weren't going aerial there, so pulled it straight back down. But Mike on the Yoto, looking to catch onto Frosty. Frosty's throwing the F out. Mike waiting to see if an opportunity opens. Gets caught by the uppercut here from the halberds. Frosty's able to strip away a lot of that purple armor. Both, though, rocking those purple armors. Mike barely getting the opportunity to really play here, unfortunately. Is going to finally find a window to jump in onto Frosty. Frosty throws out the ultimate. Quick tap dodge away. Mike throws out the F, and he can just go for the pop. But no, he's being interrupted the whole time. Frosty did not let Mike get the heal off. There's going to be the ultimate coming down from Mike, as he's going to now need to just go for the pop. But he's wasting precious ult time. This is about 3-4 swings worth of the ult just wasted. He hasn't really done much with the ultimate on the Yoto, and Frosty's not giving him the opportunity. Finally finds the uppercut, but the ult's about to time out. This is such a bizarre play from him. Finally goes in. Slash comes down. Frosty tap dodges away. One more slash is available. Goes out. Misses. Mike really didn't achieve much with the ultimate there, but Frosty staying up on top of the pillar. Mike has got through the health bar, though, and now he's in the advantage over Frostivus. Frostivus goes to the uppercut, though. Tries to catch him against the edge of the zone, but it's not going to be enough. Switching to the pistol. Just gets a chip shot away. Catches him on the edge, and there it is. Mike takes that Realm of Yang. I thought he was playing it patiently, and he was. He played it very well.
And he's scaling up, and the crazy thing about it, this guy just got velocity untold off of this with golden unis. Massive upgrade for Mike in this Realm Yang victory. So this is he's set up for success here. This velocity is going to be a menace if he goes up against the wrong target, meaning for them, right? Now, what's case is the Zenda Wu ultimate there for the V1 immediate recast. Frostus was kind of panicking in terms of the catches. He didn't want him to get caught by another LMB uppercut. That insta-cast, the kind of soft combo break, though, was the necessary move. But had he been able to hold it out a little bit longer, he might have been having a chance to kind of mitigate Mike in the midair, because Mike in midair would have been something that where he can get him on a heavy stagger and then go in with like aerial shots. But regardless of that, Mike, though, is going to be over here by Cinderfell, having up against Wang Liang, who has himself on that loss in the Realm Yang, if I'm not mistaken, at least to kind of take this down. I'm not sure if whether or not Wang Liang wants to kind of just keep the kiting going, but since against a Realm Yang winner, this means that there's a minimum goal weapon, and what he does not want to take it is as a Lani, he takes in the fight against Yoto Hime, because there's a lot of burnout from Lani against Yoto Hime. Since Yoto Hime could cast the F2 to mitigate Lani ultimate if he's forced to use it defensively, and then on top of that, just having the ultimate to recast towards any sort of stagger potential there.
Alrighty, well, Ram. Seeing if he can find an opportunity to jump in. Obviously got the revive. Hoimi on the other side does not. Hoimi actually needs to get this kill if they want to stay in the game, as Ran going to take a lot of damage from that whip sword. Not really getting much of an opportunity to play here. Ran does have that sandstorm available. Going to quickly go for the old wisp. Dodges away, doesn't make the connection on the wisp though onto Hoimi. He's now just going to try and evade away, realizing that his armor has been stripped away heavily. Tried to go for the re-grapple to try and reposition. Gets the scale rush off onto Hoimi. Hoimi getting the old 1-2 from that as Versus now jumped in as well. Another player, but not one with the debuff. So Verse could just be looking for a freebie here. Paid denial onto Hoimi, but Hoimi now getting jumped onto by Ran. Ran wants to full send it. Has that sandstorm to work with. He's going to have to use it. The F comes out any second. There's the sandstorm. He's going to reposition away, and now Ran can just go for the pot off outside of his own sandstorm. As Hoimi's been pinned in place. Verse waiting to see if he can find an opportunity. It looks like the Wisp made the connection to the Hoimi, who's gone incredibly low. He's forced the ultimate out as Ran is in some danger. F's up and available. Caught by the whip sword. Quick reposition comes out. Sandstorm makes the connection onto Hoimi, and that's going to be the end of Ran. Did Hoimi get a cleanse? It doesn't matter because Verse got both the kills. Beautiful takedown, and just like that.
This guy's a menace. What am I know?
That was crazy. Oh, Wang Liang is getting bullied.
Yeah, he is. I was like, wait, the line doesn't have ult. What are we doing here, man? This is tough. This is tough. Yo, armor swap on McGee. Get him out here. 35 seconds though. Kind of putting himself down. I don't know. Wang Liang's looking at this from you just stay in, out of the line, out of sight, out of mind, because he can't get a kill confirmation at this stage. I mean, Justina dash is already down. Frostfist just found. Not like this. Not like this. We still got old Frostfist. Got to go off the combo breaker, but now he has to cast ultimate. Not in the case what we want to see, but he needs his kill too, right? He needs his game depletion to get rid of, and this is going to be the one kill. Yeah, this is going to be the hit on the goalie stance and on the hits on the balls. This might be up to the knock-up, and that's going to be Frostfist getting the kill, but he can't get the Soul Bloom, and Mike was able to grief it out. That means that Frostfist is down here. Palm Lightning comes up. Yeah, and shots connect, but 25 seconds left on the clock. This is nothing for him. It's going to be a one-hitter elimination. Jump LMB connects off of one person. Who is going to get this last hit confirmation, brothers? This is going to be a rough point. The cannon shot comes out, doesn't connect. Frostfist is still finding corners off of this. 10 seconds to not give elimination to players. No armor swap to be given. One last hit, and they just gave up on him. He not giving elimination could be the meaning between life and death for the pick, for the selection here for the placement, but it has to depend on next round's performance.
Yeah, that's going to be big. Mike only got a single kill, though. He hasn't really been able to find any kill confirmations today. Been seriously struggling on that front. And with that, Mike and Zhang Yuan are going to jump into a realm of Yang. Remember, there's only 4 players left in the lobby. There's a world where every player jumps into one of these realm of Yangs. We'll just tie it up nicely there. Mike looking to jump forwards, doesn't make the connection here on to Zhang Yuan, gets aerial, catches him briefly with the nunchucks. Remember, golden nunchucks. He's got a lot of work here. He's going to throw the F out and just get a bit of a juggle off into Zhang Yuan. Goes in for the pistol shot. Gets a quick chip away at the damage. F comes out once again, finds the clang. Does look for him. Zhang Yuan has to throw the ultimate down. Looks for the freeze onto Mike, but Mike's going to dodge away with the tap dodge. There's the F coming out. Mike goes for the blue focus. Didn't make the connection. Just didn't get it to fully charge up. There's the ultimate out from Mike as he's just going to send it up to Zhang Yuan. No freeze available for Zhang Yuan can do it himself, but he can freeze Mike. But Mike's going to make very quick work of his health bar here. Mike's still got a little bit of armor. Very quick work off there. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ran and Verse inside their realm of Yang going toe-to-toe. Quick F comes out from Ran just to break away. Just about survived previously. Let's see if he can survive inside this realm of Yang.
F4 cast comes out here. Ron's gonna get caught by the uppercut. Aerial dash infinite. We take those. Oh, we went to the release a little bit too early and we were through it again. This is unfortunate because now the grapple bump and connect the R&B. Jump LMB extensions for a little bit of damage to extend this out for the Assault Smolder. LMB 1-2s. That's the best option there and pretty much dies the burn. Yeah, the Assault Smolder option there. If it wasn't intentional, it's still best in slot. Straight HP damage. We're gonna pick ourselves up here. Dead rounds, gold dual blades, assassin's lunge. This is gonna be his build. This is gonna be what he's got. Wolves Ran gonna have the gold armor. Hopefully, I was gonna say you better buy that now. But he's shy of 5K for that Mortal Defiance. I'm not sure who was able to kind of get to the shop sooner. You know, whether him or Mike. Because if this money in the pocket right now gives us a Mortal Defiance option, we have to see. Because with Assault Smolder and the Palm Lightning, he still has it down towards it with Fly Knives. It just goes to the shop to see what Jades are available. Spearwell over by Cinderfeld means that XY is rocking this down. Mike, not say appreciating, but he's gonna give him respect in terms to take this. Yeah. So with this, giving it to a Justina though, I mean, he didn't have an issue with him in the realm of Ying about it, but on the overworld, it's a different story, especially with this character.
Yeah, maybe scared of the third party as well. Could be a little bit risky when there's 2 players running around with debuff on. 10 minutes left in the lobby verse. Gonna make his way over to do a little bit of shopping. Has got Mike stepping by. Mike's also maybe looking for a shop if possible, but all 4 players are here. Very open space as well. This could get incredibly dicey. Obviously, 2 players running around with the White Tigers. Quite scary, but Mike does take a quick pop there from Januan. Januan just looking for pots. He's just fishing to see if anyone's willing to fight him so he can get that cleanse off. And it looks like Ran has found Januan. Januan's thrown the F out. So it's going to leave him a little bit more exposed. Ran happy to take this now, but the S down on that Justina. Quick front commit of the ultimate here from Ran. There's going to be the Sandstorm out from Ran. Januan can dash through actually quite effectively here. Wisp is not going to make a connection. Verse is also here. Wisp doesn't go through once again. Maybe they can get the refresh and one last Wisp onto Januan, but it looks like it's not going to be the case. Has that dash. He's going to look for the targets. Can he find a good one? There's one charge of the dash onto Ran. Able to get it. He's only got 1 charge less. He went a little bit wide. Gets caught by the parry from Ran. And Januan's going to get opened up onto. Inside the zone they go. But Ran also losing a lot of HP. Both of them going low. Remember, there's a White Tigers at play. If one of them get the confirmation, the burst damage could just come out from that one. As we're down to 3. Verse just using his ultimate to get as much damage off onto Ran as possible. Ran is bleeding out here. Can Verse actually secure himself the kill onto Ran? Ran's made it back into the zone to safety. But Mike also hunting for this kill. Mike's had so many kills taken away, so he's finally secured it as Verse, no armor, no health to speak of. This is Mike's game to take.
Mike is a menace in their zone. They didn't take any notion that he had that White Tiger's prowess proccing, and of course, catching the LB uppercut grapple from Blue. This crazy work from Mike getting this kill elimination, especially in the last second. So, seeing how far XY pushed the threshold of keeping his Justina ultimate out, I mean, dashing out of the Tumult ultimate, he was waiting it. He knew the Tumult was going to get aggroed on the moment he exited the circle, so that at that point, he knew to hold it down. The only difference is he didn't really think about how much time it was going to take to get the kill elimination. I mean, if he went ahead and had the dash ready to go, Ran was already going to have the F1 to mitigate it, and that just came down to just having enough rage and in transition to fight over to the zone. Staff spears being spammed though, that's sketchy. That's such a sketchy moment to have, and for them, they're having the space to get further and further into the zone due to the range of those weapons. So getting this Golden 90 scaling out here, first from Yang victory, and then putting himself there. Mike is going to go ahead, take the MVP, locking himself into 5th place, if not especially 4th place, and putting Wan Liang down beneath the threshold in the bottom half.
Well, there we are. Mike with his first MVP of the day and a needed one. He was in 7th place at the start of this game. A very, very important big pickup for him. And it really means game 6 is honestly anyone's game to play. There's a lot on the line going into this game number 6. Very excited to see how this looks. I want to see the scoreboard at the end of that, because I kind of, in all of the action, I actually lost track of what was going on the scoreboard. So we'll see where everyone sits at the end of this game. But one more to go, heading back for the mirror matchup, which will be the ACOS. It's going to be a tight one. It's going to be a very, very tense game number 6. A lot on the line, a lot to play for. You've got your moments here now. I don't think anyone's fully safe right now. Obviously, there's people who are more safe than others. But I actually know if you're first, you're probably safe. That would have to be all 4 people below you overtaking.
Yeah, I think the one thing too to mention is that a lot of points. The thing to consider is that if the person who's in first is in such a substantial lead, starts taking more points, that mean average in the middle starts to get a little bit harder to kind of like to not think about, because it's such a close 1 point difference. Right? Yeah. For everyone that's in that right now, there's 3 players right next to one another in that position. Right. We'll go through the standings here in just a second, but for the points, 6.5 for Mike puts him above in terms of 4th place. Ron with 5.5, Burst with 4, 1.5 for XY, Frost with 1 for Huimao, and then Wan Liang with 0 as well as Asia. I mean, this kind of makes it difficult to kind of see what you might expect, but considering that Mike was able to get this pop-off game, exactly what he needs to get away from 8th place to 7th place at least, especially after the Yodohime Holoroth round, he comes back into Midoriya with it and takes the MVP. So this gives him now 3rd place, 13.5. Then you can see where it is. We're going to start at the bottom, right? Frost is at 6.5. in 8th, 7th place for Huima at 8, with 8 points in 7th place, right? And WBG's verse with 10 as well as with Wang Liang. 11.5 is the cutoff right now, at least for Wolves' ROM, which is 1.5. That alone, the next jump is 13.5. This is probably the closest, like, you know, this is a 1 game pop off for anybody in bottom 4. Hands down.
I mean, so here's the thing, right? Like, anyone in bottom 4 could qualify. That's very doable. It is technically mathematically possible for Zhang Yuan to not make it. He needs to get 0 points. A Zhao needs to overtake him. He basically needs to have, it needs to be Wang Liang gets 15 points and everyone below him also needs to surpass the 15.5 points. So it's an incredibly tall and very unlikely ask because we've not seen that bloodthirsty of a game, but it'd have to be involving a lot of resets, the right people getting kills, Zhang Yuan not getting himself anything, no placement points, no anything. So unlikely, but it is technically possible because of how chill today has been for first place to actually go out here. Now, I don't think we're going to see that. If we do, I will lose my damn mind. It'll be very exciting, but the odds of it happening are very low. It'll be a very bloodthirsty game 6 as well, which hasn't really been in line with the formula we've seen from the players today. They've been a lot more mellow in their performance, and I think it comes down to they've probably been trying some stuff out here and there, knowing that if they win here, great, they're in finals. They can just take a week off, a Thursday off. If they don't win here, they get an extra game day to practice on stage, and also, you know, they're not out. It's not done. It does mean that they have to try hard on Thursday if they lose here today, but it's not the end of the road for anyone playing today. But here he is on the Yoto Hime, Mike with MVP for this game number 5 on Padoria. Do love me some Yoto. Happy to see her back in the meta, to be honest. And no really impressive Soul Jades, to be honest. Nothing major. Did 9,000 damage with the nunchucks. Oh, we did add the Velocity Untold, to be fair. You talked about that earlier, but, you know, no legendary Soul Jades. Nothing incredible.
I mean, one thing about it was that he got the velocity off Furip in the terms of the first roaming, but he never got it upgraded to trigger, which means that he hasn't been throwing it out. He's been going for those right click, you know, mouse 2 button hits on it. And the thing about it is, you know, it's the follow-up really that he's just using to utilize it, right? The 1-2 off of that. We got a prediction though. How many kills did SS1's Frostbus get in game 5? A4, B3, C2, or D1? Very small numbers, but it makes all the difference. Just a heads up, he did die after Roma Yang 1 due to Yang depletion. He did not give any eliminations to players because they stopped chasing him after they realized he was going to be deep in the zone. But yeah, it was interesting because seeing the nunnies there for just gold rarity. I mean, I guess there's a calculator in the back of their head just saying, like, if I run purple nunnies, it's better for me to use velocity. But if I'm using gold nunnies, I'm going to be dealing damage as much as possible with the RMBs, which is going with the right clicks. And then going off of that, chase down obviously is his bread and butter, especially on the Yoto Hime where he can just hold a horizontal. Thing too is also the fact of the matter is that if he goes for velocity untold, he might have a chance here to, you know, break away, just like how we are. We're going to go ahead and take a quick couple minutes and we'll be back for game 6 for the mirror comp. Don't miss out. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here for stage 2 with the upper bracket. My name is Severio alongside with Hipbrain. He's going blurry.
I went into the ether there.
Hey man, it's like teleportation juice, man. It's going out here, dude. It's crazy. I was gonna actually mention though, breaking this down. You know, it's been pretty ups and downs. You know, we had a slow round going off in terms of it for round 3, right, with a hike in round 2, and then having, you know, wishy-washy hollow off round to come out. But this last round kind of appeased. I mean, 4 players at the very end, and all of a sudden just 1 player getting over half the kills there. Just going crazy. Mike, from 7th place all the way now up to 3rd. I mean, he's already on the board right now. It's just anything can happen for anybody that's on the bottom if they get the right pick off the Zakos and just hoping to pop off with them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that was Mike. I felt like he's just been so quiet today. I feel like he's not really had any major impact. Every time he's tried to kill secure, someone's rocked up and taken it from him as well. He's had a pretty miserable day, to be honest with you. It was good to see him finally have a game that went in his favor and looked good. But he still has a long road to walk. You know, he's put himself into 3rd here off that game. But, you know, we just saw him jump from 7th to 3rd. That's how tight the margins are right now. I keep punching my mic today. You know, that's how tight the margins are right now. So, honestly, anybody could qualify right now. We did the maths, and there's actually a world in which for number 1 right now, Mr. Zhang Yuan could go into 5th place at the end of this game. Again, stuff has to go real wrong. Like, that is the stars aligning in a way that just completely is just designed to screw him over. But it is feasibly possible, and it's very rare we get to game 6 where we could see someone in 1st place get eliminated from 1st place and have to then go down into the lower bracket. So, you know, it's crazy to see we're in this position, but that kind of comes down to just, it was a pretty chill day. There wasn't really all that many points being scored. It's probably one of the lowest point days I think I've seen in a while in solos. You know, a lot of revives are not getting burnt at all. Like, people are not fighting off the bat. But here we are at the overall standings. Once again, just to give you a quick reminder, right now the points is 11.1 is going to be the soft bar for getting into qualification. Obviously, that bar will be moving, and if Rand gets overtaken, it's whoever overtakes him. But, you know, there's 4 points between 6th and 3rd right now. 6th and 2nd, sorry, right now. So it's a close day. There's genuinely, Frost actually could have a good enough day to make it to top 4. Unlikely, but actually not even that unlikely. It's not even that bad of a game, to be honest. He just needs a good game. He just needs a good game and he can make top 4. See all our players right now. These are the guys who are fighting to stay at the top of the table. Wait, that's not. What? That's just like 4. That's a mixture of people who are playing for top 4 and not playing for top 4, or in top 4 and not in top 4.
Yeah, it's gonna kind of hurt right there. I mean, early off drop and spawn. This is the bread and butter of the coach. Man's gonna be trying to calculate on this end what to be notioned of, what to be prepared of, like what's just to be prepared for, like anything to kind of like think about, like, you know, should we do some fancy stuff? Should we not do some fancy stuff? Like, just don't overcomplicate things. That type of support though is kind of necessary, right? Because you're gonna go through a million things through your mind if you're doing it by yourself, right? To kind of maximize how your play style is gonna be. But if you're able to kind of tailor it down with your coach of like what they're able to the capabilities and what you're able to do, then to try to find the limitations but overcoming them. For instance, right now for this pick option right now, Akos is something that you'd have to like really start flowcharting the heck out, because the one thing is that once you start going to Akos versus Akosol, it's all about the anticipation of what we're going to want to use first versus using second. Now, Wang Liang, I hope it doesn't do any sort of shenanigans where he just burns himself out like a candle, because I feel like that could be happening. He likes to do some like unpredictable stuff that puts him at a deficit, and that usually can happen in the Rumble game. But what I'm curious about is that since we're on Morrisal, there is no objective, no base objective of getting any sort of like full pines, no weapons of nature of, you know, the gold rarity. It is going to be raw instinct. In this case, a lot of these players in the old guard, right, players have been here for a while. It has been gotten history and playing the game for this long, know exactly what that can be, and just making sure they can uplift themselves with their performance in the past to now.
Alrighty, well. This guy on your screen right now, Mike, a lot of talk has been going around him as of late. Obviously on the ACOS in this game, on the signature Mike pick. We talked about it at the beginning of the day. We talked about it a lot over this season, but this is a guy who, you know, toyed with hanging it up, moving on. But I think losing at J-Cup, not even to Spider, but to Wufong, caused him to hang around and maybe get one more win in the bag. But one of the things we've been talking about for a while, not just this season, for like the last previous seasons, is in both solos and in trios, it feels like just the level has just been rising across the board, and more people have, you know, really performed at a level which, you know, before would have been kind of like you're the best in the region if you could perform at this level, but now it's like that's a pretty like middling performance to be what Mike was a few years ago. And I think Mike, while a lot of people have raised up to his level, Mike, I don't think he has improved. I think that would be I'd be unfair to say he hasn't improved, but I don't think the level he's improved has been at the same rate that everyone below him has. So it feels like we're kind of in more equal footing. A lot of people are at pretty much the same level going in to the previous seasons. And this season, I think more than ever, that has been displayed. As here we are, the pick rate 30% for Mike. He has 4.4 average, one of the highest average points on a game on this character, Verse being the only one to beat him out by 0.1 of a point. And surprise, surprise, everyone's running F2 V1. No surprises there.
I missed the first day. I missed when it was V2s just in the mix. I'm like, oh yeah, this is great.
Oh yeah, that was brilliant.
But the power of V1 right now is just it's just you got to take it. Even after the stage, even after the Akos nerfs in terms of like the rage consumption, taking the duration and all that, it still kind of makes them, you know, it's still kind of the duration, the F2 changes, right, for like the F2 cooldown. But the thing is that just between using V2 and V1, you're gonna get so much more goal focused tenacity against the other target that you'll break away from any sort of pressure that V2 would have offered, especially if you lock down yourself with the target and then another Aqua shows up. But I'm looking at Victim's Haven, and this drop is kind of spooky. I mean, we got Smike, we got HM, we got WBG's Verse, we have Invictus Gaming's Wang Liang, all on the same area where anybody could just yoink these kills. Anything of the matter is that the F2 can scale up, and then you start getting a free terror, you go right into it, and you just get a free blue focus, unless the other guy, the fourth guy, shows up and does the exact same thing to you.
Well, let's see. It's going to be off the bat. Verse gets hit there by a Tiger Roar. Gets caught in the uppercut by Hoimi. Hoimi just takes him down. Focus attack from the Katana. Instantly into a kill. Frostibus has been able to pick himself up purple armor, but Zhang Yuan on the other side has got a purple Katana as well. It's Katana madness right now. This weapon's been gone for ages and everyone's playing it. Frosty loses that purple armor, and he's going to be losing his life at this rate. Those halberds doing some serious work to him. Quick swap into the grey armor out, but that is quickly denied as Zhang Yuan looks to go in for the uppercut, but the poison will do enough on the splash. Zhang Yuan steals the purple armor, gets the soul bloom, and off the bat, 2 kills before we could barely get going with the game. This is what I wanted to see.
Really is. Yeah, that immediate kill off right before even 30 seconds had passed, giving it down. But Hui Mao getting another raw. Ooh, oh my god, the jump RMB. This is going to be a lot. This is going to be a lot of damage. Mike is already there. He's already looking for it. F2 Roar gets up to knock back, and Hui Mao's going to be looking to space away. But I think Mike is looking at that like, should I just go ahead? Yeah, I'm going to take the fight. I'm going to make sure this is the case to get this kill. But the problem that Wang Liang doesn't have is that he doesn't have ultimate. He gets caught by the back end on the RMB blue focus. Terror run through the building. Uppercuts raw. LMB does not connect for the 1-2. RMB releases off the fan. Does not give the opportunity to Hui Mao, and Mike, he's thinking about it. He's going in there.
He's going
to get the kill. And get the Soul Bloom. The Roar is not going to connect here, and that's going to be the last fight between these two. They're going to be going back and forth, but Hui Mao finding another blue armor swap, providing him another chance to take this fight back again.
Yeah, Mike does have ultimate. Is about to get that Roar back as well. Hui Mei throws their ultimate out in response there. So the Tiger stance Roar. Ran, sorry, makes his way forward. There's the Roar. Mike is going to throw the ultimate out. Misses the first strike. He may just get caught by the second here. Another Roar makes a connection onto the pair of them. And Ran is able to slide in and take the kill. Hui Mei now also potentially on the cusp from going down as they get hit by the Tiger. One more charge available here. Ran does not throw it out. There it is. There's the catch. Hui Mei goes down. to Ran. And honestly, this guy, I'm so impressed with how he's played today. He's been really good at third-partying into fights and just tidying up every kill. It's what's kept him relevant. He's not been winning 1v1s. He's just been turning up 2 1v1s and making them wins for him.
He's been catching these nice roars into the hits, and actually luckily getting himself a loot to kind of work around the chase down. In case he does, he still finds a way to find a reset passively. But we're putting ourselves down here. Apparently, we're going to be having Wang Liang taking an islet creator spawn. Unfortunately enough, purple armor, purple weapon, Akko Swede. None beheld to XY. I don't think you're going to be able to throw that LMB. No way you get that for free. Okay, bro. Apparently XY is trolling because he just got caught by that. Losing out only half his armor. 600 damage was all that it took. And of course, I mean, if XY gets a free neutral off of this F2, he could potentially go off on the send for the ult cast. Tap dodge happens, gets caught, burns the ultimate cast, and looking at Wang Liang, and the V2 is going to be susceptible here in just a second. Got to see what XY comes down here for his V1. Come on. See about it. There's going to be the recast coming down. And I know that Wang Liang is looking to chase us down, but man, these guys are tied for HP. There's a common armor swap right there. XY gets a grapple stagger. Still looking towards it. Still looking to chase him down. Looking to try to see what he can do next. And then forcing this ult duration to kind of run its course. And here's the blue armor. And it might be swapped. And it's going to be given to Wang Liang. Scare rushes out there. The stagger immunity. And then the F2 roar drop down R&B couldn't be given to him. Not enough range.
Yeah, he's able to maybe make a breakaway. That's dicey for Wang Liang as well because he is down on revives. He'll be just out of the game. And we did actually have a little percentages of qualification there. Zhenyan, because he started with the 2 kills, he's qualified. All he's doing here is griefing Wang Liang from qualifying. If he takes Wang Liang out here, he's out of the runnings and he knocks him into that lower bracket where he has to fight versus the like of Spider, catches him with a roar, has the ultimate, but he's not even thrown it out yet. There it is. Catches the tiger as he tried to grapple away. Oh no, it's the end of days as Wang Liang knocked into the lower bracket. And Zhenyan, he doesn't even need these kills. He's just popping off.
Nope. Sends out an extra credit. He's like, I'm the teacher's pet. I don't even need to be in the classroom. See ya. Skipping the period, man. This guy's gone. This is crazy too because now with 3 eliminations and being the one of the, like I said, like if the higher end of the lobby, if the first person in first place gets as many points as possible, it just makes it a lot harder, right? Wang Liang is down. He's gonna have to play in the lower bracket for round 2, but still looking at Verse, still looking at Huimao, still looking at Frostfist. They still got chances out here. I know that it's going to be a 13-point difference. That's going to be a 6.5 point difference that kind of got out. But I will see. I mean, this still can be a Romiang victory, and he can still well out. But with 7 players left to go on this board, I mean, at least 2 of them are going to be going down at most out of the first Romiang. But we still have to see. I know that Rangan's going to be having this Assassin's Lunch, and as nasty as it sounds, I mean, if it's red, you can react to parry that. Mike will be the one person that say to react parry towards Assassin's Lunch usually because that raw uppercut's too dangerous. And once you see the animation start up, it's going to be done. Now, for Asia, it's still kind of worried about his position, but I don't think he has much of an offer of an issue. I mean, since 4 of the 5 eliminations, or 6 of the eliminations, and over half of them have been gone to the top 2 in this lobby, this would be a way for him to kind of just keep himself poised. Since his first fight against Ron, his opponent, if I could see, potentially, if it allows me to, because this guy's just scare rushing back and forth, man. I can't get a camera angle, bro. He is moving, schmoving. Okay, you know what? You're right. XY, though, that's going to be who his fight is against.
It's going to be a rough one. XY's been on an absolute tear. Start of the day. Got revitalized in this game number 6, the final game of the day. And he is just playing goalkeeper of who makes it and who doesn't. Ultimates have been connected. Ran hits him with the first Tiger stance. Zhang Yuan actually on the lower end here does get a return fire into Ran. Ran does still have one more strike available to him. He's waiting for a good window to get it. He's able to make a dodge on as he also gets dodged on in response. Both of them have used their Tigers. Do have those roars available. Look to try and grab, but because wasn't able to do so. As Zhang Yuan catches him in the uppercut against the edge. He's just almost in the infinite. Quick breakaway there from the side of Ran. Ran just going to go and get himself a pot off and start healing that purple armor back. 600 health back from that one. Another heal coming in from Ran. Ran's actually just got the full reset pretty much. Gets himself the roar. Does make a connection against the pillar. And that's going to do a lot of work onto Ran's HP here. Ran also has to look for a roar response. Great little connection onto Ran in response. 40 seconds left on the timer inside the realm of Yang. Or they're both going out. I think someone's going to be falling. And it's not going to be Ran. Finally found himself a big 1v1 versus the top guy in the lobby. Beautiful pickup there for Ran.
Then Frostfist, other Romiang fight now. We're going to see FPX Asia winning his fight against the WBG's Verse. The F2 Roar, though, confirms this. This is great. This is an easy elimination. We talked about it. Frostfist is like, ooh, That stuff. And the thing about it next is the gold arm or gold weapon is going to be a pole sword. He's going to have fire arrow, target lock. He's going to be able to find flying knives here too, which he should be able to pick up. And if he decides to decide upon using the Telurk on that, but honestly, probably using it for the pistol, right, to kind of make sure. But see that flying knives in his inventory already? I already know the deal. I knew it. This guy, easy. But the flying knives on Akos is probably the scariest thing because you get the ranged ward and R&B to catch up. That's all you need to go for the neutral. And then, of course, replay coming in here from FPX versus Verse and Romiang.
This is going to be the Ajal one. Yep, went for the Raw. Missed it. Did get hit by the Raw from the start in response from Verse. Do you see, some players are still very big on like the pistol shot chip. Some just full send it. They just ignore pistol shot and chip damage and they just go all in for the burst. Ajal able to get a nice focus attack there. Ultimate was thrown out by Verse in response. Ultimate from Ajal. Didn't make a connection with that first Tiger's leap, but does catch the uppercut against the pillar. And Ajal into the Raw. Has another Tiger. Uses it defensively both times actually to back off. It catches the uppercut in the reposition, catches Verse off with a focus attack from the fan. Really, really nice actually coming in. That's 3 players on depletion, 7 players left in the lobby, so already obviously down a single player. That player being Wang Liang knocked out of the lobby. Now 2 minutes left onto Verse. It is all to play for here. You see multiple players congregating here. But this is a bad place. If you got depletion, this is not where you want to be. Because it's so hard to kill confirm in the city. Because everyone can just use the buildings and the windows. It's so hard to actually catch people here.
Yo, it's crazy though. War versus war. No way we're going to age out the 1-2-3 this, right? I mean, the R&B comes down towards his Ron's already at like no armor. But he's been doing some good. Okay, this uppercut is not going to confirm anything. I don't know why H.O. had to pop over there, to be honest. But here we go. Ron's going to use his V2 in response, pushing H out to the zone, not getting any range shots. The kite path right now for the fan is probably the best it's ever been here. Just so we were talking about, like, you can start kiting the moment you start feeling a little sketched out. But for Ron, I don't know if he has any short-handed weapons here, especially between a dagger or a fan. And Asia is taking this V2 to the back. He's got his own V2 pass. He's going to use it to get to the zone. Doesn't get caught here. LMB uppercut. Oh, can't do that. F2 roar is tap dodge, and the F2 from Asia. 10 seconds on the clock, but he crash LMB spams like that. R&B comes out for the pistol shot. I know there's going to be a horizontal release and then the clink off. Wind blast. R&B clink off. R&B clink off. Takes a zone tick damage. R&B clink off. They both die. I couldn't believe that happened right there. That's insane.
I don't know. I wonder if one of the Soul Bloom seekers, we'll call them the depletion players, are even aware of that. So they may just not even see these bodies at all and get the cleanse off. Verse in danger here. Zhang Yuan has been able to make the connection to Verse, forces him into the zone. They're both going low, but here comes Hoi Mi trying to see if they can maybe get the cleanse off. I don't know who picked it up. It was going to actually be Hoi Mi, denied that from Zhang Yuan. Catches him in the uppercut, catches the roar on as well. Is slowly just chipping through this purple armor. Gets the Tiger Stance off. Hoi Mi steals the Soul Bloom and then maybe just steals his life in response as well. Does get hit by the roar, but in comes A Xiao, who takes him down. Uppercut coming through. A Xiao, what a disgusting fourth party to that fight. And Savario, there's 4 people left with 13 minutes on the clock. That is bonkers. I love this character so much.
He's brutal with it, man. I love Asia as a player too, because this is what he does. He's like, yeah, I'm a DM you, and I'm saying, GG, go next. Dude, the guy is a trash talker. Turns out he's one of the biggest trash talkers you've ever seen in the pro league. So him going down like that path, I can only imagine. He's gonna DM them later with a clip and say, hey, yo, this you? Oh, stop it. It's crazy. I know SR Mike is putting this into the replay, but this is actually a point where Frost was taking this fight against Mike. I'm curious. Did we just get spammed on? Yeah, we got double R&B spam. Why we watch the replay on that? I mean, it's classic. Just hold check them out. But for Mike, this is big because putting himself out of the leaderboard right now, he's got to make sure he stays there. And he's good. He's got 2 eliminations. Okay. He's still going to be in second place. But Ron, Frost, this is your guy, Ron. You know, you want to see him succeed out here. But Frost is like, ooh, 1 kill elimination.
Frost has to win this, by the way, if he wants to qualify. Yes. He has to win this and then kill everyone. And I mean everyone and get first place. It's the only world in which he can qualify. If he doesn't win this Rama Yang, we're locked for who's qualified. So hopefully, for our sake, for the story, Frosty can keep this going. Ultimate in, goes for the Tiger, didn't make the leap. Ran once again, uses it defensively. It's very interesting to see how he just uses it to jump away from the others. It's about to get that Raw back up off cooldown, see if he can maybe make it happen. Frosty's able to get a light slap off here. Raws are unavailable to Rand, catches with the uppercut into the Raw. Quick catch for the stun lock on. Frosty, I don't think you're going to be recovering from this one, my friend. And that might just be the end of days for Frosty. Into that lower bracket he'll be going. As now Mike and Ajao going toe-to-toe, but Ajao does get caught here by Mike. Mike this is his character. He is the ACOS guy. Can't be losing here. Tap dodges Raw. Is he going to use his own Raw? No, he doesn't even need it. Oh, he did. Catches onto Ajao, but catches him against the edge. A bit of healing came through last minute there. As there goes Ajao.
It's crazy work. This man saw that Mortal Defiance and he walked away. Wait, hold on. Wait a second, let me back in there. And then
he thought he won that. Yeah. He thought he had it. And then was like, oh, yeah.
Because, I mean, the Mortal Defiance
where you're like, this isn't Padoria. There's no Volpa. Oh, yeah, Mortal Defiance, of course. Forgot about that one.
I can't believe Frost is on the shop against Ron, bro. Are we doing this? I mean, no one has a skin. No one knows who they're fighting, by the way, guys, in this lobby. So all the skins are hidden. Everyone is looking like a Knockos. I can't believe this happened. Yo, Asia, why are we dropping our army like that? We're not even that close. Oh, but the missed grapple bump here. The Kabloom media is still giving Mike a little bit extra damage. And Asia throwing one blue focus. Couldn't get the tap dodge throw. Hell check released. No, Mike. Oh, no. We can't go out like this, man. This is crazy. I mean, the thing is that Ajao had that Mortal Defiance to be purchased, so you know there's only one. But this is Trap City right now. Oh my god, he got caught in the V2. He went 2 stories high, and the F2 ward confirms the kill.
That was crazy by Mike. He almost threw the whole game. Madness, yeah. As you can see, Frosty, no points available to him. With Mike and Rand both on 4 and 5 kills each. 17 points is the cutoff bar. Frosty on 8 points. It's not doable, unfortunately, anymore. But he is going to try and see if he can get some glory kills onto Mike. Maybe a little bit of a denial at the end of the day, but Rand's also made his way through. They're going to get some damage off. Frosty gets hit by the Raw, and that's going to be Frosty on the run. Very close to going down here, but Mike can see him as there he goes with a pistol shot. Mike secures the kill, gets himself some goodies, and it was Frosty taking his headset off. I thought Mike had just given up there. He's like, I've done it. I don't need more. But no, it's the 1v1 to close the game out. 10 minutes left on the lobby, but they're not going to wait this one out a second longer. Raw does go a little bit wide there by Mike. He has the ultimate available, but it's slowly building up that rage, so it's not too far off, and he's got the armor advantage over Rand. Rand, on the other hand, does have the ultimate available, so Mike needs to be somewhat careful of that, as he is just slowly wafting him to death with a fan. He finds the parry, and that's going to be the ultimate out from Rand. In response, he goes for the Tiger Leap, doesn't make the connection. Mike has thrown his Tiger stance up as well, is going to get caught by the Tiger. Into the swipe he goes. Rand's trying to break away. Mike looking for the window, didn't get that first charge off, but could get caught here in response. The F does make the connection. Mike misses his second launch forward as well there, but does have the F if need be. Gonna try and catch it onto Rand. Catches on the uppercut, gets him, and that should just be enough for the focus attack. No, catches the uppercut into the grapple, and Mike will take this lobby. Back-to-back lobbies there for Mike. At the end of the day, I was getting concerned. Didn't need to be. He still got it.
Represent. Yo, fist bump. Yeah, break the fourth wall. Let's go. Now, the crazy thing, too, is that the second time that we see Mike on Kabloom with Akos on a round final kill that gets resetted. Like we saw him do it when we saw him do it to the Spider last year for Jacob, but in this case, he did it again on the qualifiers. He's getting the availability for it. I mean, it needs to be studied. If you want to watch a good dagger fan combination gameplay, or just like one or the other, Mike has this down to a T. I feel like we've seen that in this fight in that last instance against him and Ron, because the one part is that just the amount of chip damage, the wind blast, the R&B catches are just going off that. Not blue focus R&B catches, just real quick chip R&B 1-2s, dap dodge, catching all of those. This guy is already locking those motions. He's got the whole flow. But Mo, I think he's in flow state. The only thing that I'm kind of conceiving about is just how the lobby responds to each other in the Akos round picks. Because like I was talking before even the match started, the F2 ward, the third party Yoinka, and everything like that, that comes down to a cost of like, you invest in that to see if you can get a kill, or if anything, you just go in there and just hard stump a blue focus there. Though, getting our top 4 players, I mean, that's going to be with Mike, XY, Asia, and Ron. Our bottom 4 includes Wang Yan, Verse, Weimao, Frostbist. Those are going to be our players that have to play till next week on Thursday.
I absolutely love the ACOS mirror matchups. I'm typically not a massive fan of mirror matchups, but I do think the reason that they're at the end of the day kind of means that there's no teaming or sniping of any person individual. Like, yeah, it has a purpose, but the ACOS mirror matchup is so peak because it's not a stall character. ACOS is just a W key character the whole way through and through. So it's like true fighting and just like none of this like, oh, I'll ult and then I'll buy myself a bit of time to pot up, or, you know, I got my combo break on a 4-second cooldown. No, it's just like, I'm going to stun you. I'm going to catch you with the tiger form. Like, it's so aggressive and it's so fun to see the players like really get to flex their like their fighting capability when they go toe to toe on the ACOS. It's such a good mirror matchup to watch. I'm glad he's meta right now because he's such a fun character. And yes, I do think everyone's figured out the meta on his like setup, because you were right. In the first week, we were seeing people running cage ACOS, trying to lock people in, which was a bit grief. But now we're into everyone knows it's F2v1. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful character to watch. Really, really fun game. It's cool to see as well at the end how the games got so bloodthirsty, because it was such a slow start of the day, to be honest. Outside of the martial arts in game 1 of Padoria, we just had like a real dead spot in the middle of the day, and then boom, aggression key gets flicked and it just went full send. Really, really impressive games coming in from the people today. I'm excited for the finals now. I mean, we've got the lower bracket as well to go, and you know, is Spider going to make it is probably the big question. He won the first finals, but got knocked into the lower bracket in the first round this time around.
Yeah, and the thing too, Alcus is really, he's one of the few creative characters out there that's been in the meta. I mean, neutral catch characters kind of come and go, you know, in terms of what they do. Demol's, for instance, being a really creative mindset as like as he comes through for the Wisp resets and all. But seeing how Alcus operates onto the, you know, catches on his ultimate or his F2 cast for the roar, if he ends up getting that, there's a lot to offer himself for that. Like restance, right? Restance is a really big part of this in terms of the game if you're able to get it. But the fact that he's not only giving a restand on a skill that's like damage type, it's range, it's something that you can use in any direction. It's honestly on a point where it's still one of the best skills in the game by far, just because of the CC amount of control you get. And the fact that he changes it so it's no longer a knockup, it's just a you know, debuff there for the enchant, basically, right? Now for Mike here, 8.5 points, no questions about it, taking him up to first, but at least to make sure he's on the top of the leaderboard. Ron is at 6 and 4.5 for Age, 3 for XY. Huima got 2, 1.5 for Frost and Verse, and Wang Liang was 0 that round. That was kind of a rough outing, because considering that we saw how they went out pretty early on, there was no real chance for them to kind of come back into this mix, at least to try to take some points out. And as a result, it was too close. I mean, we see this when we get to the standings, we'll see the top 4, but before this round, everyone was super close. Now you see the distance, and the minimum being that bar of 17.5 for Ron, and then 10 for Wang Liang and Verse. You know,
I'm so proud
and
of
as well
Ron.
as Weemao. Yeah,
he's
and
the only player on 0 points in the overall like standings of the tournament. So getting to the finals of this second round, so important for him and his chances to make it to playoffs. I think Rand played really, really incredible today. Like,
yeah.
He, first of all, at the beginning of the week, he had a bad week 1. He went out pretty much instantly and walked away with 0 points. But he came into this set and he had practiced. He had prepped some ideas. He'd seen Wang Liang's Dagger Justina tech for the martial arts tournament, and he beat Wang Liang on his own pick in a 1v1 at the beginning of the day. Really, really impressive stuff coming in from him. And then today, played it again today to great success, made it through the martial arts tournament once again. And then, most importantly, he was so on it with the third partying. In a meta where third partying hasn't been as big of a deal, it's still a thing, but like, Ran has been playing almost exclusively to take kills away in those third parties, and it has worked absolutely wonders for him. It's so impressive to see. And then still having good performances inside the realm of Yang here versus Frostiverse. That was the hammer in the nail, or the nail in the hammer in the coffin. There we go, for Frosty, unfortunately. An absolutely tremendous performance from Rand, but Mike obviously gets all of the glory at the end of the day, taking his 2 MVPs in game 5 and 6.
Yeah, look, man. I mean, on top of the fact that, you know, without even more of the finds in the back pocket as a purchase going through, I mean, Asia had that early as a reason, but Mike was just playing super passionate. Like, that first fight against him and Asia outside of that Realm of Yang, was kind of a sketchy moment. You saw how much damage Ajao was able to output with the gold fan. It's just Mike was like, wake up call was once the ult pass comes out, and then that's when he had to use it in response. Had there been a situation where he wasn't given an opportunity to go for a reset, at least the armor heal and all that soul boom, things might turn out differently. But given that, he's gone through with his MVP, 16,000 damage, with the majority being the dual plays, of course. But the fact that the ultimate skills at 4,400 means that he was just getting those F2 casts, those V2 casts, every single bit of the leaps to be included there, especially with the fan. It's kind of interesting. Remember when we see Zai, you know, you see her like her ult form and then her skills and ultimate damage, and it's like, what's the difference between the two? Yeah, man. Me too, bro. GG. The only thing is, inside of trios, in terms of her, you know, she may not show up just yet. I mean, they tried to, but it's, you know, we don't talk about it. What happened yesterday. The only problematic format though is, you know, when we start seeing these characters getting out, we're gonna have to see about what's next in the players' minds, because we're gonna switch it over to an interview. We'll be back afterwards. Just make sure you see what words that our players has to say.
好的，亲爱的观众朋友，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人张元欣。So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Post the Game Interview, and I'm your host, the Yoyo. So today we will invite 阿赵 Let's say hello to others. 给观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是FunPlus 朱雀阿赵。
好，欢迎阿赵，也是恭喜阿赵今天进入到直通我们的这个最后的一个成功的一个胜者组啊。那想问一下 ，Who is the most opponents you most want to face the with and why？ 那么想问一下阿赵老师，这个今天我们 B 段的所有选手里面，你最想面对到的选手是哪一位？
深渊吧，感觉跟他打能学到一点东西，他玩的比我聪明一点点，感觉。
所以还是非常肯定自己的对手的。So for me, I think the most want to face player is 深渊 because I think he plays very smart and I can learn more about the experience from him. So let's move to next part, answer for treasure. So the question is, what is FunPlus 朱雀阿赵's pick rate of Akos? A is 10%, B is 11%, and C is 12%, and D is 60%. So, 那么也是想问一下老师，今天整个的比赛的心态如何？因为我们知道今天的比赛非常重要，对不对？如果我们稍微的积分有一点点的不慎，就会去到我们最残酷的一个小组里面。那么今天的心情，如果给自己一个1到10分的一个标准的话，最给自己能打到几分 ？So if the full mark is 10, and how would you like to rate your mental performance today?
6分吧，因为今天状态不是很好，没有
得分。
对，没有睡饱，你知道吧？能进已经很好了，很满足了。
好，所以 so for me I think it's 6 point because I didn't sleep well and I think today's all the performance is my best. So it's counting time. Let's 倒数3个数。是英文。
3, 2, 1.
Yes, 3, 2, 1. Screenshot, and the correct answer is B. So the last question 也是相信今天所有粉丝朋友们最好奇的一个问题了。那么也是今天结束了比赛之后会怎样去庆祝一下呢？ So how do you plan to celebrate with like our teammate after the match?
感觉没什么要庆祝的吧，这只是做了自己该做的。
就是吃饭聚餐什么的都没有吗？
得看他们了，我其实没啥。
偷偷问一下哪个谁请客今天？
肯定不能是我请客，我很抠门的。
Okay, so for me, I think didn't you need too much celebrate with my like our teammate because I think I do my best and all my do is I have to do and we will look forward to your next performance in the next matches. So let's back to casters.
Back. You know, the mix here too is the fact that he's a humble man, you know, on the camera. You know, this guy, now he's good for it because it comes down to him just kind of see where his performance is and just seeing how his competitors are, having mad respect for XY, because he, you know, it's kind of interesting. You've seen how XY is poised, like very stoic as like a character. It feels like for what he is as a player as well, because you've seen how dominant he can become in short amount of spurts, and then this is like another case of seeing where he's at scoreboard wise and having the lead that he had and still keeping himself toes to toes with some of the GOATs, you know, for any of the players otherwise, and keeping himself on the mantle as well. I mean, even though he hasn't had any sort of victories as such as like with accolades, he still is putting himself the work in the hands, you know, and that's what Asia probably is like just looking up to see, just trying to kind of match his energy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's you know, he was a player actually at the beginning of the day. You kind of like bigged up as one of your kind of like newbies at your, you know, I said newbies, been around for a bit now, but one of our more recent players who's, you know, really been stepping it up over this year, and you know, we saw a lot of life in him today. It's an intro. It's always hard to judge people's performances on a day where, especially where like a big chunk of the day is kind of a bit mellow, a bit chill. But regardless, you know, it was still an amazing performance from him. I mean, I'm very much on like the Ran hype train right now. I think this guy has really turned it around this season. You know, I talked about it before we went into the interview, but you know, he kind of just griefed his week one, or not his week. Well, it was kind of his week one. He was where he griefed it. To be honest, he was out of the tournament instantly. But you know, he did grief his start to the tournament, but made a recovery. Had obviously done some work in like his time while he wasn't playing, and came in prepped for the second rotation of the tournament. And you know, with this step, he's made at least a major step towards making it to the playoffs. He has a lot of work to do. He's the only player on 0 points right now, but that's not accounting for the points he would have technically earned even if he'd gone out today. But the fact he's in finals means he's going to earn more points. He's going to have a higher chance of actually qualifying for those playoffs, and I think he's a very deserving player of it. He just had a bad week one. It's very interesting to see how, you know, someone who was sitting at the bottom was able to step it up so effectively in such a short period of time. One of the things that I was talking about when we started the tournament was before, when you had 4 bi-weeklies, you had time to kind of figure yourself out. You could lose a bi-weekly and then catch up over the next 3. But this time around, I felt like that was not really the case. You don't have as much time to adapt and to kind of learn from your mistakes and make that personal growth. So yeah, it's good to see that Ran has adapted so fast and, you know, improved at such a rate, because it is a very short season is the honest truth of it. But here's the overall points. Honestly, until this last game, it was very close. There wasn't that much in it between like bottom and top. But after this game and how bloodthirsty it was, points shot up. I mean, a second place earned more than some of our winning places did today. Like crazy performance.
Yeah, man. The tiebreaker scenario was kind of in the hands for a lot of these players to kind of catch it up. But the moment that more of these guys started getting eliminations that were top bracket holders, they were able to get it down, and that's it. But our picks up here for the 23rd. This is the next day we're going to have solos built up for the final losers bracket. This is now going to include not only with Chen, with Spider, Pace, and Wufong. It now includes Wang Liang, Verse, Suimao, Frost from today. They have to make it through because now their opponents between Mike, XY, with Zhao, and Ron. This is going to be the final chance besides going through LCQs. In this matter, the fashion is you take not a lot of points if you go out here in terms of this losers bracket. This is pretty much for anyone who is in the losers bracket. If they completely make it, don't make it out. Like if Spider doesn't make it, he's still got 45 points. It's just whether or not top 6 are going to be able to kind of walk down the path of getting more points than him. And by that point, it's just still him getting a little bit more, because he won't end out with 0 ranking points in the overall through the stages. He'll still get some for placement. It's just up to seeing how he just either performs well, because now that he has, this is a banger lobby, to be honest, because between the Verse, between Spider, between Wang Liang being now and their Pace is something to kind of not, you know, fret around, as well as Wufong. Like those two are also going to be something to tiptoe around top 4 into bottom 4, right? At the end of the day, we'll have to see. But our rotation for the map still the same. Round 1 versus, as those 3 best out of 3s occur, and the same map rotations, you know, game 2 Portoria Midnight into everything else. And what I'm kind of curious about is kind of seeing, I mean, we've seen some variations. Now we can talk about trios, right? So for trios, how it comes down to this, you know, like trios is going to have, you know, the players are going to have to be ingenious about some things. I mean, we know that TE has it in them to kind of study down and make the path for the other players, but we've seen some composition switch up player left and right, especially since yesterday. So having those kind of seeing the versus Wombo combo made its appearance yesterday as well for solos, or for the versus round, which is kind of crazy worked out. It was kind of nuts seeing how it came down. Zenda Wu with Xiao made her appearance to combine with the efforts to mulch, and not only in the versus but also in the BR round. You casted not the day that happened, and I was like, man, imagine.
I'm so upset because every time I've done trios, it's been all the boring meta stuff, and now we're getting the fun stuff, and I'm not doing it. That's a heartbreaker. It's been it's been an interesting one over in trios because obviously very transformer focused for a while. So it's cool to see people finding answers. You know, I've been a big fan of like this ACOS crowd control comp. I think it's so good into them. Trios is really fun at the moment because I think there are some really some interesting untapped comps that are floating about. So I want to see, you know, what they can put together, because we started to see, especially in martial arts over in solos, some different stuff start to show up. You know, the Farrier has fallen out of the priority, at least today it did. It was not the everyone first picking Farrier. There was a lot of Justina. You know, we had a Viper answer to the Farrier, which, you know, worked as well. It was really cool to see. I think that lower bracket finals, going into the finals, that's a scary lower bracket final where you've got Wufong, the J Cup, the world champion. You got Spider, just one of the two GOATs of the entire esport. And you got some really stat players down there. And, you know, I feel like Wufong and Spider are definite like lock-ins to make it to finals. The other two, it's hard for me to place. Honestly with you, it's very hard for me to place. I think there's a bunch of really good players down there, and it's going to be a tall ask for any of them to make it work. But yeah, it's solos is going to be very fun. I mean, trios is also incredibly fun. We just got a good season on our hands, to be honest, and closing in on, you know, wrapping up the main part, the meat of the tournament, and then heading into the playoffs, where it's, you know, going to get even more spicy, even more fun, as Duncan would say, even more oogly. I'm really excited for what's to come. Actually, we're in a very good place right now, as far as the esports going, and you know, I think the changes worked out really well. There's a lot more stakes on the line than just like, oh, I lost a bi-weekly, I'll make it back next bi-weekly, it'll be whatever. Nope. Doing a lot of work. I think it's doing a lot of work there.
Yeah, 2 stages system is really, it's higher risk, higher reward. You make it easy off the rip, or you have to make it harder for yourself. I mean, not to say it's your fault, right? It's just majority of the circumstances, and those kind of delve down to where we end up. I mean, bringing us down here, the other thing too is just kind of getting used to what the LCQs are going to turn out to be, considering it's 2 days each. We'll have to say goodbye for now, guys, though. We're gonna go ahead and knock it out for tonight. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. My name is Severio, alongside with Hip Rain. We'll catch you guys on the next side. Flip out. Have a wonderful day.